Alright, nope, that coffee is way too hot. Welcome on in, everyone, to the stream. How are you all doing this afternoon? Day, night, wherever it is in your time of the world. Hope you are having a fantastic time and ready to get into some ratty goodness. Welcome, welcome the Skaven Man. Welcome everyone in who's here. Hope you're ready for some Skaven. So we're actually playing on SFO Grimhammer. I did have the I had the change log pulled up on the other side. I think I've since closed it, but I've pretty much only read there's so many changes that SFO does on the main game. It is a incredibly well made overhaul. It basically changes how the AI works both on campaign and in battle. It changes pretty much almost all of the campaign mechanics for every faction. Gives a lot of factions more unique and flavorful campaign mechanics. So here with Clan Pestilens, you'll notice we have kind of an additional resource called pox samples. We're allowed to have 25 of those maximum. I think we might be able to increase that through our tech tree, but we might not. Yes, bring forth specimens for Pestilens. Many things I will add to the Book of Woe. Samples can be gathered by spreading plagues on own armies and provinces. We'll use these to actually give ourselves some pretty cool Clan Pestilens specific technologies. Hey Leonis, welcome on in. Good to see you. Early game, it seems that Gorok isn't that scary. If he manages to get to the end game, he can solo armies. Absolutely. He is the Great White Wall. With the Great Horned Rat has blessed me with new model miniatures. They're so glorious. Yes. Skaven Man, is that over for... Because I don't keep up with tabletop. I don't have the money to keep up with tabletop. Is that over on AOS, or is that for the old world? But either way here, for Clan Pestilens, we're going to be making use of the Rite of Pestilence, and spreading pestilences, highly contagious plagues, to benefit their forces, settlements, and debilitate their enemies. We'll be establishing unseen undercities beneath settlements you defeat, and secretly expand them to aid your malevolent schemes and spread Skaven corruption. You can also just claim settlements and make them your own. Keep your faction's food supplies at high levels throughout your campaign to gain faction-wide bonuses and avoid debilitating effects. We'll be spreading our Skaveny corruption to extend periods, or to over extended periods, where you're able to settle infested areas with summonable clan rats and make provinces difficult to inhabit. That's an interesting way of saying it. So basically, your Skaven corruption goes up, public order goes down, and you get more summonable clan rats for the battlefield, which is awesome. We'll also be using the underway stance to avoid obstacles on the campaign map and be just an absolute nuisance, striking where people are least expecting. It's going to be great. We've seen how terrifying the Skaven are in my campaign when led by the AI. We'll see if we can't do a little bit better than they do. So our first mission is to engage the Southern Sentinels, led by Cox Itza here, who SFO and Vinris has done a very good job of making the Slann just terrifying. So they've got all sorts of basic abilities they have off the bat that they can use. So he's got things like the Bolt of the Old Ones here that'll outright delete a group of our clan rats. Jim's Burning Gaze is not the scariest, but this Bolt of the Old Ones absolutely is. With the power of the Old Ones, so he's even stronger in magic. So the Slann are no joke. As Lord Skrulk, you do start with Oixel, as well as Sabatun. So you've got a nice province with some growth and food generation, as well as a pretty decent overall. I mean, it is a central settlement, so it can be attacked from many angles at once if Gorok starts getting up and running. So we do want to take out our first enemy pretty quickly. Oh, AOS, awesome. I actually think I saw, was this recent, or was this, I think I saw one of their releases for the Skaven, and they had the kind of the big trailer-esque video that went with it. It was pretty cool. We're gonna name you Kevin the Scabrous. There we go. There's our Kevin for this campaign. And I did restart a couple times to try to get one of the fun and more unique Plague Priest traits here. So we've got Apothecary, giving him a 50% replenishment rate for just himself. That doesn't go for the entire army. That'd be incredible. He also gets a 2 extra Skaven corruption for the enemy local province, so this doesn't increase it for your own. But your own lord is also going to get 5% extra physical resistance. So pretty good little support Plague Priest here. I don't think there's too many changes to their overall skill tree itself. They do have the Children of the Plague passive though, so your Plague Monks, all of your Plague Monks are going to receive 5% more weapon strength, so stacking up Plague Priests in an army that you want a bunch of Plague Monks in is going to be really useful, because you'll just make them incredibly powerful. Oh yes, they do have the SFO kind of, I'm not sure what you call this, the hero tree, but you got your Renowned, your experience to drop cooldown on all your spells, your calming to drop miscast chance for all characters in your region, your quell for decreasing enemy winds of magic, and then your onslaught for increasing your own weapon strength for all your armies in that region when you're attacking. So it's good for stacking up a good doom ball of Skaven slaves or clan rats. Potent also just gives you more winds of magic. Back over to the actual Fox Papa in charge here, Lord Skrulk, who is my favorite of the Clan Pestilens is easily my favorite of the Skaven clans. Hands down, no contest. Or I guess clans, Pestilens. Hey Brian, welcome on in. Melee Priest Hours. Yeah, they actually did a good job in SFO of making Skrulk himself much better in combat, where in the main game it even shows Skrulk as like I think it's a flail infantry. I think they show him as a flail infantry. Yes, he's a wizard, but he has terrible combat stats, or at least not as good combat stats over in the main, so you can clobber people right off the bat here with Skrulk, which is proper great. He also has the Festering Filth ability, which will give us a nice heal for any of our kind of mainline units. This is good for keeping any of your clan rats or Skaven slaves fighting for a little bit longer, giving a little bit of tankiness. Restoring 20% health is quite nice. And then you just get one extra use, which is just giving you the ability and giving you use for it. For the Festering Pool, which is the secondary ability that Skrulk is going to have. This is basically just a no armor piercing and magical, just damaging vortex. Very good for slowing down a group of enemies you want to blast to bits with, say, your artillery, or good just keeping someone in place if they're a very low armored infantry, like the likes of pretty much any of the demons or your skinks. You can just kind of blend them away pretty quickly with a Festering Pool of nastiness. See if we can find off anything or show off anything that is actually super unique about this version of Skrulk here. We've got the Plague of Nurglich, which I guess imbues him with that damage for that melee type. 30 damage on one entity, so you want to be fighting that on one enemy at once. Or is it 30 damage over 30 seconds, or 30 damage per second? Now it's 12 to 25. That's a lot of interesting numbers there. Drops reload skill and melee attack though, and the healing modifier drops how much people are healing, which is very good for hunting down vampires or anything else that's got regeneration. We're going to be the ones having fun with the 8 entity plague catapults this time, indeed. And welcome on in, I think I already did welcome you in. Either way, you get welcomed a second time. We'll just kind of quickly go through the rest of his skills. So we've got Causeless Terror, drops armor, which is fantastic. We've got Plague Lord for giving us faction-wide access to Plague Priests, so we can recruit them anywhere. Looks like we also get a couple more capacities, recruit rank for those heroes, more recruit rank for Plague Monks and Plague Claws, as well as a little bit of upkeep reduction for them. We'll have lots of Plague Monks, lots of Plague Claws, lots of Skaven Slaves. Should be great fun. Herald of Decay dropping control for enemy provinces and increasing his Skaven corruption for wherever he's at. Voice of the Horned Rat, which is awesome. Envoy of the Council, your good old 13 diplomatic relation bump with Skaven, and then the number 2 for more corruption. Also, finally, we'll get the Aura of Pestilence, which is for a little area around him because he is a nasty, stinky boy. It'll drop their melee defense by 5 and their armor by 5 because everything is just rotting away. If you get a certain distance to Skrulk, you just die. And it's pretty bad. He doesn't have flies around him. There are like magical parasites that he has, I think, within him. And there's something I think that is noted as slithering on his neck. It's nasty, but nothing that is not of the warp can live near him. Alright, so we'll grab our Kevin, join him up with Skrulk here. And before we jump into the battle, we'll just kind of show off. These are the faction effects that SFO has for Clan Pestilens. So we have those plagues unlocking the Clan Pestilens abilities with the pox samples. We showed off earlier. We have 100% chance for plagues to spread. Extra diplomatic relations with all Nurgle factions by 25. Plagues, always, we're going to bolster Clan Pestilens forces and nurture your settlements. So, as Pestilens, you always wanted to get plagues on your own settlements, even more than on enemy. We'll have less construction costs for plague cauldrons, or pox cauldrons that is, pestilent naves, and plague abbey buildings, which is quite nice. And then we have the right cooldown negative 15 turns for the pestilent scheme, so we should be going out plagues left and right. We also have a unique unit, the Anointed Plague Monks, which we'll get to show off. I think Skrulk had one initial ability that was his too. So yeah, we have a constant casualty replenishment, so even in enemy territory, by 10%. Or Skaven Corruption plus 5, so he should be extremely corruptive with all of his skills in. And then we've got 20% less upkeep for Plague Monks, Censer Bearers, Plague Cloak Catapults, and Plague Priests. Have you seen the Pestilence Brotherhood mod before? I have not. Actually, I think I have very briefly seen it on a Great Book of Grudges video. Not one that I've seen too much on, though. Is it one that is worth me checking out? Ooh, I just tuck in the meat styes here. Pastures. Underground mud yards where mewling meat things are kept ready for slaughter. Meat things, yes, yes. We get a garrison of Skaven slaves and a lot of growth. So the Skaven for SFO have had kind of things changed over a little bit where food is much more impactful. It already was fairly impactful, but they made it so it is impacting a whole bunch all at once. So at normal food levels, we'll just have less upkeep for own armies, faction-wide, and own territories because they're nice and full. No one's angry. Once we get things up into surplus, we'll have more growth by 15, 10% less upkeep for own armies and faction in our own territory, more loyalty for new recruits, more constant casualty replenishment rate, even in friendly or enemy territory, 1 extra control, 20% additional upkeep reduction for Skaven slaves, and then I guess no more global recruitment, but we do get an additional local recruitment capacity, and 4 more leadership. Once you get that up into plentiful, all of those buffs go in to a increased amount, and we get 1 additional global recruitment as well. Already thought of a nickname for whenever you get one of the anointed monks online. Jehovah's Witnesses. We'll have to give them a little bit of a twisted name, but close. The Skaven slaves are probably the food it generates. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. It provides them as a garrison too. Although I figure they might be the ones like keeping up the pastures for the quote-unquote meat styes. Alright, so we'll also go ahead and upgrade Oixel here up to a Nest Layer. And then we'll just take Skrulkin directly after this floaty toad boy here. Oh, we didn't quite get an ambush. I guess you can come back in to try to get an ambush on repeat. Be nice and fully cheesy with the Skaven. So they have also changed the battle march a little bit. It used to just be you got, I think, 25% more melee for weapon strength as well as missile strength. But everyone in your army cost like 15 to 20% more, so it's been a little bit changed. What else do we have to worry about here with a source besides 65 weapon strength per model? Good grief. Oh yeah, they're very resistant to any kind of damage. Thankfully no stock this time, and in my testing, I don't know if the Cox Itza had a different kind of trait, but every single member of his army had stock, and that made fighting them an absolute nightmare because they appear just right in front of my clan rats. Alright, so we will go ahead and just throw ourselves on in. We have 2 uses of Menace Blow because of the overall corruption in the area, so we want to keep buffing that up as much as we can so we can get 6 total, and we don't have to spend any food actually on those Menace Blow summons. Let's take it to them. One of the Plague Monks' names could be Saruman the Stinky. I'm here for that. And that meme is pretty great. Now the food it generates has to be readily reproduced en masse and thus low quality, so clearly it is worms. It's disgusting. It's food for the Skaven slaves. Listen. Oh, it's Little Caesars. I mean, those $5 pizzas, hot and ready. Oh, are they still $5? Like everything else? The dollar store is now the $1.25 store. From what I've seen, it's a 4-sup faction of Clan Pestilens with a new legendary lords and units. That sounds amazing. I should have done a little bit more research. I was figuring we'd just pop up to a good... I love SFO. So I figured we'll play some SFO with my favorite Skaven faction. And we'll actually have a proper campaign this time. We're not doing a first look with this group. We're going to do an actual campaign where we play through. I have to show off the victory overhaul conditions as well. I've been too excited to get in here. So before we start the fight, we'll just show off like I always do. These are the graphic settings we are rolling with. Yes. Graphics. Back in. So we'll grab all of our clan rats. And we're going to kind of use them as... I guess a meat wall. The Plague Claw catapults are great because you have 8 of them. But the only thing that you'll notice with them is that they don't have their missiles, they hover in the air for a long time. So they have very arcing shots, and they're very slow. So you do want to try to bog your enemies down, otherwise, especially on very hard, and especially with whatever the AI that Vinris has put on in here, they will just dodge your shots, just left and right. They'll watch the sky, and they'll dodge them as they come on in. And you pretty much get no kills whatsoever with even 8 Plague Claw catapults. So what we need to do is use our clan rats as lovely shields. Bog the enemy down in ways that our Plague Claw catapults can blast our enemy to bits without blasting our clan rats to bits as much. Not going to be an easy task. We're going to have our Skaven Slave slings up front, because if anyone needs to do the dying, it's the Skaven Slaves. We'll go ahead and grab our Plague Monks and hide them in the woods. Skrulky Boy up front with the other priest on the other side. We can pretty much have Skrulk and the priest double up on Coctixa here, just start throwing hands, and they should win that fight pretty well. The Skinks we can deal with our clan rats or our clan rat summons. And I'm going to have the Plague Monks hunt down his Skink Skirmishers if we're able. Skink Skirmishers here are actually not going to be that impactful, thankfully. So we'll grab the main characters, we'll grab our infantry, we'll grab the Missile Boys, and I think we want the Clan Rats. Well, at least I want these two in guard mode so they're not pushing their way in. We want 2 of them to kind of stay and fight and try to draw the enemy towards them, while the other 2 can kind of keep pursuing off these Skirmishers. We'll take a look at our units because I love me some Skaven. They did give the crews here for the Plague Claw catapults bonus versus injury because they are, I think they are supposed to be, well, maybe not. I thought they were supposed to be Plague Priests, but these guys look more like Skaven Slaves with a little bit more anointment. Got your good old Lime Jello launchers. The bulk of our army is going to be the Skaven, not the Skaven Slaves, the good old, well, both of them, Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats. Clan Rats look great. All of them on there. They're warp crack, ready to do battle. Look at that row of catapults. Man, I wish they were... They're useful, but as they get more and more and more ranks, they become much more pinpoint with those Lime Jello launchers. In the beginning, they're very good at killing your own units, and very suspect at taking out the enemy, which is pretty on flavor for Skaven. Got our stinky priests. Which, man, these guys have some stank to them. Vinris has enhancified their smell 100-fold. I think they look great for it. Lastly, we have our sad Skaven Slave slings. Slowest thing. Nasty slow. I don't think they're that slow, especially if you're running away from them. Not sure if these are just particles of death radiating from him. He's not supposed to have flies that can live anywhere near him. They just die. Oh, he's a nasty boy. And he's got the coolest weapon. Over to our proper priest. He should be having plenty of these. His flail is much less glowy, but he has a bigger chunk of warpstone in here. Yes, the Saurus. Big problem for any Skaven, no matter what. Alright, let's get it going. So basically, our slings are going to be in charge of dealing with the Slon. He's a big target. The slings actually do a pretty good job of dealing with him. So Jello launchers away. We're going to push the Clan Rats forward. We're going to have the Plague Monks move up. They're going to get spotted, and that's not really that big a deal unless he shoots the Doom Bolt of the Slon their way. I mean, pretty good shots for the Lime Jello launcher so far. I was talking smack. I wanted to have the slow-mo shots too. The Jello comes on in. That's what it's always looked like to me. Clan Pestilens was my very first Warhammer 2 campaign, and I got bodied. I mean, they did a better job of dodging that one. 3 Saurus bite the dust there. We'll go ahead and put things back into normal speed. There's a lot of skinks all in one spot. Seems like a bad idea. I also want to go ahead and summon in... We could just summon the Clan Rats on top of this clown. Clan Rats rush. Wait for them to get a little bit closer. We can have the Plague Monks annihilate the skirmishers, let them waste a little bit of their ammo there. You, Clan Rats, you get the job of hunting down Saurus. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. Oh, the Saurus turned around quick. Well done. Oh, the Jello splashes down mostly on our own Clan Rats. Well done. We'll go ahead and try to give them the direct fire order. That way they can kind of give them a shot in an area. It should work out a little bit better. Of course, it might not. Plague Priest, come on over here and start clobbering this guy. Let's go ahead and give them the heals. They need it most of all. I think Plague Breath through these skinks should have blended up a whole good deal of them. Oh, perfect. Alright, Skrulk, you get chasing down this Slann Mage Priest now. Beautiful stuff. Let's go ahead and start blasting these guys to bits. Have these priests kind of fall back. That way they're not getting taken out by our artillery. We'll drop poison there. More Clan Rats here. Just in case he tries to leave. We can let the Summon Clan Rats take the majority of the beating here. Oh, there goes the bolt. Who's it going after? Oh, it missed. Alright, you big idiot. That's going to be a mistake. Poison up everyone here. I guess I didn't give the attack order on the poison. Alright, Jello launchers, calm down. We're going to go ahead and have them halt because they're going to take out more of our own than them. Case in point there. Reptile thing over. There we go. I'd say that's a pretty good first battle there against the reptiles. Beautiful. Let's let the Plague Monks try to hunt down... Well, truthfully, we'll just let them stay off on their own. Foolish Saurus things. And their Amethyst Blueberry Slann. Hey, no way, well, come on in. I think one of the legendary lords in the mod is... you're saying Nurglith? The head of Clan Pestilens entirely? That'd be pretty cool. I can't wait for the Vermin Lords. Oh, the Vermin Lords are gonna be awesome. Oh, you guys were pursuing here. Yeah, we'll let the Plague Monks hunt the Saurus down. I'm hoping we get them... I don't know how soon we're gonna get them, truthfully. I figure they're probably gonna come in a kind of in-time style DLC. Well, they're hunting down the big toad, knocking him off his mobility scooter here. Angry rats. Oh! Knocked him right off. He's been surprisingly controlled so far. Yeah, a little bit less warpstone this time. I forgot to send him his allowance. Clan Pestilens is hoarding it this time. Hey, Hugo, welcome on in. Glad to see ya. I've fallen and I can't get up. Well, that's no good. Hurry, send the paramedics. Although it might be a trap. So make sure those paramedics are armed with shotguns. Hugo says, I love the Skaven clan. Scryer is my favorite. Get Claw, yes. No, Trap. You good there, Skaven man? Scryer is a very good clan, but secondary to Pestilens. Probably the funnest of all the campaigns, though, at least in vanilla. They have the workshop, they've got the nukes. It's probably a pretty good tie between them and Eshin. Here on SFO, Clan Pestilens gets the love it deserves. I think they've said several times they want Eshin to be, or not Eshin, Pestilens to be the kind of vanilla faction, and I'm hoping they rescind that idea. We're going to be enslaving just about every single time here when we can. Sending slaves back to the nest may bring a reward or fend off a betrayal, at least for the time being. Need lizard nuggets for everyone. Talking to the toad thing, yes, yes. I ain't gonna trust a rat man who just starts crushed hellish stones. I mean, I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't. Then dips their weapons in poisons that have been steeped in it as well. Alright. Another cool thing about the Skaven is that they're always growing ready to ambush, so as you continue to increase their ambush chance, they did become more and more of a nuisance. Everyone will hide in their settlements pretty much all the time. Which is what they deserve. Alright then. Think ourselves another battle. A decisive victory, but as the Skaven, the auto-resolve is really not going to like you. But you're going to want to fight pretty much all of them, including the ones that are against things just like skinks. Skinks are pretty much a one-to-one analog to Saurus. Or not, no, absolutely not. Skinks to clan rats, it is. As a Saurus punts a skink into orbit. Eat them all, yes, yes, spread the plague. Yes, yes. We can do that. Let's start deployment. We're gonna go ahead and set up our catapults. Oh, it kept our deployment from last time? How perfect. We'll just pull over here. It is so fantastic when it is able to do that. I tend to use very similar formations each time. I don't tend to just make 2 lines and click go. I like to make fun formations that are the most useful as possible. I think keeping the Plague Monks together is really useful, but also we want them to be working with one of the other clan rats. They're a glass cannon unit all the way with 50 attack, 20 defense. They aren't going to be defending themselves at all, but they've got 2 blades and they are ready to use them. They're also unbreakable here in SFO, which makes them so much better. They are going to be kind of mirrored to the Empire's Flagellants, where they're both very, very high melee attack, no defense, no armor, and unbreakable. Pretty fun. So the only units we really need in a group is my main characters. I just like to have the group, let's be real. Alright, let's move up and around. We'll have the monks get in the woods. Oh, we're not close enough to fire? Okay, we'll just move up until we are then. We'll shoot at the secondary group. We move. And well, as soon as they start firing, I don't want the Plague Monks, everyone but them. We'll move to about here. Get maximum. Bring the monks forward, or at least Big Papa Monk himself. Then we'll get the clan rats ready to rip out of the ground over here. Directly in front of this unit. Scroll can just charge on in. Now they're caught, so they should be able to throw. Oh, they might be able to throw their javelins. We'll see. The jello splashes down, hitting one good shot in the middle. Move Scrollkin, get all the infantry kind of rotating a bit. We're going to try to oblique angle them a little bit. We can do the good old Plague Breath through this group as they try to retreat. Let's have you catch this group of skinks. That was pretty great. See how many of them we can drag into one group. Clan rats. In. Mess them up. Monks come over here up to this group. We will drop the huge plague here. These are the summon clan rats. We won't really want to do anything with them. Let the plague monks come out of the trees too and start giving someone the old chop. Go after the skirmishers. We'll give them the heals. That way, if any of the spears that get chucked their way should be staved off. Good. 2 clan rats, 3 clan rats hitting the same group. Let's go ahead and switch them a little bit. Some friends in behind here. There we go. Plague monks annihilating. Go ahead and drop the. Ooh, that looks like friendly fire. keep blasting them, shooting no one else. I wonder how they lost so much health. That had to have been one of the... Yeah, all of the... How did they splash down right there? Our artillery trying to take out friendlies, but I wasn't paying attention. That went so quickly we didn't really see much of the fighting. Let's see the Plague Monks hunting down skinks. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Agreed. I mean, we'll definitely switch the formations up as needed, but for these kind of main small battles, nah, we can absolutely stick with what we got. Is he just getting hit by the artillery? Wait, how many of the skinks are still fighting? Turn around and deal with these guys then. I can't believe it. Bravest skinks ever. Go ahead and cast down the poison and see how long they stay brave. You guys halt the bout face. Blades down, powered with the... How are you still shooting? Our artillery is crazy. Either way, that should be all the first settlement there, but they keep coming on back. The little skinks that could. You guys fall back, let the rocks do their thing. There we go. Kind of a weird, really brave group of skinks. Get one more nice plague blast through just for some extra experience. Let's see if you miscast. Ooh, luckily. Not this time. Things are just fast enough, though, to stay away from us. We'll end the battle there. Reminder to show objectives overhaul once this place is captured and taken. I've already escaped ones yet, I'm curious. Yeah, the ones for Pestilens are pretty awesome, so we'll definitely show them off. Thanks for reminding me. Yes, yes. Yeah, we definitely gotta send these guys on back too. I don't think we can though because they're a settlement, but we can sack the settlement and then take it for... I don't know if sacking it gives us food in this one though. We should find out. Only 80 losses is actually pretty decent. Normally my plague claws here are vicious to our team. Notice that this group of clan rats was fine before. I don't know what happened to them. Lizard things stew, yes, yes. Yet them, we can have some stew and some dino chicken nuggets. Golden sword goes to the plague monks. Plague monks are incredible. Especially the more plague priests and the more we upgrade as Skrulk. That 50 attack just turns them into something akin to bloodletters. I was thinking, can you imagine the lethality mechanic here in Warhammer? I don't, there's too many things to balance. I don't know if it'd work. It'd be cool though. Because then you could really interplay and change up how the identities of the factions truly are. Food, only one. Some very low quality dino nuggets there. If we were to sack the settlement, we have to repair a lot more. So we're just going to go ahead and reloot and occupy. One of the things I think Vinrez did as well is it costs a lot more food to actually upgrade the settlements, where you get into a shortage pretty quickly just for doing that. We definitely don't want this though. We're just going to occupy at tier 1 here the Sentinel time. That'll be just fine. Roll gets the Blight Scabs Plague Pack very early on, so good luck getting close enough to these foul, pestilential creatures to kill them without getting infected. They're kind of fun too because they have the Aura of Rot. They don't have to be in melee, they just have to be near enemies, and they will start taking damage over time, which is just fantastic. It's kind of their main gimmick, on top of just being very, very elite flail infantry, which are unbreakable and are going to beat the brakes off of pretty much anything they hit. They don't like prolonged combat, though, so we want to get them in with things like clan rats or other Skaven slaves. That way they are able to stave off that damage for them. And I'll just give them cover to retreat. We won't recruit them just yet because they do cost upkeep, and I don't want to spend it until we need to. Instead, we're going to come on in here to the Sentinel of Time. And for the plans we need to unlock, so we start out with access here. Oh yeah, you said we needed to see the... Let's keep things in order. The victory conditions. So for the victory conditions overhaul mod is fantastic. I've added this in for pretty much all of my campaigns since I've discovered it. Thank you all so much for suggesting it. But what it does is it changes your victory conditions. It gives you 3 routes to victory for most of the campaigns in the game. There's a couple that don't have them, but you'll always be able to see. So if you go into your main startup campaign screen, it'll have a little icon if it does have the victory conditions already made, and it will not if it doesn't. So for here we've got Route 1, the Wormstone. So Lord Skrulk scours the jungles of Lustria for the Wormstone, a virulent warpstone artifact that was long thought lost beneath Altdorf. Recent intelligence claims that Tzeentchian cultists have transported the Wormstone to Lustria and seek to wield it against the Lizardmen. We're going to obviously go in and steal it from them. So we need to search for the Wormstone by securing settlements via conquest or through vassals or military alliances. Once we secure all of these provinces, we will continue, I guess, the search for Wormstone will continue. After scouring half the continent, Clan Pestilens has finally uncovered the Wormstone's location. Actually acquiring the artifact, however, will be no straightforward matter. Looks like we're going to have probably a battle to get that, which we don't get to see the actual rewards for it, but we'll get to have a choice between 2 powerful rewards, or a couple of them, which will be quite cool. And that gives you campaign victory as well, but you doesn't end the campaign. You can keep going all the way up to the domination victory, and with all of those buffs up, which would be quite cool. So I would like to try to go for a full all 3 routes here for this stream campaign. So we'll continue this one for quite some time if I can help it. For Route 2 there, we've got Lost and Founds, the Isthmus of Lustria, and Ancients in the Isthmus of Lustria. An ancient slant artifact known as the World Engine lies dormant beneath the earth. It is whispered to have the ability to burrow holes straight into other realities, opening new vistas of conquest for Clan Pestilens and the possibility of plagues heretofore undreamt. If Lord Skrulk could gain access to this device, he could unleash devastation on a scale unseen for centuries. Which would be awesome. We just need to build up the World Engine in the active World Engine in the Isthmus, which is up here. Lord Skrulk deeply desires to find the scrawled notes of the mad Nurglich Bruxlin and resume his research, abandoned after it resulted in the death of Bruxlin himself. With them, he will create an affliction greater than the Black Plague. Bruxlin hid his notes in concealed caches across Nagaroth, and so Lord Skrulk must journey north to those frozen lands to begin the search. And once we do complete both of those, we will be given the Bruxlin's Lost Plague, which looks like this is just a active trait we'll have till the end of campaign, which will give us less immunity duration for all future plagues, which means that, so after you spread a plague, once they rework plagues with the Nurgle Thrones of Decay, there will be a certain number of turns that no plagues can be spread to them no matter what, and this will just drop how long that is. I will also get a higher chance for all of our plagues to spread, so that's going to be up to, I guess, 115% base for Clan Pestilens here. 2 extra turn duration for all plagues, and then more escape and corruption in adjacent provinces. Just kind of preparing your way for invasion. We'll also get the Arc Chanter Unique Ancillary. Goes the Eldritch Plague Summoning, which will allow us to summon some Plague Monk Censor Bear. That is insane. So kind of like an Exalted Demon Summon. Except for, it looks like these guys don't disintegrate, so they're an Exalted Demon Summon that sticks around and has leadership instead of disintegrating. They also have the Eldritch Plague, which is Enchained Plague, which does a ton of damage. Looks like it's strong against actual units, so it's kind of like a Fate of Juna, but even better because it chains. My window's open so we can hear a little bit of the smacking around going on. Thankfully, the construction's gone, so I can leave my window open. We can actually listen to the nature and have some fresh air finally. Dire news has arrived from Nuln for the 3rd route here. Clan Scab, once an imminent vassal of Clan Pestilens, has been utterly decimated. The cauldron of 1,000 poxes entrusted to their care was destroyed by the infamous dwarf slayer Gotrek Gurnison. Driven to a scathing fury by their monumental failure, Lord Skrulk has resolved to build his own cauldron, an ambitious feat that has not been attempted for centuries. Only the strongest metals can hold the toxic brews that Clan Pestilens creates. He gathers star metal from the debris of the southern polar gate, by securing at least 8 of the following settlements via conquest or through vassals and military allies. So we need to go down there and secure the southern Chaos Wastes. We're going to need to gather exotic plague reagents from the Southlands by securing at least 4 of the Southland settlements. Fortress of Dawn, Temple Avenue of Gold, Teotihuacan, Temple of Skulls, Orion's Camp, Tlaqua, Quexel, or Zlatlan. And then lastly, we'll need to get exotic plague reagents from Grand Cathay, so we need to secure 5 of the following settlements in Cathay. And there's quite a few of those there too. And then our reward for this monumental task will be the Bubonic Baptism. Our faction leader will gain 15% more hit points. The Miasmic Aura for Skrulk, which is interesting. It says, I guess it has to say that for the text to work. Miasmic Aura gives you a nice little bit of Mortis Engine effect. So as long as he's in melee, he's going to be obliterating everyone nearby. More replenishment rate for his entire army, and then himself will have 15 additional bonus for his infantry. The Cauldron of the Thousand Poxes will be a unique ancillary. That will cause enemies to suffer attrition just from being in his province, which is silly for whoever has the ancillary. Extra chances for plagues to spread for all future plagues by 15%. The spell Plague, as a bound spell, looks like we get... How many of those? Looks like just the one. Yeah, just the one is still very strong. Frenzy for all units in the army, and then 15 additional leadership for Plague Monk units for the entire army, which is just incredible. So we're going to be trying to go for all 3 of these. 40 kill by the lizard, the other die for the plague. Very interesting. This mod is really pushing the Skrulk as a man of science narrative. Man of science and kind of just one who's trying to be a very, very, I guess a baby Kugath. So he's trying to build up his own plagues and things. I guess trying to burrow into another dimension is very sciencey. That's more scryer, but if we burrow into another dimension for plague ingredients, I'm here for that. So we're just going to go for Root Martyr on over to Ancient Cunning here for the start. We're going to try to get Skrulk's ambush chance up as high as we can, and then we'll switch over to making him very good as a spellcaster. We're also going to recruit another lord because I think SFO has removed all of the supply lines debuffs. So we're going to come on in and grab ourselves. While the Ruin and Warlock Masters are way better in terms of what they are capable of, we're going to have a Gracier of Plague for proper Pestilens theming. So we've got Seeping Putrescence, more hit points, more ammunition for artillery, more Skaven Corruption, Vermintide Harbinger. I'm sorry, what? The Vermintide Harbinger? Or the Grey Prophet? Well, this is an awesome trait. Your units won't be gaining experience all that much, but we can just fill his army up with Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats for the time being, and that doesn't really matter, but we're getting 20 additional growth, and his army costs less. I mean, I'm here for it. Welcome, Triven. Wait, are the Plague Monks unbreakable? The leadership buff is basically useless for them. Yeah, that's actually true. Because we're playing over in SFO, that's not going... So in normal, Plague Monks are not unbreakable, and neither are the Censer Bearers. So since there may be a version of the mod that's SFO specific that I did not grab, but yeah, so that one specific thing isn't going to be very useful. I think that's fine. The entire army getting Frenzy, I think, is well makes up for it. But thanks for calling that one out. That is very true. So here's the Sentinel of Time. Well, I would love to go for... So basically what I was saying earlier, we start with the technology here, Liturgus Infectus, which is going to give all of our plagues more casualties. So I guess anyone. Nurgle plagues. Or is it not differentiating between us and Nurgle? Either way, whoever's getting plagues and there's different kind of the corruption, they will be suffering more attrition. But we'll gain more control. We're going to be using pox samples per turn, and this will allow our recruitment of the Anointed Plague Monks. We don't have any other research to start, so we're going to start with this one. We'll also kind of mouse through to show you what we've got for the kind of the plague, what those different pox resources will be getting for us. What are the pox samples? So more, or I guess less attrition. Kind of not all that great. We've got Screaming Bells, construction cost reduction, a heap of missile resistance for all of your Plague Monkey units. Damage, more tankiness, great plague cones, enable plague contact effect for plague clock catapults, and contaminated still applies on the explosion, so they're also going to have a damage over time. That is silly. Extra speed for characters faction wide, speed for plague monks and plague clock catapults, and then we'll have the passive ability Plague of Undeath, giving them so a one-time use. Passive augment. Interesting. When does that trigger? Who knows, but whenever it does trigger, it gives them 100% charge bonus and they can't die. Find the wormstone and spread the plague. Eat all the lizards. Yes, yes. Indeed. You go indeed. So that's the final blessing. So through the Screaming Bells tree, we've got the plague weapons, so 100 extra base weapon damage for all characters faction-wide, and then more uses for the festering pool, which is very good for, again, taking away those archers or anything like that. Putrid Censors, just your good old hero buff. More physical resistance for all characters, and even more uses for the festering pool. Revel in Filth gives us more campaign movement range as long as we start in own territory, as well as more corruption in adjacent provinces. Designs of Nurglitch gives all of our armies the festering pool, and then one additional use. So all of these other buffs we've gotten for the more uses of the festering pool get to apply to everyone. Lastly, we've got the Strength of Pestilens, heading down to Embrace the Sickness for even more constant replenishment rate and uses of filth regeneration. Less miscast chance for Lore of Plague spells. An additional recruit rank for Plague Priests, which is just fantastic. Starts them off super elite. Gives us more use for the filth regeneration too. Mutant Breeders is less vigor loss for everyone. Unlike other clans who would eat such deformed offspring and kill their brood mother, Clan Pestilens embraces the mutations. Also have Warded by Plague, so everyone, and no matter which army they're in, gets access to filth regeneration, and we have one more use as well. Lastly, after completing all of them, we have the Viletide Comes, which drops everyone's control in provinces where armies are present. Gives us additional replenishment rate for characters by 50%. Less attrition when under siege, and less recruitment cost for Plague Monks and Plague Claw Catapults, just so we could be pumping out all of the Plague. Anything with a Plague in the name will have all of them. So to actually start upgrading our Clan Pestilens kind of themed units, we do need to go through the Devious plans, which drops upkeep for Skaven Slaves. In order to even start this, though, we need the Rubbish Pit. So here in Sentinel of Time, while I would prefer to have nothing but growth, we're going to go ahead and grab the Rubbish Pit to start. SFO does add a couple of buildings here. We have, or the building trees rather, we have the Storage Caves, which is kind of a food generating building, which also gives you extra capacity for Skaven Slaves. In this one, Skaven Slaves are, in SFO also, Skaven Slaves are going to be free to recruit, very, very cheap on the upkeep, so these guys are, what, 38? But you only are able to have a certain number of them based on that capacity. So we have 2 Skaven Slaves, 2 Spears. We're going to add both of the Spears in here with Lord Skrulk, and then we're going to go ahead and recruit up that other... We're going to have the other Lord Triven. See the man spread. Horned Rat. Hey, Healing with Light, welcome on in. Hope you're having a fantastic stream. We're doing alright so far. Kick the brakes off of some lizards. We are going to have you drop into Channeling Stance. Actually, we're going to have him recruit, aren't we? No, we're gonna fill the army up for Skrulk first. So let's go ahead and give Skrulk... I would go for a couple more Clan Rats, but we really need the Clan Rat Spears because they have a lot more defense. So I'm gonna go... We've got 2 4 Spears, kind of sounds good, and then we can grab... I'm gonna put the normal Skaven Slaves with the other army. So we're gonna go ahead and just grab a bunch of Clan Rats, fill Skrulk's army up with something pretty decent, and this guy will just be kind of a hero for now.
Mage. Bring decay.
We can call the other Lord Saruman. That is true.
Envoy of counsel.
Saruman the Stinky has been recruited. Welcome, sir. What? We had the Vermintide Harbinger on him. That's quite a cool looking sword. None of these little pokey bits make it easier or harder to rip through flesh, though, so we'll find out. He's got Envoy of the Council and then Voice of the Horned Rat. I don't think he has anything super unique. No, he's just your typical Grayseer. Fair enough. Typical Grayseers are still pretty dangerous. Alright, so here at the Sentinel of Time, I thought I asked you to build in the Rubbish Pit. We could unlock our Devious plans. It drops corruption and increases corruption at the same time, which is an interesting... I guess it drops everyone else's corruption but increases our own. That is quite interesting. We're going to start off with the exploitative planning because we can take the income hit right here early in the game. So we're going to go ahead and give the extra corruption. We want this buffed up to 100 as fast as we can. And the extra 10 food being generated is also going to be very useful. So we're going to go ahead and go for exploitative planning to start, then swap it over to expansionist planning once our corruption is pretty up there, I believe. Right? Wrong. I lied. We're going to go for expansionist planning. We want growth. Growth is great. And then we'll come on into our diplomacy and see what other kind of Skaven clans we can bully into being our friends. Oh, Clan Scrat here, lovely. Well, he's likely to get drop kicked by Tehenowen down here. I'm just gonna go ahead and take these 2 packs, 2,000 gold. Well, actually, how much are you willing to give me for all of these? That's a little bit more. We'll take it. You are wise, strong. I'm happy to agree to your offer. Clan Spittle as well. We'll go ahead and start trading with you clowns. I'm gonna go ahead and not go for the non-aggression. Oh, you really? You have to do both. Alright, fine. I planned on betraying Spittle later on, but for now we'll go ahead and take the trade. We can't trade with the demons, but we can get a non-aggression pack with them. That would put us at odds with Itza, probably a little bit faster, but how much gold do they have? Really not much. Not really worth it. We'll let the Nurgly boys stand on their own for now. Greetings, Ka. Welcome on in. Good to see ya. Kneel before Clan Pestilens. Indeed. Indeed. Next we're going to be pushing towards, I guess, Southern Sentinels, even though this is the capital. That's not going to be a fun fight, but I'm sure we can handle it. We could just sneak across over here after Chupa Yodel first. We'll see what's defending the Southern Sentinels. Would say pretty decent start so far, but this is just your typical. We'll see what they choose to do over here in the Southern Sentinels. That'll determine everything. Lizardmen factions are much scarier than we are in the early game. So we want to make sure that we're stopping them pretty soon. Before they start kicking out Saurus. This is the menu you'll see every single time after your first turn. You'll allow yourself to either just give you a buff of different kinds, so either more control for 1 turn, more growth for 1 turn, or movement range for 1 turn, or for 10 turns, that is. More line of sight for 10 turns, or a time of rebellion, so we lose control. We should be fighting the entire time, which actually might be the best one there. Then a time of balance, I think, just does nothing. You want absolutely nothing. You want a normal stock campaign. Anytime, though, you can come on up into your SFO menu there and change up a whole bunch of different campaign, from how fast research takes for yourself or enemies, to how much growth, control, all sorts of different things. So I think we're going to go for time of maneuvers. I would love the time of rebellions. We're going to have rebellions as is at this Skaven, so we're just going to go for time of maneuvers. We can move around and actually deal with them all. I love that so many of the factions, when I see them struggle, I just feel sad for them. Like, Cairo seems to always drop kick Oxyotl so easily. That depends. I always think Oxyotl's gone until we get down here. And he just seems to be doing nothing and waiting until people notice him, and then he springs into action. But he does tend to get in a eternal stalemate, at least, with Kairos. I've never seen him win that fight. Unless it's me. The dominating scheme. Provoke the broodmothers and have them breed. We will flood over the overworld with our bodies. Yes. Alright, let's see what's going on over here, the Southern Sentinels. So, Timak Enzi is already set up. He's got some Saurus. Well, we could just go for the good old Skaven sneakiness, right? So let's have Skrull drop into an ambush. Yoink. Have a Saruman come on up. Thankfully, he's got 5 loyalty, so we shouldn't have any issues with him betraying us and stealing all our soldiers. Oh, can you? Oh, we've got the Spread the Rot stance. Even corrupt the land with their devious scheme. The army becomes hidden. Bigger loss reduction. They're just running around, breaking things and stealing. Making things nice and Skaven-y. How I feel for Azazel. Oh yeah, me too. Azazel gets leg swept every campaign by Castalton. He doesn't stand a chance. So Saruman, you set up here in your encamp. What's an offensive encampment? Allowing for recruitment and replenishment regardless of territory. Really? Well, I mean, encampment, that's what encampment does. It gives you access to global, but cool. Extra food generation and more corruption. So Saruman, my stinky boy. Let's have you grab a couple of Skaven slaves, because they're completely free. And then we'll go for, I don't know, unit of spears for some defensiveness. They're going to think Saruman's recruiting. Oh, quick, we've got to stop him. And that shall be their doom. Also kicking the dominating scheme here to generate some food, growth control, and, oh, recruitment cost. Hang on now. Even though our recruitment cost was 0 for everyone else, I don't have to pay for these guys. There we go. Food generation's a little bit suspect right now, but that should be alright. Grab the spears, and then we'll have Skrulk then pick up his leg pack. Beautiful. We could probably take these guys here at the Silent Sentinels, but we're going to be nice and sneaky. Draw them over. That may not work. We'll find out. Either way, though, we'll have more units than them. So, flood the world. Well, Paladin Nurslings, how much gold do you have? I'm tempted to just take your money, but I really don't want it to discover us and come throwing lizard hands just yet. We need to deal with the Southern Sentinels first. And so... Azazel is ugly. Oh, poor... Yeah, I mean, his model doesn't look super great, but he's easily my favorite of the Slaneshi lords, even if he's Warriors of Chaos. Grimgor is the guy you'll always see survive and thrive in every campaign. He'll steamroller with his Waz. Yeah, most of the greenskin factions do pretty well. Oh, you poor fool. Did he sneak around Skrulk? What just happened here? I mean, sure. How bad do you guys think Auto Resolve is going to be to us? It's just 2 Saurus. Let's find out. Oh, our front line. 744 rats fall. I guess they were just using him as target practice. Insufficient captives taken. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and snack on them then. That's unfortunate. We should be able to replenish though, so let's find out. Personally, it's Cetra I've seen dominate often, or at least occupy. I've never seen Cetra do well. Except for, I think, in one campaign very early on. Which is sad, because I quite like Cetra. And Scryer, Saboteur, getting to the target is one thing, destroying without killing yourself is quite another. We're going to go ahead and pause our Liturgist Infections and come over to our Devious Plans, drop up Keep for Skaven Slaves, and then give us more replenishment rate for him, too. Oh yeah, his ambush was full, and somehow they went around. I guess they just went around him to attack Saruman. I mean, it still works out for me. Now the Sentinels is unguarded. For you, Kevin, I would love to go for more Corruption, but let's grab at least one upgraded version of Pestilent Breath for getting through, just deleting all of the skinks that we can. Now we move in for the Sentinels. Skrulk, you first, Saruman behind. Sicken and die. Oh wow, that's a lot of Saurus. And 8 Croxagore, huh? I would prefer. So the AI on sieges is still quite weird, but we're gonna go ahead and fight it. My favorite one is Grom the Paunch. Grom the Paunch is quite fun, but he becomes much better as you learn more about him in lore. I despised his big gubbo self for a while. Ruined all my campaigns with his overly aggressive lads. His goblins become hulks with how powerful they are. So no more heroes to grab. I was hoping we could just quick snag one. Maybe grabbing an assassin in there that secondary turn would be a really good idea, so you could send them up and over the walls and sneak around to capture zones. Because you kind of want to use your heroes, or your lords as heroes in the early game, especially with not having any supply lines to worry about. I know we have no siege equipment. We're going to use the catapults. Go ahead and grab a couple of uses of Menace below. We'll take 3, because we definitely want to use them to get in behind and try to cut down as many of these Saurus spears as we can before they rip through our own guys here. Let's take it to them. Oh, really? So you've seen Cetra get up to 40 to 50 settlements? That's quite impressive. Ulthuan either just becomes a superpower nation, gets occupied by Bandai pirates, Druki and Chaos. Whoever controls Ulthuan tends to become an uber powerhouse. And that is either Noctilus, Marathi, or usually Alariel. Ooh. I'm professional. Get out of your phone. Throw that thing across the room. who are y'all the most excited for coming up with the new, I guess the discussed DLC with greenskins, corn, and ogres? I honestly don't know. I think corn and ogres are gonna be my most played. Greenskins I enjoy quite a bit. It'll depend on how good they actually manage to make the Lord, how fun thematic they manage to do it. So for this one, since our artillery pieces throw those shots quite high up in the air, I'm thinking what we're going to want to do is set up them in a way where we don't want them to get shot by the towers, but I think behind these walls there they should be fairly safe. Or to try to have them blast apart. I don't know if the walls are going to be an easier attack or the gatehouse. Also going to pull my mic close to me real quick. There we go. Alright, so the other thing we'll want to do is we'll just grab all our clan rats, kind of stick them up front. The Lizardmen don't have any good missile troops, which is very, very good. We can actually send clan rats either way we want to try to start grabbing zones and keeping their attention. I'm going to have the monks hide back here in the... I was going to say hide back here in the jungle, maybe not. Something's wrong with this jungle. Put all the monks in the same spot there. Slings are going to be actually pretty useful. Want them to save their shots, at least for the start of the battle here. Even slave spears, and clan rat spears. Sweet. Kevin and the other main characters, all of our infantry. We're gonna have the plague monks in their own group finally. And then let it begin. We've got a minute 57 until our allies come in, so we're just gonna send Skrulk and the other lad up to the gates. Oh, they're going for the Holy Stella. So how about you don't fire for a moment? Just let them waste that ability there. Let's blast these Saurus, and actually it's probably better to have them... They tend to do a bad job if they're attacking a unit specifically, so let's have them kind of group shot this. Yeah, I mean, they hit the walls, but didn't do that much damage. Croxagore back there freaking out. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to have one of these I guess both of these secondary clan rats start going around. They don't have the units to keep the entire area protected. Ooh, nice hit. Left right in the middle of the Saurus. Made it in pretty well. The AI might choose to open up the gates and come out after him, so we'll see. Oh no, yeah they did. Those Croxagore got mad. Alright, fair enough. They've got angry Croxagore guarding the gates. Go ahead and bring the lads in then. Slings, I think we'll have you take up a position away from those towers. Now you two get back to punching holes in the gates. I mean, they're getting through the walls, I guess. Let's see if we can have them both blast the walls down. We need at least one hole in the wall. Clan rats are making their way around. They do have less speed when they have more units. That was a fantastic hit. And I'm impressed the swords are still staying on the walls. Stillodon Crystal looks like it's healing up their lord, which is a good strategy there. They'll be near full by the time we're in the gates. The Scar, is this just a normal Scarvet? Thankfully it is the hero variant. Alright, Skaven Slave Slings, bring you guys up to fire on the Croxagore. If you could hit the Revive Crystal, I would definitely go for that. Yeah, follow those Croxagore around, be a nuisance. I'm gonna blast these Saurus Spears with both. We don't want our slings too close, otherwise they're gonna get hit. I mean, if they're just gonna post up on top of the walls, that works for me. You guys, I guess, go for the spears themselves. How long before Skrulk and everyone are through those gates? Corn. I'm a Corn stan and extremely biased towards him. He's a lot of fun. incredibly straightforward to use, which I think is also part of the fun with them. The more elite you get with utilizing his units and his strategies, though, the better you can even do with them. But just pressing forward, group locking, and attacking forward works pretty well with Khorne. They're going to come up on the walls here, so let's go ahead and bring them around. They're just going to keep being squirrely towards our own units. I can knock down this section of wall, though. Artillery's running a little bit low on shots. They're not really made. Let's see if I can actually see how much bonus versus walls they get. Oh, does the Holy Stella last the entire battle? Oh. Well, let's go ahead and move out of that. I didn't realize that was going to last the entire battle. Also, secondary allies. Let's go ahead and get on in here. We're going to have the Skaven slaves start harassing the walls themselves. Spears coming over this way. Slings, you two. We want to keep harassing the Kroxigor as much as possible. I didn't realize this. The Holy Stella was... Okay, it's gone now. How does that work? Maybe they just cast another one. Which is likely what they did. Obviously, it was aliens. So they're sending one unit of Saurus warriors around. That's actually perfect, because they're no longer on the front lines. Alright, we're through the gates. But fall back just a bit. I want to blast a hole in the walls before we continue. I prefer you guys throw your slings at the Kroxigor. Slow and steady wins this race. We got 40 wins of magic. I want them to have all of their swords kind of docked up on the walls. That way when the walls go down, they suffer for it. Alright, artillery. What are y'all up to? Probably gave you guys an attack order that you're not good at. There we go. They've got a lot of Saurus left, but we can blend them up pretty nicely with magic once they're all surrounding us. Leave slings here. New slings also just set them up in a nice V formation. Even if they go after them with these Saurus warriors, I will just summon in the menace below behind them. In one of my campaigns, Tic-Tac-Toe owns all of Ulthuan. Really. The Sky Cohort over there doing some good work. Okay, so they have abandoned the walls. That's very smart. Thank goodness the rocks don't do any damage, otherwise Skrull could have been in trouble there. Alright, let's send them in together. Straight into the shields. And we'll have our Skaven Slave Spears going to come in behind them. Yeah, let's go ahead and surround my lord. Definitely the best strategy possible. Something more like this. Oh, 2 sections of the wall are down. That's perfect. Alright, so slings, go ahead and turn, and let's fire on the Bastiladon Revive Crystal. It falls back immediately. I'm happy to just throw it at the Saurus then. Alright, Skrull, look at all these Saurus here. Magic Plague Breath. Go. We'll overcast, see how much damage we can get. Alright, Skaven Slaves, go ahead and start chopping into these Kroxigor. Alright, the Kroxigor are very scary, so let's go ahead and fall back with Skulk and the Priest. Got more clan rats. Go ahead and start bringing everyone in. Other slings up on top of the walls. We want to swarm over the walls with the units that don't matter so much. That way there's no towers threatening us. But we can threaten them from the rooftop here. Alright, all 3 slings. Start working on the Revive Crystal now. Like I said, start working on the... Well, we can actually have them deal with these Kroxigor. You come on up into position. Spears move in to fight the Kroxigor. Alright, over on this side, we've got our clan rats are all spread out. Capturing the zone, though. I'm going to use one of our summons here once the Saurus are actually engaged. Oh, really? The Heaven the Scabbers is already fleeing. Already running for the hills. Alright, Plague Monks, let's get up here now. It's about time. Most of the defenders are quite weak, and we've got more ladders going up the walls now. I'm just kind of waiting on these guys here. You're back, perfect. I'd say just more Plague Breath. Take out as many of these Saurus as we can. Go through the Skinks and the Saurus there. We can summon in the Clan Rats behind them, or at least attempt to. They're gonna get taken out by Saurus Spears. Bad summon. We'll use them on the spears there.
I agree.
Well, you have the Skaven Brew. I should have given this to someone else. 30 additional melee attack is pretty useful, though. Alright, captured that zone. Let's go ahead and keep moving through. Keep our momentum up. Both of those units of Clan Rats if we can. Alright, more Kroxigor coming on in. Let's bring the Skaven Slaves to fight them. Sling's doing pretty good work too, aren't they? I'll go ahead and have you keep chucking in. Let's go after these Cold One Riders this time. Stilodon Crystal ran away. It's trying to hover in and out of combat there. Move you just up enough further. We can go poison for everyone here. We can start sending in the Clan Rats now. A lot of the enemies are worn down. Gotta watch out for the artillery blowing up our own guys. Fall back just a bit. Gets annihilated. Clan Rat Spears, come on in. Spears on this side. We just need to hunt down these Kroxigor. Most of these Saurus are already quite wounded. They're sending the skirmishers back. Bold strategy. Let's go ahead and not summon any Clan Rats in there because they're just going to get wiped out. All those Skinks won't do very well either. Interesting. I'm curious. They're spread out and kind of weird. Let's see if we can do some damage there. That may be a completely wasted summon. Alright, Skaven Slaves swarm down there now. Doing a good job of staying away from our artillery. Charge in there and obliterate them. We can go ahead and give you the Skaven Brew. Yes. Extra poison for everything here. Our slings look to be struggling a bit, so let's go ahead and bring them around. We might have better chances there. Actually, they have better chances up on top of the walls, wouldn't they? You guys up on the walls. Yes, Master Lord. Rolk is not enjoying his fight with the Kroxigor here. Where did my other spears go? I thought I had you guys coming in to fight the Kroxigor, but I guess not. Alright, well, let's heal these Skaven Slaves. Come on in and start clobbering these Saurus Spears. These slaves here, go up to this group. Just bog down what we can. Alright, so you guys then can hunt down this group of skirmishers. And now we send in the plague pack. And my artillery's not quite done firing. The rats are mostly just staying outside the walls. What's going on here? We'll lock these guys up. We're going to go ahead and take them out of the group. That way they're not rushing forward. Just send everyone in. Attack charge. We can clobber the Kroxigor there, and we just drop this on top of the Cold One Riders. Them caught between two. Slave slings. Let's go ahead and have you guys take the top of the wall there. They're going to be standing kind of all over the place because of the way they are. You guys come down here. There, we got them caught between a couple groups of clan rats now. If anything, I'll just wear them down. They've caught that group of skirmishers. Make sure our clan rat spears are fighting the Croxagore. And one is on the Bastilodon. Plague monks, come on into your thing as well. I think pretty much we've got them through numbers. Kevin is not enjoying fighting the Croxagore, is he? Surviving the Bastilodon. I think they just recast the Holy Stella. Yeah, that's what I realized too after I said it. I was like, hang on now. No, they just used it again. A lot of these guys are coming back, so let's make sure they don't charge through our lines and start ripping holes. Looks like a lot of the AI is kind of bogged up here in this. They're not sure how to get through these gaps, even though we made 3 of them. We're having quite a bit of trouble with the siege. Alright, that zone's ours. Let's go ahead and send them in to capture this middle. You guys are back. Perfect. Come on back in. Yeah, that's not good. Rats, what are you guys doing? Turn an attack here. We'll have these spears turn around. Our artillery's gonna get messed up now. Weird CJI here. Just the pathing's not fantastic. Come on, Scroll. Let's drag down these Croxagore. You can do it. The sheer number of rats in here. Plague Monk should be annihilating those Saurus. Croxagore running for the hills. Set my artillery up over here. That way they can maybe fire in. Interesting. Let's have you all work together against this group of skirmishers that's just running away. I guess you're already capturing them, so go ahead and make sure you do. I mean, summoning more clan rats over here isn't going to be very useful. Well, let's just keep bogging these cold ones down. Let's get my missile troops in behind over here so they can actually get some surround shots. Skrull's bullying him a Bastilodon. He has regeneration as well, so that's why you can see his health slowly ticking on up. I think he did get regeneration on a normal as well. He gets it later on in his skill tree, I think. There we go. Maybe we just have the Skaven slaves turn around and bog down the Scarvet. He's likely to turn and run pretty quickly. We can have all the Plague Monks come in and finish him off. You guys move up to capture this zone. Yeah, no, everything up front here is gone. Everyone that's not an artillery piece, onward. Ravens, our warriors flee. They're gonna go after this group. Should be no problem. Scarvet's gonna cleave his way through plenty of our guys. We're just gonna overwhelm this zone, capture it, and then move past him. There's nothing you can really do about it anyway. A spear, come on up here and go after these riders. The towers are firing for us, which is just beautiful. Bring the Plague Claw catapults in to capture this zone. Should be able to kind of fast forward our way through here now. There we go. It's gonna be a very long-winded battle, all things considered. Saurus fight hard, but ultimately in vain. How haven't they suffered army losses yet? That just tends to be a thing. I think the AI is very very convinced that they are going to win every battle now. AI likes to win. Someone inserted a line of code that says win at all costs. And so they'll randomly hijack your artillery and blast your own people with artillery. And they don't retreat until they absolutely have to. You'll notice that even with very low leadership factions, they get a little bit of a buff because of the very hard, but it's not that much. I think it's only like 2-3 leadership, which 2-3 leadership sometimes is the difference. Well, that's loading. I'm going to jump up and go grab me some old coffee. And we return. Oh, nice. A forbidden rod for us to wiggle around and get punished for it. I mean, not bad, not bad. We did lose quite a few of our Skaven slaves in the fighting. That's what they're there for. But as you can see, our warriors are not good in the early game. We can go ahead and sack the Southern Sentinels for a good deal of money, but I don't think we need to. We'll just go ahead and occupy it. Occupying it tier 2 costs so much food. No thanks. We've got another use of Scalm. So much enchanted Scalm. The skooma is flowing. I personally would have been offended ashamed if I allowed the Rivification Crystals to score that many frags. Well, I mean, you could be. I'm gonna let you know that Bastillodons are dangerous. As long as they're cyclocharging, they slaughter rats. Let's go ahead and come on in here and grab... Oh, you get Dictatorial for less corruption, or Corruptive for more. We're just gonna go for Age of Cunning, for Ambush.
Join us.
What is Plague Rash doing? Speed and vigor. Now we need more corruption. It's the Skaven. Plus it's Bastillodon. The Skaven are used to those losses. Yeah, we just send them on in. Bastillodons are main. They're not so good in prolonged combat, but their charges are dangerous. Let's go ahead and grab you, Saruman. You don't really need to have a maximum route marcher, so let's go for Pestilent Breath so we can make him a good caster. Oh, Colchin Plains has no recruitment available for us. Interesting.
Blessed filth.
Blessed filth. Let's come on in with this province then and just go for... Oh, we could get more capacity for our Skaven slaves here with the storage caves. We could. Or it's the clan pit for more fighting. Ooh, that might be a good idea. Oh, you get capacity with the Rattling Warrens, too. That works. We'll go for the Warrens, then that way we're getting more growth as well.
Dreaded one.
Dreaded one. We'll have Saruman go through. And the plan is, if we had a slightly larger army, we could go for both at the same time. We might still be able to. What's defending these? Probably just some skinks. Skinks are at least they're able to match clan rats. Alright, so we've got rebellions about to kick up in Oixel, really? Okay, so we'll go ahead and pop in, I think, an assassin. For defending Oixel. We'll have the assassins of Clan Pestilens, so missile strength during ambushes. Ambush success chance is pretty great. Looming Dread. Oh, nice. Also more experience gain and damage reflection. Shuriken Mayhem. More ammunition, more missile strength for Night Runners and Gutter Runners, and more range. Well, that's the one. We don't have any Gutter Runners yet, but that is absolutely the one. We'll have them be a lot of the Plague variant, or the Poison variant, to be at least on theme here for Clan Pestilens. Alright, so you are our brand new assassin. Go ahead and get you a couple of, let's say, 2 or 3 spears, then 3 warriors. We want kind of an even spread. Okay, cool. We'll let him deal with the rebellion, and then Saruman and Skrull can go after Chupiotl and Mangrove Coast. Beautiful. Plus, they're immune to flanking. Yeah, SFO might have changed that. They were immune to flanking before, so they're an absolute nightmare to deal with, unless you have good shooting. Or Spirit Leech. Spirit Leech zaps them, same as anything else. A little bit of chugging there. But the devious plans are away. So this is just kind of your flavor text for the Skaven's research. Interesting. Sinlet here has some Skaven slave slings and a couple of warriors.
No, you failed.
I'd like to see exactly what he's wielding. Can we go into an ambush and just catch him slipping? I think we can at least try. I see no reason not to. They're going to cost 5 food, so every single unit costs you 1 food. That's very fair. Let's go ahead and come in here and go for our landmark then. The corrupted spawning pool gives us a nice bit of gold if we weren't having so much negatives from our control. But it's going to give us more food, more control, more growth, less attrition from all armies in the area, and then construction time reduction, recruitment cost reduction, more recruitment capacity. Good stuff. It also gives us some sensor bearers for the garrison. I'm going to go ahead and upgrade the clan barracks here as well. We've got 4 turns before we can take Oixel up to the Warren. I think we're going to go ahead and instead upgrade Sabatun. That way we can get more growth in the area too.
Let the bell scream.
Can you reach the coast? Oh, you can. Oh, you can reach either. Ooh, that's a gold mine, isn't it?
Doom decay.
Okay, so let's go after Chupiotl first. Fight dirty. Ferocious plans just gives us more local recruitment capacity. I mean, we might as well just grab this to start, because it only costs the 1 turn. Alright, so we'll have...
Bring decay.
I want to hit both of these settlements at the same turn. Just don't think it'll be possible.
The council's voice.
Alright, so let's go after Chupiotl first. Because it does have the gold mine.
Sick and die.
Oh, look. Raoul.
This plague has not taken.
So let's scroll surround here.
Kill slay. Fight nurse.
I am going to have Saruman not get involved with this fight. I'm actually going to have him... I lied. I lied. We're getting involved. Up to Chupiotl.
Legs, tails, move. Ready.
Any fights are just more food for us, so I don't mind losing some of our smaller settlements here, especially Sun Sentinels. We have already built everything up, so we wouldn't really be taking that big of a loss. This only costs like 250. The Skaven's building costs costing almost nothing is such a fantastic protection from being attacked. Yep, so Skrulk, Chupiotl. We would allow the auto resolve to take this, but even though this is decisive with low, it would be very mean to our front line, which we can't handle, or we can't have. So we're just gonna go ahead and move in, crush them. Sling should be very good at dealing with the Kroxigor. Actually, we'll probably bring one of the slings over from the other army, led by Saruman. I'd bring them over here to this army led by Skrulk. I would like to have probably 4 units of slings. What SFO also did is they buffed up how many numbers. There's like 200 or so clan rats per model, and then there are 280 of the slave variant. So there's 200 just normal Skaven slave slings, where there's like 180 in the base game, and then for your normal slave units, there are 280 of them. An incredible number of a Skaven. Stock Eve. They probably just want to post up over here. Let the artillery do their thing. We can have the front line of normal clan rats. Indeed, we'll have the Skaven slave slings. I'm just going to have them hunting down the Crocs core pretty much the entire battle. We'll have the plague monks working this flank as well. You get 180 censer bearers. That's a ton of censer bearers. We'll grab the normal spear boys, kind of have them behind, ready to rush in and tie down those Croxagore. Normie clan rats also just being in up front. They're not good at being defensive, so we're going to want them being kind of flankers. Let's have ourselves a... Go, slaves there. Slaves there. Our main characters. That looks good to me. Let's get this first group here and let it begin. Slings, you are going to be in charge of hunting down Croxagore at all cost. The artillery is away. I'm just going to send scroll directly into these skinks. Evan is going to be doing something very similar. He's going to get real aggressive with some skinks, but not quite the same. We're going to use his overcasts here. Oh, we don't have the magic for it. Just kidding, we won't. Alright, so let's go ahead and stop their general here in the back, who is a skinky boy. He's going to try to run through. We've got good old Plague Breath with Scroll. Yeah. Give it to him. Skaven slaves try to go bog down those Croxagore. You two. Let's rush through with our clan rats. This artillery team is going to try to defend Skrulk. This artillery team is going to kind of do the same over here on this side. Plague Pack, you guys move around. We're going to try to ignore that lord there. Yep, perfect. Spears, let's go ahead and flank through. Swords, go straight down the middle and hunt down that lord. Skaven slaves are fine at hunting down skink skirmishers. They're just not great at fighting. Black Death. Oh, it moved a bit. Fly scabs, you guys go over here. You can just smash into this group of skink cohort. Artillery, try to shoot behind, not into our lines, if we can help it. Well done. Those are some good shots. Come this way then, so you're not taking out our own guys too much. Spears need the most. Flails to work. Blood flying everywhere. Lizard things prove ineffective. Why can't I attack these guys? There we go. Alright, artillery, you guys can go ahead and take a break as well. Just in time for reinforcements to get here. We'll just group them and just send them all forward. Hunt down whoever you can. Operation Gone Fishing. Turn you around. We'll let the Plague Monks got a nice charge though, didn't they? Light Rat's running. Time this one well. That'd be not a good call. We are here for friendly fire, but I'm gonna be that much. You guys around. Blends up that group of skinks just fine. Sweet, most dangerous thing here was by far the Croc score. Plague Monks turn around and give them that charge. The Croc scores still give skinks fear because that can mean your front line will run away faster knowing Skaven leadership. They likely do. Let's go ahead and pull it up. Yep, they do still give skinks fear when Crocs score around. So a lot of the base, I don't think Vinris changed most of the kind of base stuff like that. Because it is actually a pretty nice interaction. Was he running? Oh, he's trying to shoot darts at our, at Kevin. What a bully. Oh, enjoy the poison. And all of the Plague Monks. Got so many new friends. They're just jealous of your headdress. They want to know where you got it. Ooh, and that's the poison. That's a bad time there. And the Skink Chief's done. Who's still fighting? Really? Brave little skinks that could. I mean, 3,000, 4,000, 4,500 versus 900 doesn't seem to be too much of a... That's not a... It's not being too cautious. That's being not cautious enough. We need 8,000. That's got to be like 10 to 1. Also, good grief, Venris, you made the Skaven insane. As long as you're keeping your food up, you can have so many armies. All that upkeep production. 11,000 at least. That's what I figured. It's got to be 11,000 to 500 to make it a fair fight. For mid-game. For mid-game, we need at least 15,000. We'll see if anyone is able to build up while we're doing that, though. SFO does make the AI quite a bit more clever with how they build. We'll see that. I'm going to say that, and we're going to see them have nothing but the protection buildings soon. I don't know that I'm going to be going for that many under Empire. Unless it's a long ways away for us, or if we're in an area that is normally uninhabitable, or maybe the yellow, I can't think of what it's unpleasant. We might go for the under Empires there. But otherwise, we're just going to take the settlements. These belong to us now, yoink. Beautiful stuff. That is 175 lost in the fight. An overwhelming tide of rat flesh. Sacking the settlement, not really very worth, so we're just going to go ahead and occupy. Here 2 would drop us down into the red, which would be very bad. So we're going to go ahead and not. Chupa Yodel belongs to me now. As well as we've got a brand new Scroll of Leeching, which is kind of a very rare item to gain. We get a few more of the Skaven slaves. Let's go ahead and give the slings to... Oh, we can't. Never mind. I'll just go ahead and group these guys on in then. Either way, get all the Skaven slaves over here with Saruman. Interesting. Is this the same turn? I think it's the same turn. To say, I'm pretty sure we went to an ambush. It's the same turn. Alright, so we'll go ahead and use the skills for Ancient Cunning on Skrulk. Oh, Kevin, the Vermintide's probably the call, isn't it? Being able to summon more clan rats. Always the call. Yodel, we need to defend or rebuild the Slave Wharf here, giving us more growth. A couple of garrison, too. It's our version of the Lothern Sea Guard. Alright, rebuild that on up. Check our diplomacy just real fast, make sure there's no more trade to be had. We can probably just go ahead and confederate with Clan Spittle pretty quickly here. Have some Skaven on side. Normally I betray them because the Halt of the Horned Rat, it wants you to, it usually drives you into a war with Clan Spittle. We're going to try to be friends with him this time. He's got a lot of land, and if we utilize the AI's ability to kind of just pump out armies like crazy, we can actually yoink some of his guys away from him using our Legion's points. So the first of our vassals of Clans Pestilens has been re-established.
Great victory.
We do have the gold even to go for an outpost too. Let's pop this one in at... Where are they going to upgrade the most, probably? Altar the Horned Rat is likely where they're going to upgrade the most. We'll go ahead and pop it in there. And that'll give us access to Night Runners for our Assassin. Oh, he's just going to sit up outside. So interesting. You could have just stayed in the coast and done some recruiting there, Grawool. Instead, you choose to fall in obscurity out in the jungles. So Skinliet is just going to sit here and recruit. And I guess steal from us.
Plan scheme is discordant.
Fair enough. Staten, you fall back then. So they're not going to go for that. And, oh, lovely. Extra recruitment capacity. So, I'm sorry, what? 8 recruitment capacity per turn. I mean, don't mind if I do. They don't even cost, they only cost 4 more to give them a shield. And it gives them much better stats. Because they do lose some combat. Potentially, they lose melee attack, going from spears to shields to normal. Short-term plan after we delete this lizard faction, we will go for the red-crested skink. I think it's actually better to go after Gorok, because Gorok tends to immediately come at... As soon as he deals with the Paladin Nurslings, you are next on the chopping block to Gorok. So what we'll do is we'll let our smaller army hang out down here and raid or kind of keep an eye on the elves and the red crests, while we deal with Gorok as quickly as we can. And then we'll circle back around and go after the red crests if they're actually surviving, because they tend to actually get stamped out by the Druki pretty quickly. And since the Lunamancers aren't here, since we're not playing with the Illustria Rises mod, the Lunamancers usually beat Rakarth pretty quickly. Rakarth is going to be a nuisance for us if we let him be. Ooh, a flesh farm. Skaven factory farms are hellish places where half-formed things are bred to feed the masses. This gives us clan rats instead of Skaven slaves. 75 growth is hefty. And then here at Subbatoon, we'll also just go ahead and pop in. Walls is probably a pretty good idea. It does consume food. So instead, we'll just be aggressive and go for more growth. Exactly, friend, exactly. We got 4 turns we'd have to wait for any growth. I think we need to let Wixel go ahead and move up to the tier 3, so we'll wait on that. Staten. Do they lose melee potential as swordsmen too? 20? Well, they do, really. I don't know that makes sense. It does for the spear, because a 2-handed spear you can thrust quite a bit harder. But this is still the same one-handed blade. Whatever. We'll go ahead and get ourselves some... So 2 spears, 2 swords. By 2, I mean as many as we can afford. That's good. Driven by hunger gives us more post-battle loot, more recruit rank for land rats. This is mostly replenished for rate and just melee potential. Expendable for rats too, that's a pretty good one. Income from sacking, and the menace below. Well, we need to move through the devious plans to get through to actually buffing up our Clan Pestilens units. These are really good buffs up here for just your normal clan rats that are coming up from under the ground. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to go through Fight Dirty just yet. So you know what, we're gonna go for Driven by Hunger. We'll start working on the pox samples once we actually have access to the Pestilent Scheme, which we need a pox cauldron for. We will get there. Alright, Scroll, now it's time for you to come on down here and delete the lizards. Rawool is gonna stay just outside, is he? Hang on, we could probably do this where Saruman's hunting him. Or Saruman's going after the Mangrove Coast, and we can have Skrulk hunt down crushing defeat. And those 11 Croxen are putting in some work. Oh, we can't quite go hunt him down. Okay, fair enough. We'll just have Scroll come to the other side. Let's see how bad this auto-resolve is. It should be fine. We have so many rats. It should be. We lost 800. Almost a 1-to-1. Oh wait, no, we lost 1100. Good job losing my rats, Saruman. We'll go ahead and just claim the coast then. Thank you kindly. And I'll have Skrull start building up more magics. That's funny. Alright, so level 8 is what we need to get to. We get the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers, which looks like they've been added. Well, they've got armor piercing damage now. Nice. Armor piercing damage. And they've got flammable. Or on fire, I guess. Which does still give them a weakness to fire. And also drop their speed. They're busy running around and screaming. Which, fair enough.
All hail, horned rat.
If you let him, my friend, you will be chow for pets later on. Now, at least a couple of our rats will be. Hopefully by then, though, we'll have a few weapon teams and warp lightning cannons to teach his bears what for. So Saruman, I think we're also just going to give you Vermintide. Maximize the amount of rats we've got surging from the ground. Oh yeah, Gruul, you're so lucky Skrull can't reach you. I'll go ahead and repair this slave wharf as well. And then we'll pop in. Here I think we'll actually take the exploitative planning for the extra food. Because we want this to get up into the next surplus and plentiful, which it's not just yet. We're only at normal. The amount of armies we've got running around. Ooh, an enemy rebellion here at Colchin Plains, too. I don't know if we can defend this with the Sentinels. Ah. Can't go into March because of the way SFO has it. Alright, fair enough. Well, the Sentinels might be in trouble here. Let's get maximum magic then for that. No, the human, they taste good. Yes, yes. Oh, we're going after the Bretonnians then, huh? We're just gonna bypass the. We're just gonna completely bypass Itza. Just leave them alone. I'm sure that would go fine. Oh, hello there, Gruul. Guess you are ready to fall. Let's see how many one Kroxigor takes out. 97. He did pretty. Those are actually rookie numbers, buddy. Gotta pick those up. You could probably take on. You could have probably taken on Saruman's entire force by yourself. We'll have to hunt him down too, huh? Zap, Spark, Ring Wrench. Oh, rest in peace, the Sentinels. This army's gonna be scary. Oh, really? They just move in to besiege it. That works for me. I think Skrull can hunt them down now. Skrull. Make sure we can reach him. Saruman, you're in charge of hunting down the Kroxigor. We didn't manage to ambush him. Well done. How many did we lose this time? Oh, just one. Nope, none. Surprising. Banner of Eternal Flame we will take. And now we move on Zapspark. Are you ready to bring us extra chicken nuggets, peasants? So glad you decided to show up. Nothing but Skaven slave slings. Interesting. Bold strategy. We enslave them as well. Warp, Storm, Scroll. So as long as someone's flying, they're going to be taking a lot of damage. This will be good for dealing with tic-tac-toe. I think we'll actually pop this on you. There's no telling when we're going to need that. Skaven Brew can go to... Oh, Skaven Brew and Scalm are different. Oh, of course they are. Scalm is for healing. Interesting. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and give you the Scalm. Warp Energy Condenser we can probably give to Skrulk for now. I don't like the Forbidden Rod so much. And then we can give him also the Skaven Brew. Banner of Eternal Flame also belongs to Skrulk. I don't know who you think you are. Give you any of the other ancillaries to make you happy? Nope. And the Clan Scryer Saboteur I think has to go to an Assassin. Yeah, only on it. Not even a Master Assassin can have one. Kill all the lizards so we eat the best food at last. He says, fair enough, Hugo. Fair enough. You've turned our Skaven into a little bit more of akin to the ogres, but I guess we'll take it. Hungry Skaven. Let's drop into that offensive camp. It generates food, which is insanely good. Let's at least just keep an eye on the Dust Peaks down here. We'll give them... I'd prefer to have Skrull have the extra slings. The rest of this army looks pretty nice. Outpost has not quite built that yet for you.
Master of Seers.
We'll just go ahead and grab the rest of the slaves that we're able to bring on in. Sienlet is sitting over here, and he's got a force that we would need to deal with an actual army ourselves. Let's go ahead and keep building up. I actually think we need probably no more spears. Let's get a couple more melee focused clan rats, so we can have, let's say, 6 of them total. Then everything else being the shielded clan rats. Because we're gonna have the Saurus coming in pretty aggressively. Looks like Ketza has fallen, and normally he doesn't even wait to go after Jotl. He just declares war on you here. We'll find out. Skrulk. Ancient Cunning. Aquasuras. Go for the Nest Nursery here. Nest Nurseries are where powerful or special pups are taken to ensure they're not eaten by their ravenous siblings or indeed their parents. Yum yum, eat them up. Look at that. Like I said, he didn't even wait. It's war. We'll go ahead and not call our allies because Clan Spittle is unlikely to join. Actually, let's find out. How likely are you boys to join? Oh, nice. Well, now we can count on Spittle to at least harass them. AI is very opportunistic, so if they think they can sneak in and hit one of the people you're fighting, they will, but only if they think they can kind of be nice and sneaky about it. Otherwise, they'll just let you leave you out to dry. I'm sorry, Gorok come in to besiege Oixel already? What on earth? Here comes Gorok. I mean, at least the... Really? I mean, I think we should probably try to fight this one behind our walls. Gorok's going to be a huge issue. He's going to basically hold the line by himself. He's already got his Mace of Ulamok. Well, that was fast. I still think we can handle that one. We need to have... Skrull can't reach, can he? Even if we try. Nope. Okay. Well, I guess instead... we need all hands on deck going after Gorok, so... Skrull, let's get moving.
A bold move. I am the Plague Lord.
Bold move, he says. Angry White Lizard is approaching. Man, Angry White Lizard is already here. Let's go Plague Rash and drop Vigor for when we are casting against.
The Plague Lords agree.
Skrull cast a dash there. The city is lost. We'll find out. I don't think this army here will probably strike us while we're not paying attention. Let's see if we can drive Gorok off. Use 8 Menace Below summons and be a better set than we did. Thankfully, he has no spellcasters. So as long as we close the gap, we start throwing hands properly. We have our Warlord to try to rip through his units. We've got our Assassin to try to dash in and throw. Yeah, he does still have immunity to flanking. Throw those throwing stars at the back of the Celadon. We'll see if we can get it. Is this a valiant defeat? We can do a little bit better than that. But if we lose the settlement to the Grey Seer, that'll be really, really unfortunate. Gorok can almost handle that entire army. Yes, he can, but if we scare his army off, he isn't unbreakable yet. So we don't have to worry about Gorok sitting there and just never leaving. If we can break his army, keep him bogged down with weak garbage units, then we should be fine. And plus, after that, we can have our assassin kind of sneak in and keep cycle charging him, and be nice and sneaky about dealing with the Great White Lizard. But yeah, late game Gorok can easily deal with this entire force. Alright. Good news is also we don't have to wait for our reinforcements to arrive. We are ready to throw hands immediately. Let's do our best to blob up Gorok's men, make him think that does he have any large units at all? No, except for the Bastiladon, so we want our spears being our main front. That's not spears. Do you have any spears that are shield-based? Looks like no. Okay, so we want him to kind of blob up his units as much as we can, and then we can kind of surround him from there. So we're going to have a double layer of clan rats. We're going to have spears. I don't want them immediately on the front line because I want the AI likes to try to strike. They think they can get nice flanking attacks, which gives you the opportunity to do the same. Yeah, we'll lose a few more rats in the initial attack, but it'll work out for us in the long run. And then these clan rats in behind. We're gonna treat it more like a Pharaoh battle since we have no magic here. Gutter Runner Slinger is gonna be amazing at going after his Bastiladon there. And we do have the artillery too, so I mean, this is not a completely a wash for us. And the better we do with this army, the better we can. We do have some spears with shields. Here's what we'll do. Let's go ahead and take these clan rats. We'll have kind of a double layer. That way, if someone gets tired or we start losing, we have someone else to fill in the gaps. Pull these spears out to the side. Spearmen here, and then here as well. Let's grab these clan rats, push them back. There we go. Warlord can be in the middle here, just stopping anyone from trying to charge through. He's got these slaves to be good missile soaks. We do thankfully also have the Plague Monk Sensor Bearers, which are going to be very good here. Gutter Runner Slings, which are apparently 360. Oh, that was the one thing that made the slings not as useful. Let's hide them out over here in the woods. Then we have these last clan rats here. And then so we're going to have our rats kind of swarm out and around and kind of swoop around on either side, double envelopment style. And you come over here with your Gutter Runners. Alright, so everyone, let's get them in the groups. This is really funky. Let's go ahead and get Demolish Group 1 here. We'll reform it with these guys all included. I'm sorry. What are you lads doing? We have one more spear and shield unit. Perfect. Wish you kept them a little bit more together when you were initially deploying them. Okay, so these clan rats can also just be an additional kind of reserve unit. That works beautifully. So the reserves look kind of like this. Just take this one unit out of this group. We'll have him be with the reserves in the back here. There we go, and then the spears can go up here with group 1. Skaven slaves can be in with group 1 as well. All the main characters in their own group. I'm gonna put them in group 1. We'll have them at the final. Then our missiles. There we go. Gorok versus the Assassin and the Warlord. Let it begin. Gotta move up to about here. Get our Assassin and the Gutter Runners moving. Looks like these Saurus know they're there. Or maybe they're just trying to dodge artillery fire. Do a fairly good job of it. Alright, so they have not spotted our men, but here's what we'll do. They're going to throw javelins into these guys either way, but let's catch these Saurus spears. That way we can throw the throwing Saurus into their backs. Oh no, they're going to get blown up by our own artillery. Well, rest in peace those clan rats. They're not going to stick around for long. They should throw those on the way in. 360 movement, but they may not have fire while moving. Yeah, they don't. Alright, here comes the Saurus. Rotate just a bit there, let them come on in, and we'll start moving the clan rats out wide. Oh, the Skaven slaves got caught. Whoops. That is the way. Bring you guys around, throw those goodies there. Artillery, you're not doing a great job. Let's instead come after... Looks like that's a good spot. Keep running on through. Assassin, you too. Just kind of swoop around. Yeah, front line's getting decimated by people chucking stuff at them. Well done, artillery. Well done indeed. Let's go ahead and drop in goodies here. Bring you guys around. Start charging through where there are gaps. Charge them down. Let's get these sensor bearers moving around. Find the gaps and plug them. Get in behind here. Start throwing your shurikens at Gorok if you can. Oh, they got caught by the Saurus, really? I guess they were chasing someone who was running, so they're going to have a little bit more speed. That's very fair. Artillery, what are y'all up to? They're doing a pretty good job. Keep blasting right in the middle of the skink cohort. Gorok's caught, but he's pretty easily going to be able to deal with them, so let's just push them through. You guys move up, start throwing your slings at... Really, these skinks. Blowing up the skinks can be really important. Getting rid of the chaff so we can get our clan rats in the elites. So let's go ahead and, speaking of, bog down these red-crested skinks. Alright, so like I said, I wanted to throw these at the big white Saurus himself, so let's go ahead and have them do the Pestilens with the revive crystal, so let's do that instead. You guys gonna come this way. Alright, Plague Claw, here's an even better target for you right here. Reinforcements are here. Oh, no, they're not. I'm being goofy. Let's go ahead and roll these lines here. Spears come in. Catch the Pestilens. I guess he's really scary, so fair enough. Go on, you have your shurikens at the Pestilens. These groups are broken. Let's go ahead and have them instead fire on these Saurus. Come on, Blight Scabs. Alright, Spear Lads, move on in. Got a lot of Skaven that are just fighting a whole bunch of nothing, so we'll have them push through. Nice shots, skirmishers. Charge those, cohort. Well, they didn't catch my gutter runners, really. Oh, it's because I told them to I gave them an attack order. That would be my fault. Skaven slaves come in here, gutter runners keep running, no reason to stop. The artillery's not doing great at hitting enemies, going for mostly friendlies. Looks like the Pestilens is, I mean, he's absorbing that. He's got a lot of armor. But all things considered, I think we've got him pretty well We just need to get some of our clan rats wrapped around some proper flanking attacks. And also, we're typically blowing up our own guys is thematic, but not good. David Slaves come in here to surround those Saurus warriors. Looks like most of the enemies are running for the hills. In fact, let's go ahead and summon you guys in behind here. Keep all the way surrounding. Keep throwing all of the rocks we can towards the Stylodon there. There, they're good and rampaging. They're broken, so we're not going to have them coming on back anytime soon. Our Gutter Runners are actually very resilient against the likes of javelins or any kind of missiles, so they'll absorb those pretty well. I'm not sure what dealt so much damage to them, but we'll get them moving. I don't see any explosions from our own artillery, but it tends to be what happened. There we go. Forming the field working pretty well. Where's our chieftain at? Doing nothing useful. Let's come on in here and bog down Gorok for a moment. That's pretty good there. I mean, if the other Skaven Lord thinks himself brave enough to take on what we have left here, I think we could pretty easily hold them at the walls. Go ahead and surround them one more time. I want the... This isn't Blight Scabs, but I want the Censer Bearers to fall back just for a moment. Everyone with a missile, keep firing on the Stylodon. Go after the Saurus for me, who are blending through our line. In fact, so much so, we're going to use the Gutter Runner slings on them. Wasn't nearly as effective as I wanted it to be on the Stylodon. You guys are back too, perfect. This is a big Blobosaurus, but if I have them fire on that group, it's going to be a massacre for our own guys. When you fight Gorok, you fight his army and ignore him. Same thing with pretty much all of the main characters that they're nigh unkillable. You don't fight them, you let them fight army or soldiers you don't care about, and you just deal with their army. As soon as he gets army or unbreakable, though, it becomes so much more difficult to deal with him. Oh, they're both terrified. The Stylodons are scary. Oh, good, the Red Crests are back in the best place. In the best possible zone. And Gorok's annihilating our chieftain, so let's go ahead and have him fall back. Try to get all our Gutter Runners that still have shots to go after the Stylodon. Funnily enough, Gorok's leadership is still holding firm. Alright, good, they dealt with. Those Blade Claws almost got jumped. Thankfully, we still have all 8 of them, so these Skaven that are coming after us should have a really bad time. Come on, army losses, where are you at? David, come on back in, surround these Saurus warriors. Make sure those spears aren't coming back. Those Skinks won that duel. No fun to see. We don't need all those rats out on that one side chasing the same units. That's a big old waste. Got one more summon minutes below. Gorok is reviving or healing up, or getting healed by the revive crystal, so we aren't going to be wasting shots on him. Deal with the crystal, Gorok should run. Yep, looks like army losses is finally triggered. Good grief. We did win, though. Go ahead and summon these guys in here, try to catch that group. A brutal fight, but one that we did manage to secure the victory on. There's gonna be no... Well, you can try to hunt down Gorok. I don't mind you attempting to. Gutter Runners, you go after these guys over here. Did we lose the Censer Bearers? Almost. Looks like Gorok was hunting them. Oh, come on, go for the attack. That's my fault. We'll speed that up. Try to catch as many of these guys as we can. We'll go for the replenishment probably this time instead of just the enslavement. Gorok is still at full health, basically. Yep, and that's how it tends to work. His army's gone, but Gorok is fine. And now with the revive, well, the revive crystal's near death. Oh, here it is. Let's hunt down that revive crystal. Not having the extra regeneration is going to go a long ways towards defeating him next time. Oh, I've never seen lag on my my fast motions. Interesting. We're finally starting to stress the system out. Probably just SFO. Alright, cool. Pyrrhic victory. We'll take it. I'm back. I was eating. Yes. Fair enough. Strange. It doesn't look like you'll catch us in a moment. Did I say that? Oh, good grief. I'm so used to saying it. It's stuck in my brain. I mean, they'd take 1,800. We did outnumber them nearly, I'd say a little bit more than 2 to 1, but that's the only way to win. Sora's getting 230 kills on the spear lads. It's pretty impressive. The Maze Boy's getting 202. 147 for the revive crystal. Rats being slaughtered all over the place. No, but it looked like it took you 5 moments instead. Yeah, that force of habit's there. Something fierce. Yeah, that's a full health Gorok, 99 kills. Only 99 kills on Gorok's pretty good, though. I actually think the bonus versus infantry that is innately on the plague monks that are manning your catapults is the only reason they didn't just get annihilated by these red crests. Ooh, a Pyrrhic victory. Pyrrhus would be proud. Well, I mean, they lost their Saurus, but I mean, the rest of these Saurus here are coming back. The revive crystal's down, though, so it's going to take them a little while to have one of those. In SFO, they're so much more dangerous than on the main game, where they have to basically activate the heals, and SFO is just healing all the time, constantly. I still think we might want the food. Punishment 10% is pretty nice. Nope, we're going to be greedy. See you later, Gorok. That should give us a pretty nice defeat rate, dude. Alright, I guess Sinlint didn't like that we defeated Gorok either. He ran. He is indeed now the movable mountain. So Staden has expert charge defense and more leadership for the whole. That's fantastic. Not all mountains are immovable. Locate its weakness, its fault line, and turn the crack into a yawning chasm. Expert charge defense will be great when I ignore Staden on accident for the time. We could hunt down Gorok, but I think it is best just to keep building up. Tougher than he seems. More hit points or tail weapon. Really, I think we want the experience gain. We'll grab experience and come up to tail weapon. We don't really want our assassin in melee. We want him to be taking fights that should absolutely not be a loss. So another rebellion in 6 turns. We'll want to keep that in mind, Saruman. We get even more Skaven slaves. Oh, great. And at this point, we could blitz down here to Dust Peaks. There is not enough elves here to defend. That puts us in direct conflict with the red crests. We want to build up so we have at least a little bit more elite units. We're not just flooding the field with clan rats and nothing else. So let's go for. Instead of the upgrades of the Southern Sentinels, I want the gold mines. We're gonna go for the Nest Layer here at Jubiatal. More free slaves. How glorious. Let's go ahead and actually retreat back to the coast.
This city nest now mine.
I can't all the way make it. Oh, there we go. Back to the coast. Keep control. it's not going to go too far down. Don't get too many wards, you'll definitely get stretched too thin. Yeah, we want to be a little bit more sneaky than I normally am. A little bit less attack everything in sight. We'll deal with Gorok and then we'll turn around. We don't have, I guess Gorok right now is our only war, but if we start fighting the, what are these guys? Dawn's Light, Citadel of Dusk. Start fighting them, we're definitely going to be in fight with Henowin almost immediately. We want to deal with Gorok first for sure.
It's in the plague book.
Build up magic here with Scroll some more. Paladin Nurslings. How much gold do you have? Oh, hang on now. This might be a good deal now, finally. What? Oh, they have a great unclean one. I'm sure they always did. I just didn't see him. I like this version with all the teeth and the tusks. So he is the, what? Methanian the Methetic. The Defensive Alliance gets us some Nurgle units. And one more gets us Military Alliance. How much gold do you got for that? Alright. I'm here for Nurgle units. Thrice Cursed Peak and Jodel. Let's go ahead and pop that in then at Jodel. I'm sure they're going to lose the one at Thrice Cursed. And we'll see if the Paladin Nurslings actually manage to survive, but if they do, we get to snag some Plague Bearers, which, man, Plague Bearers could be such a better frontline unit than Clan Rats. Because imagine Plague Bearers and Plague Monks. That is a fantastic combo. Alright, here at Oixel, we can get... Oh, what happened to our heroes? A new character will become available next turn. Alright then. Such is the way. Good thing for him that the Spinus Sotek dwarves are basically at minimal power level, and Citadel of Dusk are generally quite passive. Yeah, Citadel of Dusk don't tend to do anything except for build up a stack of archers and spearmen. I have seen them push up the coast a little ways, but that tends to only be when Clan Pestilens is waning. We will try not to do. We've got a outpost there with the Paladin Nurslings as well, which will give us a few more defenders. Wixel this time is besieged by Cianlet, which we might be able to just auto-resolve. Disrespectful clown. Yeah, we just auto-resolve that one. We will lose some spearmen and some clan rats, but I think that is well worth it. Although, hang on now. Would we really? Are you a ruin mage? No, you're a plague mage. I mean, it's going to be an obnoxious fight, because they're just going to run away from us the whole time, but we would win. We'll just give that one to the auto-resolve, though. And we'll go ahead and snag the extra food. There's always more besides. Aiden's got a Helm of Discord, which is quite nice. Oh, no. And he is aggressively coming after us and only us. Which is kind of funny. Pack Leader gives our clan rats more melee attack. No, I think we'll just go for melee attack and weapon strength, because he's going to be defending Wixel for some time. Stayed in the defender. We've got an additional one, so we're up to 9 local recruitment capacity. I don't see a reason not to. Couple more clan rats coming in. Which ones did we lose in the fighting? Just a couple more clan rats. We'll just grab 2 more of those guys to replace those we lost. The more offensive variant, anyway. Yeah, now we can get aggressive with Skrulk. Spread the rot. Even more corruption. I think our corruption here is maxed out. Yep, already at 100. But man, I'm generating a little bit more food coming up. We can take down Ketsa. Kind of push through from there. We'll let the Paladin Nurslings have just their one settlement. They need nothing more. Corruption's up to 100 here, so let's go ahead and swap this over to... in 27 turns. We'll swap it over to the expansionist, planning for growth, construction time, and replenishment. And Saruman will have to deal with whatever rebellion pops in. I think shouldn't be a problem at all. So we'll come outside of Mangrove Coast here, go into the offensive camp, build up even more food. Guess we could grab... Oh, we could grab some guys through Spittle. Oh, I thought they had access to Night Runners. Maybe that was one of the settlements that I didn't pop the garrison into. Yeah, I'm not going to get clan rats through there. That's weak. 1,000 coin clan rats are also pretty weak. We'll just wait then. Next turn we can upgrade Oixel. And then we can probably start getting some actual proper weapons teams and things. Alright. Get through and let's check real fast how well we're going with Clan Spittle. And once they start losing some land, we'll be able to confederate up with them pretty quickly. So in the meantime, we'll just grab that allied mission to hunt down Gorok. He's building up his forces again. I can't wait. Hopefully no more revive crystals. I have to say it, but the Helm of Discord is the best item you could get that isn't unique or legendary. I agree. It is like it is one of the best, what is it, rare tier, or what is the uncommon tier armor pieces? Especially for any kind of brawler that you want in the middle of a fight. South is not safe with the followers of Sotek. That's true. The followers of Sotek can be quite aggressive if they decide not to go to war with Rakarth or the Tomb Kings. So we'll see.
Clan Pestilens.
Hello, Hellkeek. Military alliance. You come to me, so clearly you are willing to give me more gold than you have there. 350. Not quite. I will say that the bartering system in Pharaoh is much better, where I can see exactly when they're willing to trade. What about 330? Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. That will do. You are wise, strong. I'm happy to accept agree you offer. Great. How glorious. We've got the always forget the Nazca lions over here. They marks the old ones. Also, we got driven by hunger. Lack of food can be a great motivator. More recruiting for clan rats and more post-battle loot. We've also got the Scheme of Doom, which no longer costs gold, really. I mean, sounds good to me. Hello, Nurglost. We could use you to blow up the walls of Itza. Recruit 30 new units from here. Gorok's building up. Alright, Staden. You actually tend to be a better ambusher, I think, than our boss man here. I don't think it tells us how much more ambush success chance he has, if any. So the Helm of Discord, I think, is perfect for the assassin. Either the assassin or... Actually, we'll give it over to Kevin. I tend to put him in the middle of fighting way more often than I should. Okay, so Skrulk, we will advance. Here.
A bold move.
A bold move indeed. Oh no, Gorok's got the Chameleon Stalkers. How scary are these guys in? They're terrifying. They give them a lot more melee attack. Looks like these guys are a mainly defensive unit in vanilla, so I guess they're kind of more of a hybrid this time. Alright, Nurglost, go get an eye on what's going on up here. I would prefer to have a drop off the Warlock Laboratory for the extra research rate. So that's what we'll try to do. And I do have OvN Lost World active as well, if you've seen it over in the description. So I've got all of the settlements, or a lot of the settlements are going to have kind of custom models put down for them, or sometimes they'll be much larger than they're supposed to be, which makes Itza look great, doesn't it? We'll get to see that with Hexawad and some of the other kind of major temple cities, I believe. Most of the ones that are controlled by the rats, they'll become ruins, so we won't see it for long. Numbers for more melee attack charge bonus. Always more besides for replenishment. More replenishment is always good. Always more besides. Okay, sweet. So Staden, even though your ambush force is really not the scariest. In fact, it's so much not the scariest. I'm going to have you be our ambusher, Stroke. Staden can be the one that's kind of moving up behind him. Building up our food. Okay, so Spittle's starting to get a little bit better units now. Nothing incredible, though, so we're going to continue to grab, I think, just more swarmy clan rats. Wakesel can go up the next tier, absolutely. And Southern Citadels also can, which I think we will go for. Gold's starting to drop down pretty far. Yeah, to Henwin being here in Zlanzik is not a good sign. Not even a little bit. I mean, he's coming back around to come after us. Who all are you at war with? Oh shoot, you got lots of wars. Sacrifice all Skaven. Try it. I think for now we're just gonna keep him outside the settlement. Let's kind of move in between these two here. I don't want to lose eyes on Mangrove Coast, but Saruman's just got his army of slaves just to keep an eye on the area and jump on any of the rebellions that pop in. -11 means we should have a rebellion in 2 turns. We've got no military buildings here, so it'll just be a squad of slings, which means we should have no problems. Even if auto-resolve's gonna be unkind to us. Oh, maxed out food, that's great. It looks gorgeous. Wow, agreed. Oh, you poor fool. Zlatwasak. It's an ambush, but how unkind is it going to be to us? We'll go ahead and give the Banner of Flame to Skrulk, make him a proper beater. And let's see. Oh, we only lost 200. It's mostly the Staden's boys. More food. He was just setting them up as a scout. He's staying in Ketsa. It's a very fair strategy. Well, at least Luther will send crews wheeling all the way around the water jump on the cult at some point. That's true. And the cult will be too busy worrying about Luther to hopefully come after us. That many wars all at once is pretty concerning. Especially for a small faction of skinks. And trust me, I love Tanawin. Tanawin was my first of my Lizardmen factions I played. Another one I got bodied in pretty hard. Killed, now he is laying upon the gold. I got bodied in a lot of my campaigns in the beginning. So our food is all maxed out. We're not really getting any more benefits from it, but I'll take 30 extra growth. 10% less upkeep, more loyalty, all sorts of good stuff. So Nurglost, I'm gonna have you keep moving up here. We can have him cause an earthquake, but I would truthfully prefer to have him establish a warlock laboratory up here in the Maelstrom in the Great Ocean. We're gonna have him move up the coast here. We're likely never going to actually inhabit the Maelstrom, but we can have him be a big nuisance. Alright, luring Gorok out of the settlement's likely the smartest way. Hellkeek's going after Itza. Brother, if you take Itza before I do, I'm going to be so upset with you. War on your people will be swift. He's got a couple of Pterodons. That means it's a good idea to grab ourselves that item we had that blows up Pterodons. Extra reserve. No, we'll just grab the Orbstone Scroll. Oh wait, is it already on you? Oh, never mind. We're perfect. We're perfectly set. Those Pterodons are doomed. Alright, time to move in. Gorok versus Skrulk. Do we have any other good stances we can use? Eruption, army becomes hidden. Nope. Onward to conquest. You have to watch out for Woxty here. Oh, and he's got barrier while defending. Okay, so thankfully he is only down. He's down to 2 of his Saurus. How are we out on the field? Okay. I think it was a decisive defeat. I don't actually think it's going to be that big a deal. But what we'll do is we'll bring Staden up in his stance. We aren't going to attack immediately. Wow, still Valiant. Awesome. How horrifying are the Saurus? Is he getting a bunch of extra buffs for being on defense too? Looks like the answer to that one is no. It's a scary force. So what we will do is, like I said, we're going to sit outside here. We're going to let them attrition down. And if they strike us, they're no longer defending, and they lose their barrier. And a lot of those buffs that they get for defending. So we'll encircle. It'll get spicy if Woxty decides to declare on us, though. That'll be a little bit rough. We'll see. Hopefully Hellkeek over here is going to keep them back. They don't tend to be very useful, though. Let's see if our heroes are still bugged. Oh, good. No, they're not. So maybe the first turn you get a hero building, you're not able to recruit a hero in. For SFO, which I guess is fair. Acrobatics. And charge defense versus large. So they are a offensive anti-large unit normally. Oh, no, never mind. So is SFO just mixing those a little bit accidentally, or? Huh. Yeah, I definitely got smarter since it sent the smaller army without risking Gorok. Yeah, they do actually tend to send smaller armies to scout things. If that US army can beat its garrison, I would be shocked. Here's the thing. AI does lots of weird stuff like that all the time, so... I really don't know if we can afford him yet. I think we prefer to get in the Pox Cauldron. Where's that one on at? I think it's an advanced military. Yeah, the Pox Cauldron here for 1250. Gonna give us access to Plague Priests. Gonna give us more corruption and capacity for those units that we're actually meant to be utilizing. So, Pox Cauldron it is. It'll also give us access to finally the Pestilence scheme, which gives me confidence in finishing up our Liturgus Infectus here. Definitely need to get out and start raiding, though, to get more gold out of our neighbors. Walls here would be so useful. Generates food. Or, I guess, produces food. Grab the gold mining pit in this settlement, and then back in Southern Sentinels, we'll just upgrade the growth for 500.
Chosen.
Saruman, you keep holding the middle. Looks like we're going to have a rebellion here next turn, which is perfect.
The Vermintide.
Yep, skip through the imminent rebellions, and that will be our turn. How glorious. We could probably expend a little bit of our food here next turn to trying to upgrade Ketsa. Or I'm willing to expend a lot of it in the fight with Gorok, getting in Midas Below summons. We definitely need to spread more plagues. Well, we can't quite spread them until we have access to the dominating, or the Pox Cauldrons. We're getting there. Gorok's coming out to face us. Should be a pure victory. Alright, well let me give... Oh, we can't see how much food we have? That's a little bit obnoxious. We'll just use the maximum amount then. Gorok versus Skrolk. Let's do it. Last time he just got to fight an unnamed, an unimportant assassin. Now, it's the main character. I was gonna say maybe. Alright, well, once again, well, this... Oh, a nice a choke point battle for our catapults. How perfect. I'm gonna go grab a little bit more coffee and be right back. Anything with Liza's coffee to celebrate the choke point map. Indeed. Celebrate the choke point map and to keep me from going to sleep. Alright, let's start deployment. I mean, they do keep us up close here with the trees and everything, so they will be able to rush across pretty quickly. We'll just go ahead and set up catapults kind of in the trees, because they are able to fire out of the trees fairly well. Just like this, because we have no real clue where they're going to start this battle at. We'll have our own clan rats. So we have just the clan rats with shields. Not bad, not bad. We'll have them kind of posted up like so to try to catch the enemy. In this little choke point here, we'll have the spears in the middle because they don't matter nearly as much. And we'll do 2 of them because I don't really know how Gorok is going to deploy here. But I'm going to have them deployed a little ways back because I don't want them to actually try to come across this way just yet. And if we can catch them like this, it's even better for our artillery to kind of blast into bits. Those slings on the flanks there. Light scabs, plague pack. Really, where the rest of our reinforcements, we'll just send them in when they're needed. I'll put extra spears behind these guys on either side. Plague priest here. Very thankful they don't have any artillery themselves. Land rats and everything. Perfect. We just need to get the monks in here too. Basically just send them in once the enemy's weakened. There we go. How long before our reinforcements show up? 1:29. So we have to hold the line then. I think we can do that. Scroll, we're going to start this by making... I don't think these guys have poison attacks naturally. They've got a whole sorts of different other kinds, but give them poison attacks too. So they slow enemies down when they get hit. Here they come. Alright, slings, let's go ahead and get you guys over. That way you can deal with the oncoming pterodons. Our artillery needs to not focus on the pterodons at all. Go ahead and try to blast apart these. If they hit a pterodon, it's going to be amazing, but likelihood of that is pretty low. Here they come. Slings working on them. We're going to get dropped. The rocks dropped on us for sure. So those rocks, lads. Skinks are, or the pterodons have very low armor. Artillery teams, let's go ahead and drop goodies here. These guys up just a bit, try to keep them in there. Slings are doing a pretty good job of going after them. Do we have? You have the spell to deal with them. Warp Storm, Scroll. They have to pick one or the other. Let's go to these guys then. They're throwing stuff back at us. Fair enough. Light scabs kind of move on up a little bit. I think just taking those hits is probably a bad call. Not all we can do about it. Okay, bring in... Oh, good grief. All of the clan rats over here. The rest of them kind of onto this side. Move on the Croxagore. Oh, there they are. Speaking of Croxagore. You guys catch the skink. They're on those Croxagore. Some of the clan rats in. Oh, I realize our artillery is kind of wasted right now. Have them start blasting apart right... No. Like right here. Don't shoot a unit, but shoot a whole squad of units. Plague Breath. This is glorious. Question is, how do we force them to advance into a choke point? With artillery. They really don't like having artillery shoot at them. It makes them quite grumpy. We're sitting in the Plague Monks now. You grab this whole squad, block them, and charge them forward. Charge them forward this way. I like that they're all going that direction instead. Artillery, you guys keep exploding this gigantic blob of Arsaurus. That is just perfect. Warhawk's trying to stay back in the back a little ways. Where are my slings at? You boys going after this group of Pterodon riders? That'd be perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and send you the other direction. Evan, get in here as well. Start summoning in the Vermintide rats as well. Gonna hunt down this chief. Poison attacks for everyone here. Our own Summon of Menace below can pop in on this side to get a nice flank. They're sitting in the rats now. No magic on their side. Where are you guys going? Bunch of clowns. I've got to be careful with that poison. We'll send it through this way. Oh, they just got instantly scared off. Intriguing. Weaken everything here. Let's go for the heals on these clan rats. We've got a nice surround now. Here comes more Pterodons. Bring the slingers just up a little bit. Set the assassin up in Z's position. It's a more melee attack for these plague monks. Sounds good. Where are other ones at? Round here. Pterodons are falling on it again. Sling set up here. In fact, if you could just turn and chuck at this Skink Chief, that would be great. Artillery. Being a bit wasted. Fire here. We'll have the other group just kind of blast into this gigantic Blobosaurus. Push it up just a little bit just in case we get any bad shots. It shouldn't be too punishing for us. 4 minutes below here. Sounds good. What are you really going to do about it? Ooh, the jello splashes on in. Send in the rats. Some pretty accurate sling throwing for our Skaven Slave Slingers there. Have you guys focus down the Roxagore, if you will. Land rats slaughter these lads. Swords are trying their best, but man, it's too many. And you two both fall back just a bit. White Scabs and these monks. Let the clan rats move in for you. That's probably enough. You got them. They're much more accurate when you have them shoot an area as opposed to a unit. Nice. Alright, we've got them pretty well surrounded in here. Let's go one more unit of all poison attacks. Summon in some more clan rats here. Summon in some of the back line for everyone that's trying to run. Again, Gorok is going to find himself all alone. Alright, let's have both of you guys just go ahead and turn around. You can stop shooting at friendlies. That's that. What are you going to do against this many Skaven? I guess have magic. Magic would be the answer here pretty easy, effectively. Where are my slings that have rock still? Chuck them at this Skink Chief. This Gorok holding against hundreds of Skaven. The Skink Skirmishers are coming back. Thankfully, they have no more explosives. Actually, they do have explosives. We need to make sure the Stalkers do not return. Meanwhile, Skrulk is clobbering this Skink Chief. Double Mace Mayhem. Readjustment stick getting plenty of work. Is there anything that's actually escaping off to the side here? Pretty much no. And the enemy breaks. There goes army losses. Gorok should be finished now. There's so much going on that turning it into fast motion turns it into a PowerPoint. Uh-oh. Let's drop it back a little bit. Artillery of their own would probably help. Sheer number of rats is keeping the front line alive. All hail the horned rat. Indeed. How do you end up losing there? It's still about 2,000. It doesn't matter. 1-to-1 fights benefit us more than the enemy. We can bog down Gorok and catch him. Skrulk and our assassin are the only ones that probably have a chance. Kevin, you can come over here and lower his melee defense even further. The assassins caught him. Weeping Blades in effect. Oh, he's such a healthy Saurus. He will take it all the same, though. Victory. If you wish to invest in that C-beam now. And I bet they do. I guess a C-beam or the Nova engine would have scared us off pretty much immediately. Granted, one of the solar engines would have been pretty good, pretty effective as well, because our own artillery is terrible against single entities. And our response would be what? Clan rats. Clan rats would burst out of the ground, and then the solar beam would proceed to feast. Golden sword. Looks like it's going to our artillery. Blobbed up Saurus and Skink just have a bad time there. And it said we lost around 2,000. Is that just because we weren't at max strength? So we only ended up losing around 1,000. This is going to be pretty backbreaking for Itza too. Where once they lose Gorok, it's tough to come back. Same thing with Bordalo. Once you take down Alberic, they just can't afford knights anymore until he's back. Like, come on, loading bar, you got this. I believe in you. We'll take that win. 1,000 loss. We didn't even have a 1-for-1 with Gorok. It's perfect. We will go ahead and take the extra gold. Gold. Oh, these specimens are fine. There's a lot of money. Is he a special chief? He's got this little purple emblem here. Maybe that's just denoting the lore of magic he was part of. Oh yeah, I noticed that in your Krokgar campaign, you still didn't unlock Croak when we get the mummy there. So don't you worry about when we're going to get the mummy. I was waiting till I had a secondary Nova engine with Krokgar, so we had 2 sets of artillery. Oh yeah, Wax D is going to come on in now. Alright, fair enough. We're going to bring none of our allies, just in case. Well, actually, we will. Thank goodness they decided to join us. Alright, so now it's Gorok and Wax T versus Skrulk. Still the same choke point battle, so I think we've got this no problem. Thank you for bringing me some more Saurus snacks. I appreciate it. We'll grab a little bit more. I think 6 is fine in terms of minutes below. We didn't even use all of them last time. Gorok's forces, thankfully, are very, very weakened. He's going to be a menace as usual, but this will go, I think, just fine. Or time to have some more humble pie. Yeah, we'll be going after the quest battle for Croak with Gorok as soon as we've got ourselves a secondary artillery piece. Just one of the turtles is not quite enough for what we're going to be fighting there with all the rats. Most of those rats, it's just waves of artillery rats. And so they'll blast our Saurus to bits before we can even do anything. And then Lord Croak will waddle on up and get taken out by lightning cannons. We just lose the battle. So, gotta make sure we've got some artillery around. Won't be able to watch these fish in real time to wrap my shift up. Take care, have fun, and more plagues. Yeah, good to see you, Brian. Welcome. Glad you made it on and by. Also glad that your shift is over, so you get to relax now, or at least a little bit. Alright, so let's grab our infantry. We've got to pretty much set them in the same exact setup as last time. They're quite a bit more weakened than last time, so we also need our reinforcements to get here pretty soon. Oh, well, that would have been a little bit easier to organize there. So, like, catch them up so we can blow up as many Saurus as possible. Here's behind Clan Rats. I'm gonna keep them a little bit closer this time. We don't have much leeway here. Slings. I'm gonna have 2 in the center. So they can kind of throw over into this general area. A little bit closer up on the choke point then, that way we don't rush past into our slings. Skrulk and the priest. Let's go Plague Monks over. Well, I don't want them to get rushed by Pterodons. Do they have any Pterodons left? Yeah. They do indeed. Plague Monk's gonna stay back here. That's the right group of the other Clan Rats. Perfect. them as they come through. Spears in. More lizard meat for the horned rat. Or vice versa. Let's do catapults here and on the other side this time. That way we can get nice kind of crossfire shots if we want. The way these guys can kind of rotate and blow up this side, and these guys can just blow up this initial. Right, so slings here. I think we've got everyone set up. Reinforcements are arriving in a minute 28 this time, so I think we can hold the line. Skaven, yes, yes. That'll begin. And I don't mind if they don't come towards the choke point. I like how they go, they're gonna rush. Because I don't mind if they just wait for a second. That'd be perfectly fine. Alright, in the march. Artillery's gonna start firing away. Those skink skirmishers are gonna have an easy time dodging. As long as they actually choose to. Alright, they're sending the skirmishers in first this time. Interesting strategy. I'll definitely make sure one of our summons catches that first group, then we can kind of chase them back into the artillery. Artillery is start blasting here. We can summon in clan rats in this vicinity just to catch them here. Give us a nice firing position. The ones that are all the way across fire here. And the other ones kind of just blast in this general vicinity. Start mauling them there, clan rats. Yeah, that's a perfect shot. And as they kind of rush in to try to deal with our guys, we get even better hits. That's pretty perfect. Go for the poison here. Just lock them in place so the artillery can do its work. Reinforcements are here in 6 seconds. Here they come. Blade Claw start blasting here. Assassin, let's get you right on over here immediately. Scroll, get into the front group here. I'm gonna have to let them throw a little bit of stuff at us. I don't want to rush out into the bridge. Let's go ahead and give... Let's save that one. Scroll, you can start clobbering whoever you want. Alright, artillery on this side. Let's go ahead and start blasting these oncoming skinks. We'll summon in some clan rats on this side. Plague Priest will go for not an overcast, but just a normal one. Oh, what the? We'll just cancel it like that. Cancel it and get some proper poison in. You guys get working. Spears forward. Fill in those gaps. Go ahead, help Scroll just a little bit. He does have the regeneration, so he's not like he's doing that badly. I realized I didn't get any of our reinforcements to come on over. Come on, rats. In. Gotta split them in half like this. You guys come all the way through. Meanwhile, the other ones come in and attack this side. Assassin keep coming on in. Here comes one of the lords. Turn to start throwing at these pterodons. Slings, the pterodons are your main threats, so let's go after them next. Spearmen in. Swordsmen in. Plague monks. Yeah, they're gonna... Oh, they're going for the melee. Intriguing. Plague monks get after the pterodon riders in the woods. In fact, we'll go ahead and... Now the plague monks can deal with them. Comes the one at a time Saurus. Yeah, see, that's not what I was trying to swoop, but fair enough. Cancel like that, and then properly get the blade rats in here where I want them. Let that poison come. Okay, we gotta make sure we're clicking and staying there for a moment. I don't know if it's input lag or what, but there we go. We're throwing your goodies here. They're trying to push through our lines, so we'll have some swordsmen come over here, clobber them there. Some more poison for everyone in this group. Scroll charge on in. The miscast there is not great. We're obliterating that other side, so let's bring the Plague Monks in here. Let's have our artillery switch positions on the firing. See just this middle area. Looks like the swords are mostly just trying to push through our lines. Which is a bold strategy. Into those red crests. I completely forgot about your... The Warp Storm scroll can be used multiple times, huh? Or just we haven't used it in this battle. Cutting these swords down. We've got a few too many flame rats on this side. We can probably try to have a couple of them sneak through. Lock them in on the other side here. Artillery keep blowing up this zone. Poison through. Oh, they had some, I thought those guys were fleeing. I guess they decided not to last second. You guys push through. Spears stop Gorok. Scroll, go ahead and fall back just a bit there. Get some poison in this middle. And every single splashdown is killing on old Saurus. You kind of circle around, looks like he's trying to be cheeky. Weaken their attack. Let's go ahead and give you a little bit more regeneration. No reason to go after Gorok and get wiped out. Beautiful stuff. Regeneration from Scroll, making him a monster. We'll go ahead and summon in some more clan rats on this side. We've got quite a few of the Saurus warriors locked in. Slings, your next target is Gorok. Actually, take it back. These Proxigor are an even better target. We'll send the assassin round the back there. This side has been overwhelmed. Poor Gorok got dragged into a battle there he probably didn't want. Scroll is annihilating that Saurus Old Blood. More poison for the whole squad here. A really aggressive skink skirmishers. Slings go run them down. Oh, we've got another case of guys coming in behind us to go after our artillery. Should have figured that one was going to happen. Assassin, go ahead and fall back away from Gorok. He's going to be a mean combatant. We'll have the artillery advance away. That way they're not too wiped out there. Around to help. All I see is fleeing Saurus. It was a pretty clever use of Pterodon Riders. Well done, AI. I agree. They don't tend to know that you can just use them as melee combatants. Looks like a lot of our Plague Monks got smacked up there. Let's go ahead and pull them away. Gorok fighting to the bitter end. Everyone else is gone. Has he gained enough skills from now that he's unbreakable just yet? No, his leadership's dropping too. I don't want you fighting him. You and the assassin can kind of keep dashing in there and giving him a couple of jabs in the back and running away. With slave slings, you guys fall back. Fall back over here. let these shielded clan rats get in his way. You can just kind of keep dashing in, bonking him on the head. Assassin, you come away now as well. Become a nice nuisance. Blade Priest fall back. Oh, really good hit for Gorok. Drop that attack in defense. We'll just clobber him with the 3 heroes. He's scary, but no Lizardman is strong enough to take on 3 elites of Pestilens. Guess we'll find out, won't we? How many of them are willing to keep fighting? I figure we're chasing them all the way off the map. One more. We'll land rat some in there. Looks like our Plague Priest got clobbered one good time, so we'll pull them away, let the assassin keep fighting. Gorok is a mean. He's after. Does not like Kevin. The amount of health he's lost, he should be thinking about turning around and running now. Gotta give it. Impressive he's still fighting. He didn't fight this long last time either. More good charge from the assassin. Slashes across his Achilles. There we go. And that's the end for Gorok. Maybe. He's got some thick scales. Waddle his lizard butt all the way out of here. He's got 50% less armor, but it's more than enough. Gorok being Gorok. Absolutely. Just waddling on away from the combat, ignoring all the damage. That's a secondary army you defeated. We probably need to go for the replenishment now this time. He is hanging in there. You might be able to drop him. In fact, we'll go ahead and leave him. That way he's at very minimal health for the next battle. I'm thinking minimum health Gorok should be less effective than a full health Saurus Whole Blood. Golden Sword on both of those, definitely going to our catapults, but the Plague Monk's coming in there pretty close behind. And trait farming. Yeah, fair enough. We do now have the same trait on a Skrulk. His trait is good, but the only ones that I consider to be strong enough to farm are the ones that give you faction-wide benefits. Like Greasus, and there's a couple ones that are pretty good for just combat. Like taking down Colette gives you 20 extra bonus to large. Raise the holy choke points. Indeed, just yes, indeed. Horned Rat blesses us with choke point river battles. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and grab the replenishment this time, so that way we can finish off the battle with Gorok. Thankfully, even though it's going to have a pretty scary garrison, the battle map itself is not unique and extra difficult to crack down, sadly. So Saruman the Stinky has now, while looting a minor lizardman commune, your lord finds a hidden door in the side of one of the Pyramid Pimples. Yes, Pyramid Pimples, that's what that's called. pyramid temples. Inside is a brilliant sheet of metal carved with strange symbols. Your lord tries to stash it away, but too late. The item has already caught your ever-watchful eye. We can confiscate it, making him angry at us, giving us some chromatic armor. We can copy the symbols for 35% more research rate, or sell it for gold and experience. I'm thinking we're going to copy it. 35% research rate sounds awesome.
The Liber Bubonicus is an opus of
That wasn't gonna
great and
steal it from him.
terrible power. I see you
Battle for the Liber Bubonicus. Thanks, Dodgy Johan. As a foolish, though man things may be, luring an empire host of them into the cavernous mortuary of Zuluka? Oh no, I'm gonna double that one. Big T, the mortuary of Big T was a test of even Skrulk's legendary cunning. Tempted in by the promise of worthless trinkets, countless perished as Skrulk cackled with glee. The greatest reward came when one of the few to reach the pyramid's heart dared lift the cover of the Liber Bubonicus, sprouting 1,000 plague flies and infecting all those who did not strip to the bone with pox and egg alike. The Lord Skrulk's scheme had been an unqualified success. The council would surely reward him for this most devious of callings. First, however, he must force himself to send into the mortuary, reclaim his pestilent prize. But deep in the dead depths, something now stirs. Oh, zombies. Alright, I think we can take down zombies. Rebellion in the Tolchin Plains. Oh, they're going to immediately go ahead and besiege the Southern Sentinels. Fair enough. Movable mountain. More leadership and expert charge defense. Alright, well, Nurgle's trying to bless me with some coughs out of nowhere. We've got some Warpstone armor. 8 more armor and the Warpstone armor ability, so as long as they're in melee, 10 damage, 20 damage per second. Effects up to 10 entities, that's pretty great. And now we got the 13th scheme unlocked. Of course, the Southern Sentinels is besieged by the Southern Sentinels rebels, and the Pestilence scheme is unlocked as well. Glorious. So why can't we perform it after 3 turns? Well, apparently that's just the way. Saruman, let's give you... Well, for this next battle, we just give you the Warpstone armor. And then also the upgraded Pestilent Breath, and onward to dealing with Deos and his squad of skinks. We're gonna have to sacrifice some of the slaves. Good thing they're free. Good thing they're free. Go ahead and, I think take the gold there. Deos slain in battle. Now we've got a terrifying Mask of E. We'll go ahead and just take up the Sentinels. He's up to 9 loyalty. Saruman the Stinky no longer worried about being betrayed, I guess. Gold Mine and Chupa Yodel sounds perfect. Southern Sentinels definitely needs the covert choke points, and then I think we'll just go ahead and upgrade the Mangrove Coast too. Get some walls in there for when the Henowin comes calling. The clan armory for this Storm Vermin is interesting, but I think we're mainly going to not use Storm Vermin here. Mostly Plague Monks and Clan Rats early on. They're too expensive. So in fact, we might as well having the garrison of Clan Rats is pretty nice. They'll keep being good and useful. Alright, Nerd Lost. You're going to continue your journey up to the Great Ocean. It's going to be so exciting. More leadership for this Skaven is quite great, not going to lie. A Chieftain Hero can be handy. We're definitely going to grab a Chieftain Hero or two. We're just probably going to end up tearing out that building before too long. So let's go Plague Lord here for faction-wide recruitment availability for Plague Priests, as well as more recruit rank for those Plague Monks and Plague Claw Catapults. Dropping armor is pretty nice. I think we'll go for the secondary point into Plague Lord, just to get that one up and running. Drop our upkeep on our Plague Monks and our Plague Claw Catapults, since we have a couple of those out right now. Just maximize how good our Plague Priests are once we bring them in. So Wixel here can recruit them. Scab Scarred, another Apothecary, a Dreaded Experimenter. Experience gained for Plague Monks, Plague Claws. That's pretty good. Let's get Conrich the Apothecary. Double up on the amount of physical resistance that Scrollcast, I think, is a really good call.
Fog of pestilence.
Oh,
Blessed
Pestilens.
with faith.
Okay, we'll have you, since we actually have pretty good corruption here, we'll grab Scouting and Pestilent Breath. Give you the Forbidden Rod. Actually, the Channeling Staff's much better. And then we'll give Skrulk that Warpstone Armor. Make him a nasty Mortis Engine.
Master Assassin.
Master Assassin. Give him more movement. And then we'll go for the upgraded Vermintide, which I think makes it cost a little bit less, which is always useful. And then we'll go for the upgraded Pestilent Breath. It costs less too. Alright, beautiful. Skrulk, let's deal with it. Oh, it looks like he did get taken out. Gorok's gone. So we've got Defikrin instead. So long, farewell. Header of Swiftness is so good. So if we go for the upgrade to tier 3, we can at least take it up to tier 2. I'm happy to do that. And then Staden, can you hunt down the remaining Saurus here? Maybe. Is the answer, so we'll go ahead and give him the items. That way he's a little bit better on the auto-resolve. So Helm of Discord, no. Let's go for the Warpstone Armor, and then... Scalm for the extra defense. Scalm. Barrier of Flame, and Swiftness. We'll just jump him. I guess giving him a skill point would have been probably pretty smart. We ambushed them and we're still going to lose everyone? Really? Good grief. Let's actually go for more movement on our assassin. Damage for our elites and then leadership here. I prefer not to lose all those clan rats, so we're going to go ahead and fight this one. Let's see if we can do better than auto-resolve thinks. Glenhall Peck versus the assassin and his menace below. Eyes on the prize, it's a lays ahead. Absolutely. Can't lose focus. A chieftain hero can be handy. Ambassador to Skavenblight. Also, we could send someone on back to get deals up with Clan Scryer. It's a good idea. Actually, while this ambush loads, I'm going to jump up and run to the restroom. I'll be right on back. Rocket-propelled rat incoming. Oh yeah, he's about to zoom. And we definitely need him to. Alright, so I'm actually not thinking most of these skinks are going to turn around and fight, so I'm fine with just hunting down whatever we can here in the back. So we are going to try to surround. Let's go for you guys in the center since you have the fire. Nice. Surround here. I don't know if we can give the all-attack forward order. It seemed to fail us last time, so we may just have to give our orders very fast. Some rapid-fire clicking. A nice bowl of death here. Then I'm going to keep the other clan rats just a little ways back to rush in on the sides. Those are sores, so we don't really want to commit them until we know we can handle them. So these spearmen, then, I'm going to have them set up here on either side. Gonna give us a little bit of an anvil, albeit not much. The other spears slightly behind them since they're more of a stabby spearman. And these clan rats here. Oop, almost got them all. Gotta come up and they're a little ways away. Let's go one more clan rat for the back line. Our assassin will be perfect at rushing out around the other side here. Let's get clan rats in a group. Spears in their own group. Alright, beautiful. I think we will try to give the all-attack forward order with these guys. We'll see how well it works. Get them. Move the spears in. I want the spear rats to hunt down units of Saurus warriors if they can. They're rampaging after our assassins. We'll go ahead and send them up this way. Have them just keep pursuing along the sides. Spears, if you can rush down this group, that'd be perfect. Keep chasing this lord. Go ahead and keep pursuing along the side here. Let's go ahead and summon in clan rats here. As you do this, oh, keep running, brother. We'll get caught by Saurus. As soon as he gets into melee, the warpstone armor or the warpstone armor is going to kick in. Here they go. So have you two turn around and go after this group. We'll rush down these Saurus here. Getting a little bit mixed up with that all attack order, all attack forward order. You guys surround and destroy these Saurus. You two go after this unit of Saurus. Looks like their lord is just leaving. Dance through shadow. Perfect. You guys go catch these red crests. Red crests are scary, but if you hit them at the same time, you should win. No problem. Keep pursuing this lord. Just throwing the shurikens at these skink cohort instead. Blue art boys are going to be a bit obnoxious, but at the same time, nothing we can't handle. I got caught by the skinks, but he's going to blend them up pretty quickly thanks to his warpstone armor. Hear the amount of Skaven with their battle screams. There are tons of them right now. Keep on moving then. Looks like the two red crests they're out of there. Thank you so much, Shields, for blocking those blow darts. Thank you, Skinks, for using Nerf blow darts instead of real ones. Makes it so much easier on my man. You can go ahead and give him heals anytime we need to. And if Eternal Flames gave, you go ahead and turn around. They're broken, so let's go ahead and start chasing these skirmies. Go ahead and surround those red crests, get rid of them. We're just going to ignore the skink skirmishers. They're just not doing very much damage at all. The shurikens are doing really good work. Excellently done, assassin. Annihilate here. I don't think they're ever going to catch either because of the poison darts themselves. Alright, kill. Those red crests are gone. They do have the 3 units of skirmishers back here in the back, so let's go ahead and just give the attack all forward order once more. You go after them. And they're not going to catch the skirmishers unless they let them. And from here we can probably speed that on along. Destroy these Saurus warriors. Realize I didn't leave enough of you to fight them. And that looks to be that. Let's go ahead and summon in some more land rats. I'm not sure where. You go after this group of skirmishers. And drive them in together. They're mostly just gonna run away. He's got him good caught. Insert between these two. Give you the Scowlmen. Are they electing to go ahead and flee? Yep. Shooting darts the whole way out of here. Oh, that's just fine. We'll take it. You go ahead and turn around and catch this unit, if you can. And that is the Saurus pushed out of our lands. They'll be back, but we definitely needed to finish them off here, or at least finish this army off. That way we didn't have to... Oh, they got... Were they getting rear charged by these skirmishers and it scared them? Either way, we definitely needed to deal with this unit so we're not getting immediately attacked by a fully healed and a little bit more elite version of what just attacked us. Takes quite a bit to recruit up some more Saurus. They take 2 turns each, I believe. Hey, Fred, welcome on in. Poor Lizards thought they stood a chance against a YouTuber. I mean, we do have cheat codes. I just handed Wax D there at 20 before that battle, and he happily threw it. But good to see you, Fred. Welcome on in. And actually, rocket-powered Master Assassin was... I'm here for that. He has no delay on his initial start whining and running, where normally it takes him a couple seconds to get up to speed. Gotta get those feet moving. Now, we just have the whole bodysuit that is constantly injecting warpstone into his blood. It's great stuff. Assassins are quite scary and pack a heavy punch. Indeed. A lot of the Skaven Lords and Heroes are quite a bit stronger, so much stronger than their normal run-of-the-mill clan rats. It's quite surprising a lot of the times. So we'll go ahead and grab... Ooh, gold sounds nice there. 2300 sounds amazing. Extra Skaven corruption and food is always good. Yeah, we're just gonna take the gold. It's is indeed in sight. So I'm gonna have to go ahead and, even though we have a clear shot on... Oh, you know what? We do have a clear shot on Axolotl. Listen, it's time to get greedy. So for you, we are going to start working on, I think, just Deadeye, making him as good of an assassin as possible. Let's move into Axolotl. Oh, wow, really? Okay, take it back. Thank you, SFO, for making the garrisons much stronger. I actually appreciate that. Let's go ahead and have you... March Stance doesn't get us back into our side, huh? Well, that's a little bit annoying. That's okay. Almost there. We learned the hard way there. We've also checked the garrison, huh? We will also go ahead and buff up. Some lots of ruthless plans. I wouldn't mind going for just the storage caves for food and... Not that much food. Boosting up how far we can move is pretty nice, too. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab the storage caves. Get a little bit of food. Food production, no matter how small. We have barely enough income to grab ourselves a chieftain as well. But even though I would prefer to have another sorcerer, let's get ourselves a chieftain to send back over to... Skaven Blight. Seepers the Vomitus. I mean, they actually have pretty good... Those are pretty good traits, though. Let's grab Vomeek the Mad with his acrobatics. We'll send him over to Skaven Blight. So you coming out to see through Chupiotl. I'll get you from there. here at Wixel, we're not going to go for the upgrade with the clan barracks. But I also don't really want to tear it out, so we're gonna leave it in for now. Can I get ourselves another sorcerer? Yes, we absolutely can. Dreaded experimenter. Maybe let's wait till next turn, see if we get something with a little bit of better trait. A chieftain before I tear the building out also I think is a good idea, so let's go ahead and grab the Musk of Dominance. To further keep control in line here in our capital. We're not fighting. There we go. Heroes all over the place. And I think, yeah, we'll go for the upgrade to the Sentinel of Time. No reason not to. Alright, pretty good stuff. We don't have any more RORs unlocked yet, do we? Rank 8 is what we're waiting for there. Oh, he's got some warp grinders. I mean, these things are fantastic at getting through gates, and they're good at locking down units too, but the AI uses them so much better than I can. I've never quite figured these guys out. I think you just run them into the middle of enemies and you just use the Earthquake blocker, whichever one locks them in place, and then you blast them to bits with artillery. Because I'm assuming I just never been able to get it to work. I actually think now we will tear out the clan barracks. Yep, clan barracks gone. We have the plague monks there, and that's really all we need, plague monks and slaves. So we've got the outpost that we could upgrade. Gutter runner slingers are good for them, but I don't want to spend any more gold there. Alright, let's grab ourselves a new mission. So hunting down Overhaul and a Mazdaconda. Is what we're gonna call him. We'll just hunt down Overhaul then. He's the one defending. They know how strong the Kroxigor Ancients are. A crispy lizard, yes, yes. We need to befriend Scryer for their cannon, yes, yes. We absolutely will. That's what we're sending that chieftain on over. I'll try to get back through the comments. I missed quite a few here. Apologies. The assassins are quite... I already got that one. I saw a dino in the background. Need to see the dino. What do you mean, dino? That's trading time. Nurgle has a settlement in the Itza region. They do, but I'm not so worried about Nurgle, and I don't think we take any issues from Nurgle corruption. Clan Spittle has been attacked, so we have to join against the Spinos. Oh, well, that's interesting. Here come the Dawi. Or do we... Yeah, well, here come the Dawi. Spinosotek tends to be pretty passive, even though they are... Oh, I see what you mean. This big critter here. Big Brontosaurus. Make any faction join your confederation. Mediator research. 8 technologies. We're at 3, so we get the Talisman of Preservation and a Shadow Magnet trinket, which gives you some nice missile block chance as long as you're out of melee. Probably pretty good for you rolling around on the Doom Wheel. Yes, big dino. Let's go see. He's destroying him some lizardmen cities. Is this meant to be just a normal Brontosaurus? I don't think the Thunder Lizards look like this, do they? Either way, that lizardmen city's having a bad time. You'll learn today.
Yes, yes.
Here comes Mazdaconda. Mazdaconqua. We'll have you and Lord Scroll. We can probably finally move together up here after Uperoff before he recruits any more units. He's got himself a new skink chief. Should be no problem. Neighbor Bubonicus would be nice, but I think we'll pass up on it just for the attack on Itza. -8 food. So all of our units are causing us some food woes now. Not so close to defeat. Let's go ahead and set up a couple of siege towers and a battering ram. As many towers as we're allowed to. And we will continue. Can we go ahead and pop in... Ooh, 2 more turns before we get the Pestilence scheme. I really don't think he's going to try anything, though. We'll go ahead and have you, instead of marching up, because I don't think we'll be able to reach Scroll's little circle. It's a huge settlement now. It goes way out there, so we're inside of Itza now. It's pretty cool. So get out of March. Kind of come up as far as you can. We will go ahead and trade a few of these normal clan rats, at least the less elite ones. Let's say 4 of those guys. Oh, he's gonna lose loyalty. We'll do it in small batches then, so he doesn't lose too much loyalty, if any. We just want slings for you, buddy. Don't get too mad at us. You can do 1 more. Potion of healing can be given to... Wait, sorry, I got Skaven Brood, never mind. Potion of healing over here on our Plague Priest. That Warp Stone armor. To Skrulk. And then the Warp Storm. Now we've got everything else. Everything else looks good. Except for I want to take the Banner of Eternal Flame. That's it. So we'll keep the Assassin with the Banner of Swiftness. Sounds good to me. Here at Ketzel we go for some upgrades. I'd rather go for it at Wakesel. So in order for us to get any kind of requirements, Anointed Plague Monks. What is this? Strength and Pain, Agony Awaits, and Ecstasy of Anguish. So they're almost like Slayers. They're Slayer monks. They're unbreakable, have immunity to contact effects. They're going to get up to, what? 25% physical resistance and 15 more armor as they're taking more damage. Lots of armor piercing, and they dampen. So they remove magical attacks, give drop armor, and drop spell resistance too. That's pretty great. Their attack isn't like through the roof or anything, but it's still pretty solid. So it's just a normal Plague Monk, but instead of contaminating, it has the ability to just fight harder, and it'll get rid of magical attacks. So you kind of want to use both of them then. That way they can kind of pass out those debuffs. These more for your front line since they get stronger as they take damage, and then these for your flankers. I'm here for it. Rattling guns are going to be pretty useful for us. I'm trying to go for a Clan Pestilens theme, though, so let's go for the Plague Claw Catapult building. Or we can make sure that consumes quite a bit of food. We can go for just the Taskmaster's platform. Get us some control. I'd rather not keep fighting off rebellions here in this province. I don't mind fighting them somewhere else. Maybe Poison Wolf Rats. Poison Wolf Rats could be interesting. You're not wrong. Looks like they actually don't have poison. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong ones. There they are. They're also a molder creature. That's more of a molder thing than our own. It'd be pretty useful, though. Yeah, let's go for the Poison Wolf Rats. We get the Taskmaster platform in time. I guess we can handle the control issues. We can just kind of send this assassin back to keep bopping them on the head while Skrulk handles Itza. Sentinel of Time, we'll go for the Scavenge Pile, and then the Walls, absolutely. Mangrove Coast will grab in the Herb Gatherer's Camp. Alright, Saruman, we need you out of the Sentinels. So that way you can keep building up food. We'll go in between once more. Scamper Scurry. Keeping an eye on to Hedowin. He's got 1 less enemy, but still fighting the Awakened. Seems to be a really interesting call early on for him. Oh, we can Confederate Clan Spittle already. Hang on now. And before I do, let's maybe see what kind of units I can snag through their recruitment. So it looks like just slaves and the Warp Grinders. Which, I mean, having a unit of Warp Grinders for going after Itza would be probably a pretty good idea. We aren't going to be able to, though. Okay, so, I mean, 1 unit of Warp Grinders up here for Saruman the Stinky. And they cost more than we can afford, though. 1 turn before these choke points go in, which will give us 16 more gold a turn. That'll give us 20. Truthfully, we should probably just wait. Confederating up with these guys, though, is going to be the call, so we're just going to do that this turn. Whatever hits to control we'll deal with. Let's get us a new faction. Yeah, Clan Pestilens grows. Be careful before confederating, because you get real close to Luther and you don't want to fight him while not prepared. Truth. We'll try to go, we are declared war on most of Luther's enemies, so that should help us out quite a bit. He doesn't like us very much, which is fair. Alright, negative 3,000. We've got Hellkeek Staden. I'm thinking Hellkeek here we're gonna go ahead and get rid of, so... Oh, you lucky dog. Yeah, I'll take the Confederation. We just gotta get rid of a couple of these armies here. Outpost lost. And we bring the oh, you guys are being cheeky. Making it so I can't just kick these armies out right off the bat. I mean, I still can. We get to keep this assassin. We're in the infectious. I think we will keep only the master engineer. So we can have him come up in March, snag the heroes off of Ronan, and then kick Ronan out. Who needs money when you have Warpstone? Agreed. We'll grab these slingers and then these two heroes. Then get rid of this army here. See yas. Oh, he turns into a rebellion. Yeah, that's something I completely forgot about. Good old Skaven. We might get to lose all these armies anyway. Who knows what Ronan's gonna have with him. Okay, well in that case... I mean, we just confederated, but we're probably gonna lose a lot of the settlements right off the bat. Go ahead and destroy this. We've got the weapons dump there, which we're gonna keep. Hidden Lair, which I'm not gonna keep. Wolf Rats, which I'm also not going to keep. We need income, but we can't hit our control that much. Or our food, that is. Alright, so we'll go for exploitative planning. We need the food, don't we? Youch. Put us in a kind of a bad spot. Well, but another Skaven Civil War is going to happen. Nothing new, really. Yeah, pretty much. You kick someone out and they just switch sides. Well, why don't I just be in charge, then? Get these chieftains up and moving. I'm going to go ahead and kick out all of Hellkeek's forces here. We have to fix up our income a little bit. I'm sorry, what? Disband this assassin. And then get rid of this army. There we go. Really, we still can't really afford them. Skaven economy not being all that great. Let's go ahead and pop in the scavenge pile and the mushroom tunnels. We've got just enough gold where I think we can survive one turn.
The winds may sadden me, but I am still a master.
He's at war with Leoness. What if I just offer to join his war with Leoness as we get invaded by the Bretonnians now? We'll get a non-aggression pact with Luther, because we're not dealing with him. I do agree with you guys. Dealing with Luther Harkin right now, caught unprepared, would be a nightmare. So we're not going to. But we are going to probably lose a settlement or two to Ronan here. Storm Vermin and Plague Claw Catapults. An interesting combo. Still a very effective one. Chieftain, you come on up to join Staden. Here, you chill out, brother. You can actually join him this turn. Let's kick out these clan rats here. Okay, well, see, you could join him, and now you can't. What's going on? Who knows? This other chieftain, we're going to send also to Staden, because I think having the chieftain with Scrope makes no sense. Or is this one of them I was going to send across the... Dang it, I grabbed the wrong one. Yeah, you were supposed to go across the sea, so you come on out of this army. I forgot. Immediately. We can just send this... Now, we want the assassin here. The assassin's going to be better in a fight. Let's have him join Thrin, just in case they all get taken out at once. I don't mind that at all. With all the... That looks quite a bit better. Conrich, you come up, join Scroll. 877 negative. Well, that's rough. I think we're fine. I'll just get rid of these clan rat spears for a little bit less on our upkeep. Alright, sweet. And the rebellion's where? Oh, good. So that's all perfect. Saruman can deal with them. And one in Oixel as well. The one in Oixel is going to be a little bit spookier. We're not going to be able to immediately stamp that out. I guess alright, though. Regular wolf rats have magical attacks. Sheesh. Yeah, I missed that one, but yes, they do indeed. It's pretty terrifying. Action encountered. Who is Columbo? Oh, Marco Columbo? Probably because I have Mixus on. They're going to come outside of the settlement to fight. They've got a solar engine. I have a scroll. Let's see who is better. They also can summon in a magical skink priest. I don't think I'm that concerned about a magical skink priest. We don't believe in ghosts. They might decide to fight you while you're distracted. You talking about Luther? Luther might. But since we've got that non-aggression pact, they don't tend to break those on a whim unless they think you are incredibly weak. So if we lose Scroll here, yeah, Luther might decide to turn on us. You're a wizard, Ratty. Also, I guess skinks in this are just going to get more experience. It's an interesting... Oh, good, we can't see the Saurus at all. Okay, so what we want to do then, because they have the solar engines, we want to kind of set up in the woods with our artillery. That way, anything that's firing back at us is going to have a harder time to hit. Perfect. We'll have our clan rats once again take the front line of this phalanx. Pull them over a bit. I like so. We've got 3 units of slings. You're going to be mainly used for going after either big targets or the enemy lord. Plague monks. Let's get the elite monks up in the woods. Sensor bearers behind them. Let's go Skaven slave spears up front. That have intermingled with our clan rats. Scroll up front this side, plague priest on the other. Ready now. The spears on either side here. That looks pretty good to me. We're just busy our normal clan rats, which we'll put behind our lines. Our main characters: infantry, monks, and missiles. Oh, does it just summon them automatically? What's going on over here? I don't know what they summon, but whatever it is, I'm probably not going to like it. Go ahead and take the high ground here if we can. Move quickly, rats. I'm going to have Skrolk and the Plague Priest come up and be a nuisance. Let's go ahead and have you blast away at... Yeah, the Temple Guard need to go. So much so, I'm happy to try to lock them in place. Ooh, just kidding. Here's a Skink Priest back here by himself. Hello, you. He should disintegrate on his own, shouldn't he? Let's not be dumb. We already have a Croxagore Ancient to deal with. Oh, good. There's the chameleons. We found them. Keep blasting away. Let's go ahead and fall back here with Skrolk. Use some poison through his line. I think only the skinks are really worth trying to hit, so let's go ahead and just take out the red crest like this. Alright, Plague Monks, let's go ahead and run them down. Well, let's stay back just for a second. Let's let them get a little bit closer. Skinks are going to be nice and obnoxious the entire time regardless. Scroll, come back behind the lines. You start working your way behind the lines as well. We can go Menace below here to give him some cover. Sink those spears in. I think I've taken quite a bit of damage, aren't they? Give our spears some good old health buffs. Go ahead and come up and around. Let's go ahead and make sure I'm dealing with this group of skink skirmishers. Not the most important thing, but we do want to make sure they're done. Evan's gonna run away. He's good and terrified. Fair enough. Gonna blow up the different missile troops that are coming on in here. They summon in another. They summoned in some Saurus warriors. How did that happen? That's a pretty good summon ability. Catch them up there. We gotta find a big blob of enemies. Here's one. Artillery, please be careful. Blow them to bits. Alright, Kevin, you gotta fall back just a bit there, my friend. It says the Warp Storm Scroll will get all these guys here, so let's try it. As he's running on through. Yeah, we're losing all the Red Crests are just cutting through the back line there. Where are my infantry? You guys go after those Red Crests. Temple Guard being what they are. Light Scabs. Plague Pack in. That Solar Beam engine is just annihilating whatever it fires on. We're doing the same thing right back. Go ahead and give those Plague Monks some extra damage. You guys come after the Skink Chief. Alright, Skaven Slaves, I need a lot of you guys to kind of fall back. Kevin's getting annihilated. Tends to be the way. They cut straight through our middle there. Guys turn and fire on the Proxigor, that'd be awesome. He's just gonna get into our artillery. We're not careful here. Which we haven't been so far. Temple Guard getting run down. Proxigor turned back around, being a big old nuisance. Monks turn back around. You keep clobbering these Saurus, you too. The Saurus are gone. We need Kevin to come on back so I can summon in some more friends from below. Some more rocks and Bastillodon, and we'll go ahead and charge this group down. Temple Guard are having a bad time, but now he's into our artillery. Land Rats go. We'll bring the artillery team over for a moment. You guys all clobber this Bastillodon. You just kind of stay next to it. Yourself some more health. We got it. But man, we're outnumbered them so much, and it still doesn't seem to matter that much. Just gonna stay near them. Don't actually. Keep your poison effect hitting them as much as possible. Are all of our artillery teams off their equipment now? Get back on. Go ahead and get the poison in here. We've got to start dealing with a couple of their heroes, which we've now got. We've got units to actually do that. Censors, you come after the Skink Chief. Monks, you guys come on back too. Clobber this Temple Guard group. And once we get through this, we're gonna have low units, but we'll be all right. Metis below summon here to stop the fire. Those are Saurus warriors, get them good and surrounded. Prepare for him to chase you, so let's go ahead and keep Clan Rats nearby. We need the monks to continue to chase Bastillodons and things like that. Actually, want you to go after them. Monks, keep hunting down heroes. That's your best target. Still on being a big old nuisance. Alright, you just kind of stay here. Rush in and hit him on every now and again, but it's one of those things we don't want you to be doing too much. Keep running away there. They got too far away from our group, so they're going to be fleeing. Just make sure those Temple Guard don't come back. You come on back in and go after this Lord, because Skrulk is getting smacked. Saurus. Alright, finally got the Bastillodon Crystal running. Skrulk, you keep going too. Now we can drag this guy on down. Clan Rats, come up, help. All the help we can get. Skeet Chief's done. More Saurus Warriors. They're gonna be good and tired by the time they close the gap, though. Skrulk got hit too many times. I bring them around. And a Croxagore Elder might be able to handle this one on his own if we're not lucky. All slings that are remaining, go ahead and chuck at this Ancient. I need that Chief to be broken completely. These Saurus Spears. Give them the old juke. Plague Monks will fight to the bitter end, so we need them not to be cut down by the Croxagore. So let the normal Clan Rats fight them. Let the Rocks do their thing, let our artillery not blow up friendlies. Just hunt the individual Saurus that are still hanging around. Hopefully our Lord comes back. Solar Engine being a nuisance. Go ahead and bop it one good time. Summon some more rats here. The artillery is going to be a big problem. One more good hit. Haul back. Keep that cycle charge up. New Clan Rats coming over here after this Solar Engine. Man. Who do we have left here? The bitter end Rats are battered across the field. Keep that Mortis Engine effect going, and I think we've got him just for army losses. Nice. Ooh, spooky, but nice. Go ahead and drop the poison. That way we should be able to catch all these heroes so we don't have to fight them again inside the settlement. Artillery, you guys just turn around. That was brutal. It's given quality over quantity for infantry, but range is kind of scary. All those Rattling guns. And they consider them actually a support missile, which is kind of strange. At least I find it strange. We're not going to be able to catch the Croxagore, but we can catch everyone else here. Because we can try. Oh, what are you guys doing? You let the Scarvet go. There we go. They're running for the hills. Nothing else. We're not going to be able to catch anything else here. Yeah, the Croxagore is gone. He himself has rocket boots. I hate to see skinks die. I love the little guys. They're awesome looking little unit. That Scarvet should be down quite soon. Skrulk, I really don't trust you. Oh, they actually dragged it down. Nice. I didn't trust to use the poison one more time. Really fire like the Horned Rat intended. There's probably quite a bit of that there. We'll see that these guys only had a few kills each. We'll take it. It's a foolishly sallies out, although now they've got... They weakened our force quite a bit, didn't they? We'll see how much we can replenish. The artillery actually kind of works against you when you're the one without the single entities, because they just kind of wade in the middle of your group, and your artillery, if you're not paying attention to them, then proceeds to happily explode your own guys trying to hit the single entity. Also, look out to the west. There might be a Dawi army approaching. That's what I figured. We'll take a look as soon as we can. Healing with Light says that was a little scary, wasn't it? Yeah, I agree. We did have plenty of our sensor bearers, so I mean, if we needed to clobber someone proper, we could have. But man, the Kroxagor would have still continued to just kind of frolic through our lines, unimpeded. I'm thinking getting rid of the Skaven slaves for some proper spearmen is probably the way to go. Yeah, I don't think these guys have any bonus feel large at all. They're not fed well enough to have any muscle tone. Alright, well the beautiful city of Itza now is reduced to ruin. We are gonna go ahead and replenish. Even if it's not very much. Oh good, we've got the tail slashers. Excellent. I'm thinking auto-resolve is not going to let us take Itza without losing a unit or two. Battle of Itza might be on. We also have to see what the Rebellion army does. That was a full stack. I'm sure it's capable of doing some pretty nasty things. Oh, they managed to ambush us. Or assassin. I mean, such is the way. We get what we deserve, I guess. That's gonna be a lot of slings. Was he not in camp stand? No, I guess he wasn't. That's why we got jumped so easily. Granted, everything we have here is melee. They only have the one artillery piece, which, granted, with them, it's going to be... They're likely going to be controlling it the whole time, so it'll be pinpoint. Itza won't replenish either because it's under siege. Look at attrition to the death. Oh, that'll work. We could also just take the fight to them and swarm up over the walls. I think that would be too hard. This fight, though, I'm a little bit spooked about. We can probably deal with Ronin, but I don't know if all of our... most of our troops will make it through here. He is just a plague priest, which is good for us. A ruin priest would spell the end. Alright, lovely ambushes. We're lucky we can steal their artillery. Oh, that's true. Effectively, we don't get to see happen very often. Alright, lads. To the forest. Oh yeah, we're going straight in after you guys. Got some kids having a good time outside, but unfortunately they're doing so by screaming, so I might have to close my window up finally. Alright, here comes the they're going after, their artillery's going after our assassin. That's perfect. Nothing better. I just want the assassin and the lord. You guys are gonna work together to go after this. Let me pause real quick. I'm gonna go close the window. There's some kind of fight going on outside. Alright, the sounds of frolicking are fine, but the sounds of just blood-curdling screams, probably not what we want in the background. Let's do this. Yeah, but they get you into melee. Storm Vermin are up front, though, so we want to try to get them caught up by our spearmen. Here's a couple of interesting strategy. All right, let's go ahead and summon in the clan rats underneath their artillery. Stop that from firing immediately. Look at them all. Just need to sneak through and get their lord. Warlord chose me. Basically, just need to give everyone attack all. Find additional or individual units of Skaven slave slings and go clobber them. Perfect. Beautiful. You two should be able to make it on into hunting down this assassin pretty simply. Or the Grey Seer there. He's got cavalry banes, so he's going absolutely nowhere. Perfect. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Skaven Civil War. Which, granted, they chose the worst possible... And that's gonna hurt. Ouch. Alright, how about you quit? Pretty sure I want you two destroying this Grey Seer. Oh, they've got Menace Below summons too, do they? Won't save you, fools. Alright, so those Plague Claw catapults are done and dusted. We'll just make sure they're completely off the map. Jump these Storm Vermin who are blessed with filth. Come on, guys. Drag down this Grey Seer. He is a menace. Our low armor is not enjoying that any more than it enjoys the Ruin Lightning. Looks like they're fleeing. They're going in a kind of a diagonal, so they're not going all the way off the map. Let's see if we can't convince them to leave. That way we can try to steal that. Just a chaotic mess. The Grey Seer is gone. We're just going to make sure he is dead. And that should scare everyone else off. Yeah, they're going in a diagonal so they can maybe come back and save the day. I respect it. They want to be the heroes. Here comes another Menace Below summon. They burst out of the ground in the middle. I don't know. I'm not going to help them out that much. Let's go ahead and surround the Storm Vermin further. Make sure our Assassin and Chieftain are going after the Grey Seer and no one else. Actually, our Chieftain's kind of bogged down here, isn't he? Send me flesh meat. Alright, go ahead and turn around then. You're getting shot in the back too many by rocks. No one likes that. That's a bad time. Skaven Civil War going well for us. It looks like everyone in the center here is broken. Surround and destroy those Storm Vermin. There we go. I'm not enjoying that. I guess they don't have any shields, so all those rocks are connecting with skulls. Enemy Lord is nearly down. Looks like quite a few are going to escape. Where did they summon the men at? Oh, in the middle here. I mean, surround and crush these clan rats then next. Keep chasing. Keep brutally slaughtering. Skaven has really strong heroes and lords. Yep, that tends to be where they have their advantages in battles. Their warriors usually, or at least their normal warriors, are terrible. They have a ton of them. Probably just turn around and chase these guys off. Everything else here is going to be able to escape. But their heroes and their lords more than make up for it. They are fully meant to be a colony faction. Still being enemies here, we're going to have a hard time running everyone down. Especially if we had everyone surrounding those Storm Vermin to make sure we beat them. Speed that up, catch as many as we can. We'll probably have to summon in some more Menace Below, which is fine. Let's see if we can't catch that group's going to escape. Let's go over here. That's the Storm Vermin. We definitely don't want to fight them again, so let's catch the Storm Vermin. Not like they were that big a deal, but still, having them have any kind of elite, we'd prefer not to. Alright, cool. Now the catapults are still there, so hopefully, if we get lucky, we get to snatch them. They become our catapults. Try to catch these slings. They're kind of working together. You can go ahead and turn around and get... Oh, is that they're all in the same group? Interesting. Alright, well that works. We'll catch hopefully quite a few of them. Or food for the piles. Alright, that'll do. Let's see. His army's full though, so he's not gonna be able to yoink them. We might be able to with one of the other armies though, so we can try to strike there. I mean, I guess him switching sides was kind of the best thing possible then, huh? Now we get extra experience and extra food. Thank goodness he took nothing but Skaven slave slingers with him, otherwise that could have been real bad. A unit or two of rad ogres would have been a nightmare. Come on up here, Gray. Sit as long as you don't need, because your claws hurt. Alright, fine. Leave. Heroic victory. We lost only 121. That's not bad at all. When you bring nothing but guys with skirmish mode, you're not going to do too well. We didn't actually capture that many of them, though, so let's just go for the extra food. Oh, really? Close defeat. Yeah, if we didn't have the menace below summons, we would have a bad time. Thankfully, we do. So let's find out. We also have a beautiful plague priest here to be ripping apart the blobs of skinks. Let's do it. Battles left and right. Auto-resolve really doesn't like us. Be good science though to see if our Skaven slaves at this point actually stand up to skinks. So let's go ahead and have deployment. We will do our spear infantry. So they have a couple of missiles themselves, and we do as well. So we'll go ahead and kind of pull up like this, spread them as wide as possible, drill down once or twice or 3 times, make them a little bit more blocky, and pull them apart. So what I want is I want the enemy to kind of swarm around our Skaven slave spears, kind of how we've been doing with the land rat infantry. And meanwhile, everyone behind them can just kind of rush through and get nice flanking attacks. Our tail's yours. Work even better if I spread everyone out, but that's a lot. There we go. Then we've got our missile troops, which I'm going to actually hide a little ways away from everyone else. That way they can kind of sneak in and throw rocks in on the sides. So let's do some on both sides, because it's going to be way too difficult to get all 3 of them in a good position. Go up front, so main character, infantry, slings. We'll have these boys here in guard mode. So what is even their stats looking like? They've got 15, 15, 20, 10. Yeah, they're terrible. Oh, they're also weak to fire. Well, that's not good. Let it begin. Something like this is what we're gonna go for. Pull our slings back just a little bit further. You guys can kind of come on around. Again, kind of just stay there, I guess. Yeah, I guess all the only missiles they really have are javelins, so we will want to come out of the forest. That way our missiles can be useful. Alright, perfect. They're going to rotate themselves. They don't like the oblique order. Why not? You don't like being overwhelmed. No respect. We are going to use one of our menace blows here. Pull you rats back so no one discovers you in the woods. They immediately turn that other group of javelin or cohort around. We'll just hit them. Save our uses of plague. We want them to come on in towards us here. They might get some pretty good shots with their javelin. I figure they're going to get more friendly fire than anything there. Alright, so you guys come up, start throwing your... Well, no, stay back. Let them come over towards us. We need to be very, very patient. Very patient. Okay, summon in the clan rats here. Actually, let's find out. Skinks are 31-31. They're way better than Skaven slaves. Slings here are actually going to be in a bad way. Right, you charge them. Pull back just a bit, let them come to you. Right, you guys charge them together, charge this group. Hit wherever is already surrounded. Clan rats in behind. Oh, you didn't get to use your stuff. Well, that's annoying. Clan rats in on both sides there. Okay, you gotta wait 10 seconds to miscast. That's really bad. Alright, well, this might not go so well for us. Let's find out. Move them on in. Where's my last group of slings? I'm moving into position. Just go ahead and start chucking stuff there. We're the guys chasing our leader there. He's having a bad time. I need to get more casts of Plague Breath. Blend up these. Enemy skinks. Brother, you gotta stop miscasting. That is bad for your soul. Throw those rocks there. Keep keeping them bogged down. You guys start throwing your slings this direction. You throw yours in the back there. Problem is the trees are kind of in the way. Shouldn't have to advance any further. Stay here. Okay, we got them caught. Keep stabbing. Gonna pull you out of combat just for a moment. We can summon in some more friends here behind these poor skinks. Could turn them nicely to get charged by our clan rats coming out of the ground too. Alright, they are fleeing. Don't like to see it, but we have plenty of the clan, or we have plenty of the slaves still fighting. Charge them down here. Looks like plenty of... Well, they're gone. They're broken too, so we should be able to start rolling the line now. Let's leave one of you guys to keep chasing the skinks. Slings start blasting into this area. Perfect stuff. Go ahead and pull through. We can go for one more good shot of poison through here. Almost annihilated friendlies too much there. Keep throwing those rocks. Their lord has returned. Let's go ahead and drop in the rats there, and we can bring him up to drop in some more rats on this side. Victory is within our grasp. I figured it always was. So many of our guys are running, but it doesn't matter. Alright, let's go for poison everywhere in this vicinity. As soon as the skinks turn and run, they're gone. Yep. We can just hunt them down from there. You have got to fall back through our own line. Spear's going to go ahead and block them off. Slings, whoever's left. Try to chuck those rocks at the source. Old blood. Hard to really see everything that's going on because of the jungles. That looks good to me. Help out with these skinks for me. Slipping in some more Glen rats. Probably just here. Slings lacing their rocks right into the back of the line there on those cohort. Not really see any more skinks willing to fight. We'll drop the Glen rats here. Make sure that group doesn't continue to fight. You guys go after this group. We'll actually get these guys here. You guys turn around and go after this skinks. This skinks here. There we have it. Rats greater than skinks. Rocks, go ahead and let's turn and fire on this group of cohort that's come on back. They think themselves brave. Poison attacks for everyone here. Beautiful. Have you guys turn around and just surround this group. Let's do that. Skinks with, or no, not skinks, but sling boys. Let's go ahead and come on away. We can chuck rocks at good stoning for the source old blood. Alright, Lord, make sure you're not staying in that battle for too long. That's going to be a nasty one. More menace below. Rocks come in, dealing mostly damage to our own guys. Good job with that aim, guys. A lot of the skinks are thinking about coming on back. Our rats are just a little bit too slow to actually catch them. Especially when you don't give them attack orders. Let's do that along. We've got them. Victory. Foolish rebels. You bring your things to me so freely. Oh yeah, let's get some more poison attacks. As long as we don't miscast again. There we go. Now he's going nowhere. Also, rock boys, calm down. You guys throw the rocks here. We'll let our wizard try to catch them. There we go. That's much better in terms of damage. Rocks plus wizard. Poison attacks for our rock boys. Come on. Throw the rocks at him. There we go. We need you to slow him down. We'll live the battle there. We don't want to fully kill the enemy lord. We want him to have just a little bit of health. Ah, that time I managed to make it back. Freaking load bar, hurry up. And Saruman, I didn't realize you had 3,000 units out there, Saruman. Leading the crooks properly. So we can go ahead and take the extra, I think, food.
More slaves.
More slaves, yes, yes. Rebellion in the Colchian Plains and in the Lost Valley. Helen Nurslings, we have succeeded. Ooh, what happened to our income? We have just a bunch of raiding going on. Anyway, we've got the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers. It looks like it's got a sandy storm over there in the Deserters of Kotep's land. So actually down here in... over here, interesting. King Behedson the Deserter. He shall soon be beheaded. Son, Victor's Helm, Obsidian Amulet, and Constructor. Casualties mean little when your population literally breed like rats. And live for 6 years total, usually. Imminent rebellions just about everywhere, so lots of stuff for us to crack down on. We're successful in the capture of many provinces, immediately giving us 1,000 treasury and an amulet. Here for that. Gracier. Let's give you the inspiring presence now. Kevin, my good friend. I think we want scouting for more goodies. More goodies. Herald of Decay drops control, Skaven Corruption. Let's go ahead and drop armor for enemies, and then give him terror. Such a good skill. Hunt down this clown with the help of the Southern Sentinels. Should be no problem. Also, like this is a whole new rebellion army. We'll just have them be food as well. Beautiful. Doom Decay. I would like you to come up out of the Southern Sentinels while we kind of have the chance, but drop back into offensive encampment for maximum food production. Yeah. Contagi here is, or... Contagacy? Contagacy? Either way. He needs to be dealt with. We kind of need to swap these armies up too, where we have an assassin over here, and the slings, the normal Skaven slave slings can join, and we can get some actual night runners. Let's work together to deal with the experimenter here. We'll have to leave Cyprus out for this time. We will go ahead and just auto-resolve this one. We got an ambush off, so hopefully we aren't punished too badly here. Yeah, not bad at all. We'll take the food here as well.
Slaves for the meat grinder.
Slaves for the meat grinder. Staden, can you come on up just barely and do some trading? Oh, perfect. So get rid of these Skaven slave slings, and we'll take all 4 of these night runners and the assassin, and then we'll go ahead and get rid of, I guess, these 2 just normie clan rats with shields. Looks good to me.
Most elite, best.
Got the 1 assassin, the 1 chieftain to kind of hold the line, so that the 2 assassins can kind of circle around. Expert ambusher sounds perfect. Stab in the back. Sealment bombs, shuriken jutsu, for even more missile strength, and then crackle bombs. Sounds good to me. Conrad, you can also go ahead and join up with the Lord Skulk, so let's go ahead and kick out these Skaven Slave Spears and add ourselves a new Plague Priest. We should buff up the damage here. Up to 67, went from 66 to 67, we'll take it. And Skrulk, let's karate chop Itza here. Really? We'll lose those units, will we? Only one way to find out, isn't there? Only one way to find out. They do have barrier for us to worry about, but such low model counts, I think we should have no trouble. Both of these guys are going to have a area of effect damage, and I think Skrulk does too. We can find out real quick, but if he doesn't, we still have the 2 Plague Priests that will have that area of rot, or aura of rot. So with low health, and it should rip down those barriers, because the barrier is directly correlating to how much health you have. So you think you normally have 500 on defense, so whatever that is minus how much health they have. Oh, this is one of the harder settlements to crack. Fair enough. Let's go through, like, right here. So we will set our artillery teams up in a way that they can fire, but not really get fired upon themselves. Don't have any sneaky units for this squad. Horned Rat sees all. Go ahead and have you drop off of this. We'll have the slaves take the battering rams on in. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. Let the other spears take... Really, I want none of our plague monks in the towers. They need to get out of the towers. We want our expendable units in the towers. That way, the plague monk can rush in afterwards and do their damage. You take a tower. You take a tower. Let's actually go ahead and take... Well, they're fine in one. Love these spears and this other one here. Perfect stuff. Let's go ahead and get the towers set up so we can take a pretty good spread across the wall here. So these two... We want one to be melee based, so you go together with them. Not too close so they get in each other's way, though. Tower here. We don't need all of them to make it to the walls, just most. Just most. Alright, we have these clan rats kind of hiding behind. How many do we have that are not inside the towers? The way this is set up is a little bit funky. Pull the 2 that aren't in towers away on their own. We can just kind of set them up behind. Sling teams. And of course, the plague monks. Alright. Everyone else in their groups. Let it begin. Alright, get to those walls. Get to the walls fast. We need to capture their tower zones. Get to the gates. Plague Priest, we're gonna have you just move up right underneath the walls so that your aura of pestilence is kicking on in. Artillery teams, what are you guys going after? Probably actually a good idea to go after just the Saurus running across the walls here. We're gonna have them hit the red crest. I just don't know if they're gonna be able to. We can summon in some clan rats to maul these Saurus. See how well that works for us. Glorious. As I kick my desk. Man, that is so many clan rats for only 10 Saurus to deal with. Oh, those towers are dangerous. But a little bit of a wiggle. They've realized our heroes are the dangerous ones for them to deal with too. Holy. Oh, what the? These towers are annihilating him. Our Plague Priest is gone. Alright. He's dead? They killed him like that. Wow. You learned the hard way. Those are some scary towers. I figured they would focus on our... Oh, they're getting rid of these spears. Go ahead and drop that before you get taken out. Then rush up to the walls. Yeah, rip indeed. He got annihilated. Clan rats are being surrounded, but I don't think they care that much. Would have these guys hunt down this group. Artillery, you guys go after both. Shoot down these Saurus warriors. They got out of that tower just in time. Slings up. Guess now we don't have to pay for the upkeep for that guy, but I would have preferred to keep him. We should own the walls here very soon. So no more issues from towers. As one inside the wall starts shooting at us. Oh, it's this guy here. Let's see if we can't contagion this beastie out of here. Ripping through those red crests. Skrulk, let's go ahead and get up on the siege tower. You as well. I try to bog them down. Croxagore just gotta stand back. A little bit spooked. Understandably so. Bring these slings around to harass the solar engine there. Keep advancing. We'll have you guys come on in. These Saurus are coming on back too. Let's go ahead and just catch them between the two summons. They should win against those red crests, so no problem there. There we go. Now we get some vengeance. Some more clan rats in this position. Alright, slings. Get in a position so you can shoot at the Bastiladon. It's got lots of armor, but we can still drag it on down, I think. The big target. There we go. Now just hunt down the Croxagore agent. We've got him. Oh, they're running away. Oh, that's a waste. We can go ahead and give these clan rats a little bit more resistance. Also give them more attack. Hunt down the Croxagore. They're gonna get run right over, but we should give a little bit back now. Oh, we're through the gates. Slings are whittling the barrier off the Bastiladon. It gets hit by a single jello launcher shot. It should drag that off pretty quickly. The barrier, that is. You're just kind of outlining it in green. Alright, in that case, you guys need to stop shooting, just kind of calm down. Or because we can go after these Saurus warriors here that no one else is chasing. Bring everyone in here. Skrulk is not enjoying his fight with the Croxagore. No one ever does. Give him some more health there, Kevin. We'll find out if it does more damage or not. Clan rats surrounding the Bastiladon, but it is immune to flanking attacks, so everyone has Achilles. Doesn't really work out so well for them. Alright, Plague Priest, you pull back again as well. We'll just let the millions of clan rats drag them down. Add the poison to it. Looks like he's getting tired. I'd be swinging that thing non-stop. Nope, he's not only tired, he's terrified. He's running for the hills. Looks like it's just the Bastiladon. And it shouldn't be for very long either. Everything else is leaving. We'll just have you guys move in and capture some zones so they lose some momentum. Croxagore is gone. Hillary, you guys go ahead and just start walking. That way you're not shooting it to any friendlies. Army losses? Or is this an unbreakable Bastiladon? No, he's not scared of anything we've got here. There. Keep tromping on around. And blasting our guys with artillery. Watch out. They're dropping quick. I know we're disrespecting Pestilens earlier, but they just kind of cleave through an entire group of clan rats like they don't exist. There we go. We just need to do some damage before he left. There's the Pestilens gone. Lucas said, we play Skaven, no reason to be sad about deaths. True, but I still play most factions. Like, if you've ever seen the Clone Wars and Plo Koon goes to rescue the clones that are trapped in their little escape pod. They give him a little, oh, but sir, we're clones, we're meant to be expendable. He looks at him, he's like, not to me. That's how I feel about most factions. Gets me in trouble quite a bit. Heroes, I feel, are a little bit less expendable than your overall chaff like clan rats and Skaven slaves. Alright, we'll take 62 losses, although we did end up losing our Plague Priest. Got a Dwarf Bane out of that, though. If we take it up to Tier 2, we will lose a bit of food, but I think that's completely acceptable. Tier 3 Itza would be bad, so we'll just go for a Tier 2. Oh, we were lied to. I like being lied to. Alright, well with that, we've claimed it. Oh, so we probably also lost food just for having Itza in the first place. Now we've got a gold mine, and we can get maybe something else that generates food? Looks like no. What's the landmark do? Emerald pools gives us growth, replenishment rate, and medicinal plants. All the emerald pools for a reason. Now let's go ahead and just check in, I guess, the Taskmaster's platform. We really can't take any more hits to our food. And this will unlock more research for us too, so we'll go for it. There's a Plague Priest for the garrison. Alright, Scroak. I'm thinking the secondary point to loathsome appearance to drop enemy armor by 15 for the region sounds good. We can take up the gold mine in Itza. It's going to be making 20% less until we fix up our control, though. It only costs 500, so it's really very worth it. So we own Itza and Ketsa, and since Jodel is under friendly control, oh, they're a military ally. I thought you could still do your commandment if someone's a military ally. Maybe that's just a vassal. Either way, shrink the numbers beyond counting. Cadre of Hints Rats. Such a good ability. Giving all of your clan rats expendable. Since we still don't really have the Pox Simples up and generating, let's continue to work on making our clan rats stronger. We've got lots of clan rats. We want them as powerful as possible. Every single summon from below is also going to be benefiting from that. Alright, sweet. So we've pretty much got Itza under control. Is that the death of the Itza faction? It looks like it. They might be having another army up here somewhere, but it looks like they're gone. Oh yeah, they are. So long, farewell, Itza. Well, I guess I was definitely overestimating Gorok.
Master Engineer.
We can have several more slave slingers now, which is perfect. Alright, I think we just need to keep them together. We'll have them kind of work as a team to deal with Zlanhua Peck. And we can kind of have Lord Skrulk fall back and get his force kind of retrofitted. Okay, so we can wait 7 turns. Oh, it's much more than that. Let's go ahead and upgrade Subatun then. And take the hits of the Packmasters up here in Wixel. This will also give us access to the Packmaster Support Specialist, which is so good. Lets you summon in Wolf Rats and Poison Wolf Rats. Also heal them. 2,500 here. We have to keep in mind that we are a negative in our income.
The council's voice.
And control issues are really hurting. 490 here, and I am going to go ahead and jump up and take a quick restroom break, and I will be right back. Alright, so let's take a quick look. We've got rebellions about to kick up where? Here in the Colton Plains. Luckily, again, we don't have any military buildings here. And the Colton Plains, so whatever's kicking up should just be nothing but a bunch of slingers. As much as I'd love to recruit more of you guys, I really can't afford them. So let's go ahead and just keep what we've got from now. We'll let the replenishment naturally do its thing. Cyprus, I think I grabbed the wrong one again. We're supposed to be bringing out the one that has Rat Foo. Believe that was Musk of Dominance. No, sir, it was you. Oh, no, I did grab the right one. Okay, cool. Get you out of here then, Cyprus. We need you to go meet up with our brothers over in Skavenblight. Nurgleos doing his thing too. Okay, sweet.
Clan Pestilens is all.
Everyone's moved. We can do a little bit of building in the marks of the old ones. Where is that according to our enemies? Not too bad. We can go for the walls here too, but it is going to be generating, or it's going to be consuming food. So actually, let's go ahead and do these storage caves to generate a bit of food, since the rubbish pit, all it really does is give you a little bit of recruitment cost reduction, so we don't really need that so much. We'll take the storage caves instead. In fact, anywhere else I have the rubbish pits. I guess it does also increase your local recruitment capacity, letting you to build up armies quite quickly, so not a bad thing by any means. I'm gonna go ahead and actually get rid of, I think, these two. And force them to rely on chieftains and spears for now.
Master Engineer.
One more sling, because even numbers are always superior. And let's go ahead and get... Well, it's expensive, but let's go for it. Taskmaster platform there, and then we can do the food generation storage caves in the City of the Dead. Works for me, works for me. do a quick look at our diplomacy. And Clan Spittle fell into our control very quickly. Cool. Let's go ahead and end the turn. Oh, look. It comes back as a rebellion. Well, the good news is, so what we need to do is we'll send Skrork back. We'll go ahead and just build up his army a little bit more. Probably get a couple of those poison wolf rats. Actually, maybe normal wolf rats will be better for fighting the undead because they'll be able to have the magical attacks and cut through the physical resistance. And we'll go ahead and start the battle for the Liber Muoticus. The Paladin Nurslings are getting into fights left and right. Alright, well, Sacred Pool Lizards, bring it on. Oh, they immediately show up. I've never seen them be this aggressive. We are in trouble now. Ah. Abandoning our allies sometimes is very useful. When rats fly, your lord reports interesting news. A subsection of Clan Scryer has been experimenting with boots that could potentially make the wearer fly. However, a major setback has frustrated the research project. We do not have the gold for it, so we have to kill them. Kill them all. No one needs to know about their research project. Well, good grief. I didn't think they could either, and now they're aggressive and violent. Why do they have so many blessed infantry? Good grief. Well, we need to fall back. I guess they're going to take Itza from us. Well, that's really lame. Yeah, there's no way we can fight that. Huh. Well, joining these Paladin Nurslings is a bad idea. Alright, Scroll. We're going to go ahead and move in to deal with... Well, you lost a unit. And getting some Plague Bearers would be great, but... Well, we've had to kind of sacrifice... Wow, medium casualties. We have managed to ambush them at the very least, though. Let's do it. I'm trying to think if we can even hold the line against the Wardens if they attack our settlement. We don't have anything that really has any armor piercing. I think we would just lose it. Apparently it's a hard knock life being Clan Pestilens. We shall cleave through all the same. Alright, start deployment. We might even just go ahead and let their lord escape. Let's go ahead and have the artillery over here. And if they decide to go after them, so be it. I've got clan rats. Because the AF took offense to you beating Gorok so early. Yeah, I guess so. It gave them a scary army. I think the Warden's pool usually does, but usually it's kind of balanced by the fact that they don't ever leave their province. They stay there, and they are meant to be a defensive passive faction. But not this time. They're going full aggression. Make sure I know who I've got deployed. But have two more of these shielded lads here, so they can kind of hold the line against the skinks. Then everything else can kind of rush across from behind our expendable lads here. So we'll go land rats in between. Guide us. We'll just have the plague monks working together as one big group of nasty. Council's command. There we go. Alright, so this will be group 2. Infantry, or missile infantry, that is. 3. Let it begin. So, Skrulk, you hit them. You hit the one in the back. Missile boys, can you all advance, hit the same guys there? Yeah, he likes to do weird things. We'll see. Artillery's gonna pound on in now. Advance as much as possible. We need to try to bog down their infantry if we can. So get you guys firing on this group about to surround the Skrulk. We'll just leave the infantry back. Let the slings fire on here as well. Keep the infantry back. We don't want them to advance too far in. Get blown up. Let the artillery do their thing. And they will eventually turn around and come after us. Just when they decide to do that. At least I think they will. And if not, we get 2 battles, and I'm here for that. At least 1 battle, and 1 will just give the auto-resolve automatically. Drop these here. You guys gotta power on through. We'll let our swordsmen kind of stay back. Let Skrulk and the other hero do most of the fighting. They're just gonna run away. We'll just do a lot of hunting then. Keep chasing them. If we can isolate these different skinks on their way across, that's the way. I saw that. Artillery teams blow this up. We'll have you do your little thing, heal, and then overcast poison. They can work together. We'll go for more clan. Oh, did I miss the clan rat sub? Oh, I guess I give it a different ability. That will be why. Alright, slings. There's really nothing much you can do except for just keep following up our general. And just keep throwing stuff. They're exploded. Perfect. We're pretty well done with our artillery then, so we'll just have you hit J to have them about face. And this whole group can kind of rush in then. Artillery, go after whoever you can. Not friendlies. Please and thank you. Priest, come over here. Everyone else, rush. Have to do some damage. Poison attacks for everyone up front here. We're gonna get to see our faction actually get super juiced up as soon as we get access to our plagues, which we just haven't yet. Guess we just had to wait a few turns. We don't really need more clan rats, but more never hurt. The golden-footed skinks. Rare breed. Oh, come on now, let me attack the skinks. They retreat back into the woods. We'll see how many of them we manage to actually catch. Well, go ahead and turn around. Looks like the rest of them are going to go ahead and flee for the hills. We might be able to... No, they're already gone. I was like, we might be able to catch that group. There are goodies there. We'll go ahead and speed this one on up. I'd like to see that they're running kind of for different areas of the map. Because they're trying to. Yeah, they started taking a lot of damage out of nowhere. This thing started meaning business. I mean, this battle's won, but now we have to run. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to run aggressively towards the swords that are currently trying to build up. Alright, we'll go ahead and end the battle there. Well done, rats. Looks like a few casualties went to our spears, but that's perfectly fine. And if the Blessed Pool had not the 2 units of the Blessed Temple Guard, I think we could probably stand against them. And in fact, we might even want to stick in and stay in Itza because of the walls and the towers. So no matter what, it's going to be a better fight for us overall than running away. We will see. Plus, we can bring in the Clan of Vulcan Tail Slashers. Give us a little bit more armor piercing. The Temple Guard, though, we are going to really be relying on the towers to kill. Towers and our artillery. If it's walled, you probably should stay in it. Yeah, probably. I would agree. Because if we fall back to Ketsa, they can kind of branch off in a couple different ways to take down some of our other important minor settlements. So I think it's better for us to stay here in Itza. We can grab ourselves maybe an assassin and bring them in from behind or something. Wow, we really didn't kill any of them. I mean, fair enough, I guess. We'll go ahead and grab the extra food. They are mine now. Corrosive Blade is nice. Oh, perfect. We can finally go ahead and get the Pestilence scheme. So the Pestilence clan stone is pretty dang decent. But we're absolutely going for the Pestilence scheme. We need those plagues. We're gonna drop a plague on Itza. Are we allowed to? Oh, you can't. I thought you could drop it on your friendlies. No, Scroll, you calm down. We need an effect geek here. Okay, so it has to go to a settlement only. Well, that's strange. Well, we can just bring that over to Axolotl then. That'll kind of spread around to a few of our enemy settlements around here. It does better for us when it's in friendly territory, so hopefully we can get it. We just come up here and capture Axolotl. Maybe. What does that Skaven Plague do to them? On Pestilence and Nurgle armies, it gives you so much good stuff. But on enemies, it just makes them suffer attrition, -10 leadership, -30 growth, a lot more construction time, and 20% income less from buildings. That's pretty debilitating. Go ahead and buff up your training. Give the assassin a little bit more. Stay in one place, goddamn you. More melee defense. Saruman the Stinky, we should probably give you Wither. Wither is such a good spell. Oh, it's even better here in SFO. I think in normal, all it does is drop armor. In this one, it gives armor drop and melee defense and attack. So useful. Alright, you two need to move on Mazdaconda there. Even if that's not his name. -150. We can't afford. That's because of contingency here. Excuse me, what? Well, that's an army. I guess I was saying, oh, we don't have any military buildings. No, we have 2 military buildings. Wixel's gonna be nice and easy for them to crack now. Yoy. Okay. Let's go after this army here with Saruman. That'll be alright. Guess we have to continue to fight these. So be it. You're lucky you just keep getting Crockcore Elders. We're gonna really know how to use these Skaven slaves by the time we're done here. Hopefully it just saves my last formation. That'd be great. Alright, so we begin our deployment. They have one more unit of javelins this time. I mean, we have the warp bomb and we have 3 of them. So as long as their hit points are less than 50%, we can just blow them on up. Sounds good to me. So spears, we'll go ahead and have you guys behind the spears. 2 slings here. And then 1 on this side. Yes, that'll be perfect. Okay, then we'll go ahead and just spread these spears apart by clumping them up, making them harder for the enemy to cut through 280 units. And then we'll just spread them apart a little bit. That way our units can charge through them nicely. Or we could leave them up there to be bombs if we really need. Good old spear bombs. Alright, perfect. Let's get it going. We might as well just take the hill here. No reason not to be aggressive and take the high ground when we're gifted it so well. I'm also very keen. We don't want them to be near the Croxagore because they'll just run them over and scare them off. But we'll wait for the enemy to have a engage with some of our spears. Summon in the Menace below behind them. They should be able to blow up a big group just with the warp bomb. You go ahead and come across. We really don't want you in the fray immediately. Move up to the high ground here. No reason to go kind of past at all. Let them come to us from there. I'm going to use one of my Menace Belows to slow up their javelins here. We even have the other Vermintide summons to go ahead and give over if we need to. So let's summon in 1 there. Start chopping these skink cohort up. I'm gonna wait for... Oh, you miscast. How unfortunate. Bring these other slings in. We are gonna go ahead and drop Overcast Wither here. Skaven Slaves, you gotta come and fight on this side. Slings go after their lord with that Wither. He should have almost no health. Those flanks. Are the clan rats blow upable? Almost. Almost. Charge this side for me. Let's get another Summon of Menace Below in this direction. We boom these clan rats. Let me do it. Also, you gotta run. Now here comes the Croxagore. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's bad stuff. Run. Oh, I was a little bit too slow. Let's see if the War Bomb blows up our own guys here. That's actually not bad. That evaporated them. Poison attack for everyone here. Let's go ahead and just try to deal with this unit. As those skinks pushed through the line. Interesting. I mean, they broke and they came on back. Come on, Skaven Slaves. Croxagore scaring as many off as he has already is really hurt us. We cannot lose our grace here. Oh no, the Skaven Slaves are letting us down. Who would have thought? Charge back in there. You go ahead, guys. You do need to defend yourselves. Come on, Warp Bomb. We need your cooldown to be faster than 78 seconds. They're back. Charge them back in there. Wherever you can. Must eat Warpstone. Ah, yeah, our front line's gone. Well, what we can do is deal with these two units. Summon in some menace below. Right here. Give them a bit of an anvil. That's a fantastic cast. Well done. Even if you did miscast once again. Let them down. Charge here. Thankfully, they're back. Most of our line is running. So good. Huh. I wonder what was so different about this time than the previous. This is our leadership being broken so easily. He's giving all the skinks fear. Wades through and headbutts him for half his health. Alright, one last. This cast could be his last. Let's see. Oh, he's not even gonna get a chance. And I think that's gonna be that. I mean, good news is we aren't going to be gone. Be warp bomb anywhere useful? No. How unfortunate. I mean, we could go for one there, but it's just not going to hit anyone. It's just going to blow up this one unit of cohort. Which I guess is something. I wanted to get all three of these guys, though. Get one more menace below summon in here. Actually be weird if the Skaven leadership held. Yeah, it would be weird. No, you're right. I'm not hoping them to hold. I wonder what was so different. I guess they might have maybe one or two units. I wonder what was so different about this one than the previous. There we go. That should be a really good one. Or not. Alright, Skaven, where you can, go ahead and turn around and run over these cohort. I think most of you, though, are keen on running for the hills. Which, fair enough. This fight did not go our way at all. Go ahead and turn around. Figured our mass route would already have kicked in, but we're keep coming back and pulling away. Let's see about killing as many as we can over here on the side. Oh, the mids below unit did no good. Came out and got run over. That's alright. As our defeat. Leadership is lower because of difficulty things. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a wee bit, but these skinks were fighting like monsters. So he may have had a specific trait that made him even stronger, because that last time we did it was at least a much more even. That time we got ripped through. We're probably going to have to switch off our commandments, because taking these leadership or these rebellions every turn, we need to actually get some units that can fight against the rebellion units. They are just skinks. But skinks are definitely going to outclass our Skaven slaves. That's not even close. As we see here, 200 kills per skink. Skaven slaves are roadblocks at best. Yeah, that's fairly true. I was putting a little bit more faith in them than I should have. They needed to have kind of, if you can have slaves, but you can have the entire army be them. Like having an entire army of goblin laborers, it's just not going to go well. You're going to get annihilated. Speed bumps with legs. You've got a couple of shivs to them. Take that valiant defeat. We lost 2,000. That plan was not foolproof, but I appreciate the thought. Let's have Saruman fall back into the plains here, and we'll just grab ourselves a couple more slings. Oh, we can't really afford them, can we? Guess you have to just hold the line there, Saruman. Because this army is way stronger than I thought it would be. Enemies on too many fronts at the moment. The Dawi are at war with Tehenwen. No, not yet, but the Dawi are kind of bouncing around over here.
No, I will not shame my clan.
Alright. Well, we need to cut the head off of some of these snakes. Is anyone willing to go for peace? Cut the head off the snake that way. It's like, no, absolutely not. Everyone thinks they can take us. Which, fair, I think most of them can at this point. Alright, so Scroll, let's deal with this army here. We have to move a lot further away than I would like to. Just for a couple of skinks. If we auto-resolve it, we're gonna have a bad time. Let's see. Come on. Get decisive. That's not decisive. Go for the replenishment here. Indeed. Can we make it back to Itza? Only if we go into March stance. And Itza's not, it's not very well. Alright, so we gotta bank this gold. Scroll needs to fall back to Ketsa. And then we need to deal with Mazdaconda here. I have to hope that the settlement of Wakesel can hold its own. While we then go after our immediate enemies here. Yeah, let's cut them down here. So send the assassin in. Rin behind. It's gonna be a fun one, isn't it? One circle. We'll also probably sack Axolotl instead of claiming it and just fall back. Breaking the settlement. Alright, there we go. Move on in here. Pyrrhic victory indeed. We'll use a little bit of our food, but not too much. We just need to be able to rush in behind Crocs of Gore or even catch Chameleon Skinks while they're trying to run away. Alright. We'll also go ahead and just set our... See how all the Night Runners can duel with the Chameleons here. 26 damage as opposed to 33. They have how much missile resist? 30% as opposed to 40. Wow, Skinks are terrifying. They've got glorious charge. But their whole army does. That's probably something that the other guys had. That was why they were annihilating us. Either way, let's take down Axolotl. Or die trying. We do have Warp Lightning here, so as long as we're grouping up enemy Skinks and Saurus, we should be able to blast them to bits. Especially if we kind of post up, force them to come up one of these two choke points here, or even if they come up on this side, we can kind of force them in, hem them in one spot too. Alright. Yes, kind of the double. This isn't quite the map I thought it was. This will be fine either way, though. So they don't have... They've got everyone already here. Our reinforcements arrive in a minute 55, so we do want to kind of post up and wait for them. We'll have our Night Runners running down. Try and deal with the Flyers first. Let's have the Assassin with one group, Master Assassin with one group, the Normal Assassin with the other group. We'll use them to kind of rush down, deal with the Pterodon Riders quickly. Land Rat shields, Spears with shields. They don't have any cav. They do have some Proxigor, so we want them up front. Kind of do is deploy like this, where half of them are going to go up top, and the half are going to go down below, and we're kind of going to bob them in between these two. That's the plan. Normal spears, find yourself a spot on the sides, the flanks there. Chieftain can hold the line in here. We don't want him up front because the Kroxigor will just run up and crump him. You're good there. Grab heroes, infantry, and then our ranged troops. Alright, let it begin. Take the high ground here. Take the high ground here. Well, I guess not high ground, but at least move up so we're forcing them in between. You guys start moving up to harass those pterodons. You do the same on this side. Survive for a minute 30. Alright. We can take down these pterodons quickly. That'll be just perfect. Are you guys getting the extra range? Looks like they are. 84 range does not seem like the normal range for your Night Runners. I'll fire at whales shooting at who I want them to. Don't think they have any mages, which is great. Units revealed. Oh no. Go ahead and let them chuck some daggers here at the skiing cohort. Should have ripped them to shreds. Very low armor. They're not going to enjoy that at all. You don't have very many of those, though, so let's go ahead and stop firing. Let's fall back. Let you frolic through them. They're doing their best to keep us away, aren't they? Yeah, it's not going to work. Fall back. Lord under attack. Now they should have their backs to him now, so go ahead and move up. Throw a couple more daggers their way. You guys just go ahead and fall back. Reinforcements have arrived. Perfect. One in. We'll have two slings just kind of come up on both sides behind. Oh, getting eviscerated. Really? I didn't expect that at all. Assassin, turn back around. We dealt with them pretty aggressively. Let's go ahead and fall back. This crew. They're not winning that duel very well at all. We're gonna rush in on these chameleons. They're also not really worrying about our top position here. So clan rats, you rush in on these chameleons. You help out on this side, and we'll have these two clan rats go after these Saurus spears. Assassin, you kind of come on through. They're best. And they blew them up immediately. Let's stop that from happening. Slings, you guys come up, start throwing those rocks towards these pterodons. That'd be just glorious. They're being pursued pretty aggressively by those stalkers. Assassin, you can pretty much turn around and just start diving into them. No problem. Go get the Kroxigor. There's nothing we can do against the chameleons out in the wilds there, so we're just going to move in, surround this group here. Assassin, you come on in, try to catch them. Just about the only ones you can. You do a very good job of it. Alright, Warp Lightning. It is time. But you already miscast. How perfect. Falling back, this assassin needs to run. Warlock Assassin, go ahead and fall back just a smidge. We're gonna go ahead and, or Warlock Master that is, combining up classes here. One. these two Night Runners to hunt down the chameleons. This assassin come through and go after these same chameleons, or actually the chief in the background here. Slings. Let's go ahead and start dealing with the Croxagore. These Night Runners got caught. Don't want to see that. Gonna move alongside them. There's my Warlock Engineer. We need more Warp Lightning, sir. Never enough Warp Lightning. Oh, and he miscast again, did he? You're good at that, sir. Our leadership is not looking good. Move on in. Let's go ahead and get our... Just have you guys destroy those Crocs more quickly, but they've got good missile resist. They're not actually fighting anyone, are they? Have them move in and go after the Croxagore. They're pretty much the only one elite enough to do. Took them off fire at will, so they're not doing anything useful there. Now the Pterodon's coming over the top. Let's go ahead and have you hunt down these chameleons. Warlock Engineer fall back. Let's go ahead and drop some lightning in here. Fire at will and run. That's doing good work. Where's the other small skink hero? Yeah, we'll keep him going after the Croxagore, trying to drag them down. Go Warp Lightning Ball on a big Croxagore Ancient. Now you guys turn around and try to chase off these skinks. But charge in on these chameleons here. Should be no problem for you. Let's go ahead and bring our Night Runners round. Oh, here he is. That's the other one I was going to go after. Back over. We don't really want him to keep going after the Red Crest, but we do want him to keep blowing up blobs of infantry there. Back in. Die, lizard things. Assassin, see if you can't keep chasing off the skink chief. We've got them caught. Come on in. The Croxagore should be breaking pretty soon. They actually don't have all that great of leadership. Those my Night Runners got caught there. Where is the Croxagore? We need you to go ahead and just give him a good smack on the noggin with your beat stick. Let's go ahead and drop in the lightning. Where we're at, really. I guess just right here on these skinks that are coming on in. Normal assassin, go ahead and hunt down this skink chief. Thank you. You guys are in charge of hunting down these chameleons. You are in charge of these. We need our slings to come a little ways apart so they can actually keep firing. I like that. Self the heals, assassin. Hunt down this last hero, and we should have him. Oh, here come the Croxagore. Oh no. That should be no problem. There's a lot of rocks. You love to see it. Complete chaos. Alright, Warlock Engineer, you come up and help out with this hero. Got so many units coming on back from the brink. A lot of them are running, a lot of ours are running. It's just kind of a back and forth. Croxagore are gone. You guys work together here on these red crests. Never gonna be a fun fight. Like engineer, time for some lightning. Oh wow, they pulled a lot away from it. All right. Throw a fireball towards them. He's a long ways away, but the Croxagore's gone. And that should probably be the end for the lizards then. Beautiful. As always, more besides. Spearsaurus getting their gold sword. Just barely outdoing their lord. Well, I guess by a whole... That looks like about 60, 70. Roughly. Our golden sword was the assassin. Most of our guys not doing all that much. It was probably the warlock engineer, Thrin. We've been going for almost 6 hours here. So what I'll do is we'll probably cut the stream here at about 4:45. It's been quite a bit of fun, so thank you all for stopping by. And this is not going to be kind of a first look like our other custom factions ones have been. The plan is we're going to make this kind of our Warhammer stream going forward. And the Babylonian stream over on Pharaoh is going to be the Pharaoh stream campaign. We'll try to have one of each episode going up a week. We will try. We'll have a stream of Warhammer and a stream of Pharaoh. We'll go ahead and take no prisoners here. We'll just go ahead and sack Axolotl. I don't think we even really want to expand the Under Empire because we're going to be back to capture this at some point. Not that color shade. No. Scratch that grime away. On a siege battle. Alright, so Contingency Snarl is going to be definitely an issue here.
Master Engineer. I order scurry move.
We'll do something like that. And we can bring State in the Experimenter. We're about to... Losing it is going to lose a good deal of our income.
Fattest warlock brings victory.
He's a fattest warlock brings victory.
Let the bells.
I don't know if that's how that works. Very thankfully, the Mangrove Coast and Jupiotl are very well defended, so... If that rebellion force tries to go that way, they're going to have a bad time. If this one does, though, they're gonna run over everything in their way. Summatoon, I'd love to get some walls in now. Walls are just more food generation. It does hurt our control. Walls increases control, but consumes more food. But keeps our settlements from getting taken out. I think we'll go for walls. I'll get the slaughter factory here for growth. It generates food, but it doesn't do any kind of income. Instead, let's go for the breeding pit. Stayed in. Since your army's maxed out, we'll have you go in a march. Scuttle, indeed. I don't know what the best call is. Be a lot of guys coming through from the south here. Looks like that's what the dwarves are trying to do. They're trying to go all the way around. They could just jump through it kind of at any time using the Under Empire, which would be a nightmare. Let's have them come back through to the Altar of Horned Rat.
Scuttle forth, Rat King.
Scuttle forth, Rat King.
A true disciple.
Speed and missile strength. That is definitely going to be the way to go there. Sealment bombs will allow our Night Runners to be sneaky, but that's more missile strength. We're going to go for making sure our assassin can survive combat. Let's sprite control there. Ensure more replenishment here. Definitely upgrade Warp Lightning on you. Training and control. We like rebellions, but we want them to happen when we're ready for them. Not when we're in the middle of a whole bunch of different wars all at the same time. The Slaughter Factory would be very good. Alright, so Armand, let's give you a couple more slings. And then I'm just going to combine up a few of these spears here. They do actually have a bonus if you large, but it is 10. I guess it's better than 0. And we'll leave it kind of like this, where it's mostly slings. They do cost a little bit more, but I think that's fine. We'll ignore the building upgrades, we'll ignore the outpost, and we're going to not get involved in any more wars the Paladin Nurslings drag us into. We were doing just fine. Now we're fighting everyone. That better be as far as you can go, Nurglost. Otherwise, I'm going to frown. Oh no. Well, frowning commenced. And even after all the deals and clearing wars, they really don't like us. Angry old Katrina Wake. Okay, so the Wardens of the Living Pools being nice. I mean, this is a terrifying army. What is wrong with you guys? Saurus Warriors? So what do the Temple Guard do here in SFO? Watchful Stand. So when they're out of melee, or when they're in melee, they have 30 seconds of extra melee defense and bonus V large. It costs speed. Jeez, this is an army. Blessed Pterodons. Blessed Croxagores, which are going to bolster everyone's attack. They even have themselves an ancient Stegodon of the Gods. Sure, yeah, we lose Itza, fair. There's no holding that. Wow, they lost a lot. It looked like he claimed it and got to move right through. I didn't know you could do that. Wardens of the Living Pools are the true endgame. We definitely lost Itza. But it looks like it fixed up our control a little bit. Wixel is besieged. Hopefully we can hold the line there. We need to recruit ourselves an additional lord. Oh, there's the Galleon's graveyard. Come this way. That is where you're going to deploy your Under Empire. He's going to keep recruiting. Looks like Hugrim is going after our weaker settlements, or one of our weaker...
Do you take me for a wazzock?
No.
You what?
But I take our campaign for in trouble. I didn't know you guys were aggressive. That's I saw that they took the one settlement, but then they showed up with a whole squad of Blessed Zorus, and there's not a lot we can do against that. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll have Wixel defend itself. Perfect. Wow. We definitely needed you guys to hold the line on your own. We can't have all of our armies turn back around. Because Hugrim read it. Oh, I guess Hugrim could hit Oixel as well. How funny.
What is unthinkable?
Alright, let's pass out some skills. Mostly they hold the tree in Lustria. That's what I was thinking too. Don't take it personally, Luther doesn't like anyone. So I guess for SFO, they've given him a little bit more of an aggressive playstyle, but man, that's gonna be a nightmare. Let's go for Wither here. because I think they do always start off with lots of blessed units there, just to kind of help them not get run over. They've got such a good settlement.
Kill things.
This time, it's especially when they're given an aggressive AI that's used to their advantage. So we're not really going to be able to hold on to Ketsa either.
Bring decay.
What I would like to do, though, is go for an ambush here.
Ready.
Have a stayed-in jump back through in the underways to try to defend Wixel. Since we don't know if we're going to lose it or not, I'm going to actually jump right here to the marks of the old ones. We're going to have Lord Skrulk.
I am the Plague Lord.
I almost think going into the underway and making them fight us there is a good call, too. Because we've got 2 artillery pieces, and they have none. Well, they've got the big old Stegodon here with the laser beam. It literally said in diplomacy, the protector of the glade. Now, he's not the protector of the glade, he is the raiser of enemies. Slaughterer of all those who bother his big tree. And these Nurgle factions keep getting declared on by everyone, so we keep getting dragged into wars. Losing Wixel is going to be gross. Hopefully we don't have that issue. Saruman, you've got to kind of keep holding the line. Plague Toads and the Paladin Nurslings. Sounds amazing.
Machines and sorcery.
I don't want you to exchange units. I want Skrull to come on outside the settlement, go into an ambush. See if we still fail with a 100% chance. Rin, you hang out here.
That will work.
That will work. And then we'll see about... Oh, we don't have these. I guess the upkeep reduction from being inside the settlement was quite nice there in Ketsa. This is spicy. In all the worst ways. So if I was to recruit in a Lord here, getting in a Grey Seer of Ruin, or even a Warlock Master is going to cost a little bit more. He's going to be a lot better, too. Scorched for less leadership and melee attack, but his Winds of Magic for Warp Lightning costs less, and if someone touches him, they're going to have a bad day. So yeah, Boylan, welcome. We need you now more than ever. Your job is to hold Wixel. Oh, we have all these items we have been passing out. That's perfect. We'll go for... probably just Forbidden Rod. I don't mind if you take damage. Probably that's it. I'm going to have Warp Stone Armor on. Skrulk will go for... Well, Helm of Discord's good there, too. Alright. That's all fine. For the Assassin... Richard Helm here. Corrosive Blade here to add the poison. Alright, everything else looks pretty good here in terms of ancillaries and stuff. But does this mean that Nagash Azar and Clan Carrion is aggro? Yeah, probably. I would be willing to bet that the Sentinels are going to go out and start punching, knocking heads around. In fact, it'd be funny, we get over there and it's nothing but the Sentinels. They've taken over. We'll soon see. Because these guys don't tend to do anything either. The Spinosotek Dwarves, they stay in their mountains and they're coming out to fight. Okay, well we have a good deal of gold to sit on. I'm thinking... Oh, we'll lose it immediately if we go for the fortified entries here. But it will really help out with our control. I think swapping over to... maybe efficient planning for a turn or two. That way we're just not taking the hit to our control. 60 extra growth is great. Let's maybe just go for the... We'll take the Slaughter Factory for a turn. Well, this is with 3,000 here. They'll go up in a single turn, too, and we'll swap this over to efficient planning. Really can't handle all the growth, the negative growth. Here in the Southern Sentinels, it's not that big a deal. But having multiple Rebellion armies stacking up there is going to be a bad time. Food's being generated here at the Altar of the Horned Rat. I don't think we change that. In fact, what I do think we change is this weapons team dump. That way, whatever the rebellion does pop up, it's not something that's super elite. We can repair that or replace it later on. Okay, City of the Dead then. Go ahead and grab a little bit more food with the mushroom tunnels. Thought I said keep you moving up here to the Galleon's graveyard. We're gonna go meet... Oh wait, no, not you. You were going to Skaven Blight. There we go.
Let the bell scream.
That doesn't do anything for us here while we're garrisoned. I would like to try to grab some units with the Paladin Urslings. It'd be really unfortunate when we can't afford them. We're just going to get the one unit. We're not going to be too over the top there. I think Slaves plus Toads is actually a pretty fun combo, though. Get through, make sure everything else is all good to go. Let's see if Skrulk's 100% ambush chance manages to succeed. Swap you over into Spread the Rot. Nothing else there for you. Hold the line. Boiler in, I'm not even going to recruit anyone on you either. We can't afford it. Give it kind of one more intern here and see how things play out for us. See what we'll be set up with for our kind of next episode. I'll thank you all again for stopping by the stream. It's been a ton of fun. I've been missing out on playing as the Skaven. Been having not so much fun playing against them though. So Hugrim looks like he's staying around, unless that was just showing us something weird. All I see is red flags everywhere. Alright, so the Wardens didn't fall for it. They actually ran over to beat down on our allies and stop us from recruiting their units, which, fair enough. Good grief. The brains on them. I mean, I think we want to move up and raise Itza then. Alright, so pretty. While on a Seek-Find mission, your minion lord discovers a relic of some kind, which looks pretty instinctive magic. He hasn't deemed it important to reveal this find to you yet, however, only you know about it, or you only know about it due to a spy in his ranks. What shall be done? We went in and out of Skaven there. We can feign indifference or steal it for ourselves. And the opal amulet's pretty nice, but we need the gold. Wake Soul. Yeah, those rascals stole our ability to get in some toads. Thankfully, though, we can win this one pretty easily. We'll take the extra gold. Large numbers of ill-trained, ill-equipped warriors can still perform a useful function. Just ask Persia during most of their wars with Greece. I don't know if we could escape, though, after raising it. Oh, hello there. Lickhawk, what are you up to? What on earth? Is he just trying to Queen's Gambit us? We have a decision to make. I don't think he wins even against this here, so let's just drop kick him here with this group. Yeah, it's a close victory, so let's see how many we lose. Not that many. More food. Beautiful. How well defended is Axolotl again? Not too much for us to take down. Alright then, Skrulk, that means you... It says, got nothing here. We shouldn't lose anyone on the auto-resolve. Let's see how unkind it wants to be to us, though. Oh, man. They've got no flyers. Let's find out. We still lose about half of our front line. We're just going to go ahead and raise this. Enjoy your ruins, clowns. Take it from me, then. I'll show you. Alright, Skrulk, you can set up here. I'm actually thinking we're going to want to start going down. We're going to go ahead and grab Inspiring Presence. We probably just want to start upgrading his Plague Monk abilities. So more melee attack and weapon strength. That's not any more defensiveness. It's just making them better blenders. I guess does have its merits for sure. Let's Go for the point into Plague Rash. We has his passive. Musk of Fear drops May. Oh, wow, that's great. We'll do it after we get the Warp Lightning upgrade. Scroll the Spiteful. He is indeed.
Clan Pestilens is
Yeah, so they have no chance of catching him. The jungle hinders you too, Banana Slan. So Thrin will have you fall back. And in camp stance, we'll have you kind of pull back towards Ketsa. We don't necessarily need this Warlock Engineer anymore, but the fact that he's got that Warp Lightning means he'll be a great traveling companion with Staden, and we can use him to try to get an ambush. So let's go ahead and come out to here with Boilerin, or Boilerin. Good plan scheme. We can act like we're recruiting in some... What are the best ones? Poisonous. Oh, these guys have armor piercing and magical attacks? Good grief. Yes, please. We can't afford very many. We're just going to get 2 of them. We'll have Staden come up in an ambush. Stop recruiting just for a moment. Fall back just once. Staden in your ambush right here. Gonna generate as much food as we can. Saruman the Stinky. Oh, hello there, K-Drill.
High Elven Archmage.
That means she is ready to get froggy and throw hands. Go ahead and throw in the war in here, the Southern Sentinels. Wickle's got a few turns before we can really do anything to it. I think we're holding the line quite nicely. Come on over to our technology. Take everything, gives us more income from sacking. Did we not get lucky enough that the plague came back to any of our settlements and just kind of is sitting here in Axolotl? That's too bad. So 3 more turns, we have 10% chance. Hopefully it spreads out to Ketsa or the altar. Which is fantastic. It hasn't so far. We'll go ahead and chuck in the covert choke points here. We can't really afford too much besides. Alright, can we go for anything that helps out with your control? Efficient planning for now. We really can't afford a rebellion over here. We're gonna have no choice, are we, though? In a turn or 2, there shall be one.
Warlock of Skavenblight.
I quite like that. Alright, so we'll come into our technology then. And I'm thinking... Oh, Ruthless Plans gives us 10 more capacity and generates 2. Yes, please. 10 growth. 13% less upkeep for all clan rat units. Oh, this middle line is great. That's going to be the way. Alright, Saruman, you're going to come out as well. And go into in-camp for the food generation. We'll just have to take the hit to our income. Alright. This is the last one was the last in-turn, but this will be our last one. Nurgleos on his journey. Off to distant lands to set up a ratty university. He has himself quite the life ahead of him.
Smartest rat.
Cyprus, ambassador to Skavenblight. I actually do think that for Skaven, for certain factions, it makes a lot of sense for most of the factions to already be known to you. So, like, if you're playing as Franz, you should know all of the Empire factions off the bat, including down in the south, in the Southlands, where Battle Pope has gone to wash the Books of Nagash. Certain factions should know kind of where all of the other allied versions themselves are, kind of naturally. Not all, like Chaos definitely wouldn't know where all of their different hordes are because they don't care too much to know, but certain Order factions do keep much closer eyes on one another than just forgetting they exist. Some Grayseer, probably. Exactly. He's got a little poster up on the wall that says it. He's got a little rat hanging on to... I guess he's a rat walking along a road. A dusty road, all alone. Okay, so the deserters of Kotep have received a obsidian mace to the skull. They're no longer. And neither is the pallid nurslings. Well. Oh, Hugrim, I didn't realize the dwarves could raid.
Don't think so.
Don't think so. Yeah, I mean, 4 grudge throwers is a lot. However, we do have rats that'll rip out of the ground and come get you, so... Lord Zlotic appears to be not content that we have burned down Itza. We finally got a plague to spread to one of our armies here, finally. He gets ready for duty, and we've got the Ruthless Plans ready. Rebellions all over the place, so what does this do for us? It acts like Gatorade, it gives us lots of replenishment, gives you weapon strength, Hawk samples per turn, 2 control, 30 growth. Wow. That's glorious. Alright, so Skrull, you come on back. Zlotic is likely not going to go after, like, Etza just yet, so we can come through with Skrull, can even raise... I think he will raise Axolotl. Continue to be Skrull the Vengeful. So let's post up in Ketsa so we're getting that nice upkeep production. For these two, these decided just to sit up and raid. We don't have any artillery here with these guys, though. Just the menace below. We'll pop in harsh production quotas, and then we'll kind of decide this for next course of actions for the battles here in the next stream. Oh, good. Cheery Flesh and Gare are up here. And we'll see if we can hold off an absolute horde of slingers here. We should have no trouble. We'll go ahead and upgrade these since all the time. That way all of our minor settlements are up and kicking. I think we will come over here and attack Hugrim with these 2 forces. Yeah, we've got a bunch of clan rats, but clan rats actually fight very well against miners. And warriors, if we overwhelm them, they shouldn't last that long. Thunderers are going to be an issue, but we do have our Night Runners to kind of rush around the back, and the Assassin to kind of move with both of the Assassins to work together to deal with the 2 Thunderer teams. So I think we've got a pretty good chance. But once again, thank you all so much for stopping by today's stream. We're going to continue this one probably sometime next week. Expect one more stream this week that's likely going to be for Total War Pharaoh. We'll probably pick up with Babylon once more. I'm having a ton of fun with that one as well. So for those who have not seen, we're not here from the very beginning. We're going to go through all 3 of the victory conditions for the victory condition overhaul mods. We've got the Wormstone for Route 1. You can see all these here. We need to basically subjugate most of Lustria and the Isthmus thereof. Second route, we need to search around. Where is it at? We need to basically go through and start taking down... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we needed to go after Nagaroth. Then we need to construct 5 concealed caches, and then we need to build a special landmark in the Isthmus of Lustria. And then the last one, we need to go for a Pestilent pilgrimage, where we need to secure settlements in the southern Chaos Wastes, in the Southlands, and in Grand Cathay. We'll get some cool rewards for each. Each of them has kind of thematic rewards for completing. So we're going to go ahead and try to complete all 3. Alright, thanks again for stopping by today's stream. I'll see you all next time.